But
What is up? Been quite
Drama
some
Alert
time.
Nation, it's
Yeah,
your
Drama
boy
Alert
Killer
Nation.
Keemstar.
This is Killer Keemstar. Yeah, it's been a while
What's the
since we've done these streams, but had some arrangements to do. Got
This is for
that.
live? Everyone, if you could please donate 7K so I can get myself a new car, it would be greatly appreciated.
I mean, honestly, Kronos, I think we've
I
got
did
bigger
just get
fish
an
to
oil
fry.
change recently, so
We,
hopefully it won't break down.
you see, here's the funny thing, right? We actually weren't gonna stream about this at all today, because it was originally gonna be a different topic. So there's this fan of Cullen's named Brainstorming, who was
He was
very
gonna
upset
be
with
here.
us. But like
He's not simply a fan, SK. He is his strongest soldier. He is
that he
Cullen's
was
strongest.
he was
his
the strongest
smartest
soldier. You're right. So but the story isn't abysmal. I watched all the cutscenes. But yeah, it's just, this brainstorming guy was really passionate. He really wanted to debate us. And it's unfortunate that, he's not with us anymore. I'm hearing that his mom apparently caught him for some nasty things he was saying online, so he's not with us anymore, unfortunately. And that was the original plan. We were gonna talk with him, and unfortunately that can't pan out anymore. So it is what it is. And yes, brainstorming is his actual username. So we're just gonna have to say, we're gonna have
Rest
to
in
pray.
peace.
Yo, rest in peace for brainstorming. We wanted to have you, but unfortunately that didn't pan out. So we decided, you know what? Before we start our substitute topic, we might as well just, give a tribute. Gone but not forgotten.
I'll pour one out for you, brainstorming.
F's in the chat for brainstorming.
Exactly. F in the chat. So is Comic Legend streaming this too to League Entertainment? I don't know if he is. I don't think
Probably
he's
not.
plans to.
Probably not. Comic Legend is busy doing things right now. That's why he's muted. So
I see Jan's in chat. He's especially devastated. F for brainstorming. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Sounds hard.
It's gonna be very
hard.
exciting.
SK Bravo on the Anna response. Appreciate it. Awesome.
But we're not debating brainstorming. What are we doing today?
Oh yeah, we're responding to the forehead intelligence, because he's got a video on Marvel's Spider-Man 2, where he defends the story and doesn't do a great job at it. I don't know. And I thought it would be an interesting substitute topic. We'll just do something fun. And yeah, we'll try to keep focus on the video itself. Nothing else, of course. But we'll definitely be having some fun with this. Megamind, yes, Megamind, but without the mind, of course.
Megamind if he was all forehead and no mind.
Just Mega.
just Mega forehead.
He was the Magneto to my Professor X. It's sad.
Are there any thoughts on Insomniac Spider-Man 2? We should get out there before getting into the
That's true.
the video itself.
I think the story's pretty bad. It's a mess through and through.
I was not a fan when I first saw it. SK can confirm, because I was watching it while they were in the call talking about it, and I was typing my reactions live in the chat. I was not pleased.
Lakeman says, tell Kronos that Alien Romulus sucks, thank you.
Lakeman, I think you should die. Honestly, I think that we should kill you.
Damn.
I don't think you deserve to live. With an opinion like that. I mean, only truly intellectual people like Mosquito think Alien Romulus sucks. So I mean, they do it that way. Do you want to be on the same side as Mosquito? I don't think you do.
I don't think you do. Skids just asked, is Pyro not coming? Well, if he wants to, I would add him, but I haven't seen him yet, so. But yeah, rest of us. Jack, what did you think of Marvel Spider-Man 2?
It's funny you mentioned that because when I was looking over my notes, when you told me that we are going to be doing this instead, the notes I have for the game, I realized how much it sucked. Like it all just came coming back to me. Like the decision to give Peter and Miles alternating plot lines of the same game is an interesting choice that can work because better games such as Grand Theft Auto 5 provides 3 alternating plot lines that complement each other very well in the story. But here, it just doesn't work because the execution of both stories is very clunky. The story we get of Miles, for instance, is very underdeveloped and sets him up in a direction for the sequel nobody is really a fan of as the lone Spider-Man who replaced Peter. And Peter's storyline is just a sloppy retelling of the Black Suit storyline where it makes the same mistake as Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 3 by shoehorning in Venom at the end.
True.
Listen, Lakeman. You would set up a time for us to have that Romulus debate. I see you typing in chat like you're tough shit. Fucking, you set up a time then, bitch.
Mauler has a video on it though, Chrono. Someone just said.
Oh, he does. Oh, well, I mean smaller, so.
Devil May Cry 5 is a good example of how to do this right. A story, Insomniac Spider-Man 2 was attempting. Good point, Jan, in the chat.
Dude, GTA 5, because it's interesting you mentioned that example because I played it recently. GTA 5 knocks Spider-Man 2's execution out of the park. It's crazy.
I love GTA 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, individually, like, all the stories are great, but the fact that they all converge for a great climax is awesome. It's a great game.
There's another game that did it too, where like you play as 3 different characters and other storylines end up converging. But I only like 2 of the storylines for that game, and not all 3. It's still better than Spider-Man 2, but you know.
And yeah, Spider-Man's better than Spider-Man 2. That's a low bar. It was a terrible idea to introduce Miles into this universe. Not inherently. I think he was good in Insomniac 1.
Oh, of course, it was fucking Necromorph who said that.
Yeah, of course it was Necromorph. And his own game. I thought Miles was good in the first 2, just not the 3rd. Though apparently that makes me a racist. I've heard.
Yes, Caleb. Japanese Spider-Man is the objectively best Spider-Man to ever exist. Spider-Man is people.
Insomniac's Spider-Man 2 makes Raimi's Spider-Man 3 look like a masterpiece. I don't know about masterpiece, but I think Raimi's Spider-Man 3 is better.
Yes, Gray, I am thinking of Detroit Become Human. That is exactly the game I was referencing.
People are mentioning, we are women, we are free, best game ever.
Exactly.
Oh my god. Alright, yeah, just, without further rambling, let's get started with the video. I'm gonna pull it up on stream. Are we in the watch together? I think Comic Legends in his own dimension right now, so...
He's in Canada, obviously a different dimension.
Yeah, that's a different dimension. We're us in America, you know.
A different universe. Yeah.
Different universe. Alright.
Marvel Spider-Man 2 from Insomniac released last October, and if you've been following me for some time, it shouldn't be a surprise that I loved this game. But that doesn't mean I wasn't disappointed by some aspects of it. I thought the side missions weren't enough of an improvement over the first game, and that's obviously an area where the first game also lacked, and that's why I won't blame anyone for stating good criticism in an actual good way, and that goes for any area of the game, if you have good criticism that's well laid out. I can respect
That
it.
is like such a, redundant sentence right there. I don't know. That's a little weird for writing.
Even if I don't agree. But when you act like a certain league of people.
Okay, so I want to get this out of the way just immediately. We can all agree that you can dislike how MJ was handled in the game and the decision to remove police presence in the game without being Synthetic Man, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because to expand on that, like objectively, the MJ portions of the game like made it worse because the developer outright said that he had to cut content to include those portions.
Well, so this is a thing, right? Because he didn't specifically say that, but people say, oh, they were rushed, oh, they had to cut content, oh, this, oh, that. It's like, okay, but the developer still chose to over the content he had to cut to make the deadline. He chose to, instead of cut the MJ missions most people wanted gone from the first game, he chose to cut Venom stuff. So even if you want to argue, well, technically he didn't cut Venom to put MJ missions in the game, it's like, no, but he chose MJ missions that no one wanted over Venom missions. And that is stupid. That is a stupid decision. That is a bad decision. That is mismanagement, I would say.
Right. Yeah, and for the cop portions, I think the propaganda, like criticism from the first game, is dumb.
Really dumb.
In the second game, like it becomes even more dumb when the police actually become necessary during the Venom portion of the game, because their sirens can directly affect the symbiotes, and Peter and Miles have no reason to not work with the police to use that to their advantage, but they just don't. So it makes them look incompetent.
But have you considered that all cops are bad?
I have not considered that.
Yeah.
All cops are bad. All cops are bad. And I mean that literally, except when you challenge me on it, and I don't mean it literally, I actually mean it metaphorically. What I mean is actually something else entirely, and I'm talking about the metaphysical aspect of policing.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. You know, all of them have to be cartoonishly evil, or it's propaganda. That's why Daredevil Born Again is good.
Oh yeah, just shout out JP for the $10 ruse.
Thanks a ton, JP.
Superhero app that this fat Asian kid named Genki made for you.
Oh, wow. All right.
Never played the Miles Morales game for obvious reasons, so I had to.
Wow. Okay. That's when I just start to take the opinion less seriously. So to the little rats that like to go.
Why does Kronos have a good mic? That's a good question, Batneck. Why do you have a good mic, Kronos?
I'm using my headset, bro.
Went to my comment section.
Normally I'm using my earbuds because I'm on my phone, but I'm on my PC for this one.
This guy just a Spider-Man dick rider. He hate anyone who hates Spider-Man.
Your intellect is as weak as your dollar.
Irony.
Failure is your destiny. You disrespect yourself and your nation.
Awesome.
You are made of stupid.
But anyway.
Just a quick, I just want to point this out. He calls people, he makes fun of people calling him a Spider-Man dick rider, and he says that he accepts criticism of the game, but nowhere in the video does he point to a video from someone who provides criticism he likes. I just want to point that out there.
Anyways, one of the things I was most disappointed by in this game.
Real quick, thank you, Lake Man. $10 for SK to watch Avatar 2. Also, Alien Romulus sucks.
Lake Man, I will verbally rip your head off.
Do you dislike Avatar 2 at least? Because I hate that. I don't like that.
Well, Avatar: The Way of Water?
The Avatar movie. Oh wait, hold up. I've seen the first one, but it was years ago. So
Avatar: The Way of Water was alright. I thought it was like okay.
All right.
I heard Grant said it sucked.
Grant Paulson.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever met him yet. I haven't met him yet.
You have to meet Grant Paulson. You two need to get in a scrimmage or whatever. It's gotta happen.
Game was the narrative.
I see a lot of Alien Romulus sucks in chat, and I'm gonna be honest, I am disappointed in all of you. I think all of you should be lobotomized. I don't think you deserve rights.
Oh no.
So Fascist Kronos, is this a call for another disagreement day?
This is a call for another disagreement day. See, now you have to watch Alien Romulus. This is how I make you watch Alien Romulus.
Well, I gotta watch all the movies by that point. So, which
well,
I don't
you can
mind.
just watch 1, 2, and then Romulus, and then we don't talk about the other ones. I haven't even seen the other ones. I've only seen those 3.
Yeah. Well, Kronos, if you want them to get lobotomized so that you can enjoy Alien Romulus, what does that say about the quality?
Ooh.
No, they need to be lobotomized because they don't like Alien Romulus. It's their punishment for not liking Alien Romulus.
Okay. I gotcha.
Jack, welcome to the 1/10 intelligence.
Thank you, man.
I was, super high on the game, but in the passing weeks and almost
Oh my god. Do not do this in videos. Do not do this in videos.
Of waiting to replay the story because New Game Plus took forever to come out, my opinion on it would change and my score for the story would go down after hearing and being in multiple arguments, but after going through the story again, I was reminded I still really like this game's story.
However,
My opinion is a bit complicated.
balance.
Ooh.
Doesn't he give it a 10 out of 10, regardless of everything?
I think he gave it
this
an
video?
8.
Oh, an 8?
Yeah, an 8 for the story, which I think is insane. But yeah, just he makes these montages for the game, and that's cool and all. But like, I feel like he just put it in there because it has like hype moments and aura. Like you'll see in a moment.
This is a process, not a destination. You don't know what you
Like you see how a lot of this just doesn't have to do with the messaging. It's just thrown in there to look cool.
Well, I
That's kinda
understand
what I'm
what the point. I understand what we're watching here. It's like this is those fucking fan edits people do on Instagram. What are they called? They're called like fan cams. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
It's just one of those. Like, why is this here? What is
Yeah.
this? I can
Henry-
stitch together one of these of Last Jedi. Okay, and
Henry the Man said, "Can I sue Colin for attempted murder since I almost died of cringe from that edit?" Well, you can, but the thing is, he's also in the middle of another legal case where Kronos is being sued for child abuse during his debate with Colin. So, you know.
took from me.
Sometimes you gotta push the past away so you can make room for the future.
All I wanted was to save everyone. I'm sorry, MJ. May.
Dude, I find this funny because he says this, right? But then when he actually has to save Miles, he's like, like he acts like a grumpy teenager.
man, it's almost as if the symbiote is inconsistent in its motivations and it's barely a character. That's crazy.
Yeah, crazy. And it's also like, I wanted to save everyone. It's like, okay. So then why doesn't the symbiote just tell him, hey, we're gonna heal the world? Like, why does it only
I want
mention that?
I want to save everybody. That's why I want to make Peter more isolated and push away his friends. Yes.
Yeah, that's just goofy.
It's just
It's like they're trying to bring one concept that's incongruent with the new stuff they're trying to bring in. That's kind of what the problem is.
Now the city thinks that I'm the problem, but I'm not anymore. I know you're hurting, Pete, but you're better than this.
Take off your mask. I want to see my nephew.
I don't know
although there's just a bunch of moments that aren't even from this game. It's from
Dude,
the
it's not
previous two
relevant.
games. Like,
It doesn't
why?
feel relevant. Colin is also probably in a case where he's being sued due to him driving 120
120 miles per hour.
Oh my god.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Give me back.
I'm just gonna skip this. There we go.
Oh, by the way, for our non-American chatterers, 120 miles per hour is almost 200 kilometers per hour. So
Which
there
is
you
not
go.
which is not legal anywhere.
To start off with Peter, we have to take it back a bit to the first game. In that game, one of Peter's biggest problems in the game was the dilemma of struggling with short versus long-term consequences. And while you can watch this video to go more in depth of the other areas of that flaw, one of the parts of that was Peter struggling with Peter balancing his life between Spider-Man, work, and his relationships. We see the
Notice how he didn't quit at any point. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there
And as
and have someone else deal with it.
we'll put a pin on that.
way he puts Spider-Man over everything that's probably more important to his well-being in life. He'll constantly put the short-term consequences of possibly saving a life over the long-term consequences of not giving himself a stable life. And in the beginning of Spider-Man 2, after an amazing opening set piece, we see this dilemma come smack him in the face once again. Instead of taking care of the responsibility of keeping Peter Parker's life together, he loses his job doing Spider-Man's responsibility of stopping Sandman. And even after stopping Sandman,
Just so I want to quickly point out, like a a lot of people dislike how Miles is handled in this game. I think a major part of that is that consequences for Peter aren't the same as consequences for Miles when it comes to being Spider-Man. Like when Miles is Spider-Man, he kind of gets like a slap on the wrist, but when Peter is Spider-Man, he like with that example, he gets fired from his job.
Yeah, I guess with Miles, nothing really of consequence happens to him.
I can't even remember everything of consequence that happens to him either. I guess part of it is because like his mom knows his identity, right? It's not like there's any sort of because that's always one of the biggest things that gave Peter problems was that May kind of didn't know for the longest time that he was Spider-Man. So like he would be late, he would be grounded and stuff like that. It would strain his relationship with May. But Miles' mom knows. Like she is fully aware.
Yeah, but it's also like
just
other things related to the narrative. Like he was late to some college application or something related to college, and he was given a second chance even though he was late. I don't think
his,
the narrative would not reward
his essay. I'm pretty sure that he was writing.
Oh yeah, the essay. Yeah.
Yeah, the 500-word essay.
Was it 500 words?
Yeah, I think it was 500. What's up, Gaming Rift? Well,
But that's not
tried Elden Ring NR and that wasn't fun. Glad to see Colin's review being responded to. I actually enjoyed parts of Spider-Man 2, but even I disagreed with Colin's vid. Interesting. Yeah, we'll keep going.
Man, instead of letting Miles take care of the aftermath of the fight so that he can get back to the school as quickly as possible, he's still doing everything he possibly can as Spider-Man to put other people before himself and putting...
I do gotta mention, right?
Forehead.
I do gotta mention, right? He says he's doing everything he can, right? But, like, what was his plan for his whole job situation? Because he knows, like, yeah, if I have to leave, I'm gonna get fired. So, why didn't he have a plan, like, just in case, he'd be in a situation like this? Like, not even have Miles, corroborate for him. Like, did they not talk about
Yes,
this?
but SK. He technically, by definition, has a character arc, so it must be good writing.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but even then, I was confused. Why couldn't he get Miles or MJ or to lie for him and say, "Oh yeah, Sandman was attacking me, and I needed Peter's help."
Also, Miles could have helped when Peter was being confronted by the principal. Miles could have just ran up and said, "It was my fault. I asked him to leave." He could have.
Well, it was my fault. It was my fault. He saw me running away from Sandman, and he went to save me.
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't fucking know.
But of course, Miles
He's
just
can't on the
stands there
spot.
and does
He's been
nothing.
doing this for years. You're telling me he can't come for a good lie on the spot? Surely he must have taught Miles how to lie.
Apparently not yet. I mean, I do find it funny how, like, he says the opening set piece is really good when we've given, like, so many examples of character damage during that beginning element of the story.
Yeah, they're just constantly careless too. Like when they were going up the staircase, like they just jumped all the way up to the highest floor. How do they not know if anyone else is using the stairwell? Just
Camera.
things.
Cameras.
Well, cameras aren't real. They're fiction.
Oh, they're fake.
They're fake.
They
Cameras don't
have
exist.
cameras, you idiot!
Cameras are a government psyop, actually.
Maybe Colin relates to this Spider-Man because he's also unemployed.
Can I bring up the fact that these opening shit for the Insomniac games needs to stop, because all that they're doing when they do this shit, where they're like, well, let's open with a big action scene with a major Spider-Man villain, all that they're doing is that they're wasting the villain on a shit tutorial section. Because Sandman's such a fun character, and he's giant and shit. Whoa, this looks cool, but it's this isn't mechanically interesting because it can't be, because you're literally doing an introduction shit. You're trying to teach us how to play the game. So this is just the easy mode part of the game, and it's one of the coolest villains. That's just kind of a waste. You just wasted Sandman.
Well, he's not really wasted, you see, because the crystals. So Sandman.
Oh yeah, you get to collect crystals and do easy combat sections.
I love my collectibles. I love turning one of Spider-Man's most famous villains into a collectibles gathering mission. Woohoo!
Gaming Rift
so
makes a good point here. He says, in Spider-Man 1, On many of his phone calls with Otto, Peter comes up with lies instantly, examples being, sorry my cab broke down and there were no buses. That's a good point as well. This is second nature for him.
Also, it's been a
the
long
fact that
time
Peter had a
since
job that was flexible enough that he could be Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we have since I have gone through Miles Morales, but I'm pretty sure he came up with lies on the spot to his mom there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He did at the beginning of the game.
Exactly.
So yeah,
putting unnecessary responsibility on his shoulders. I also like this dialogue that we get in the beginning.
Wait,
Sandman basically just isn't.
I was gonna say, let's just hear this again.
As possible, he's still doing everything he
I'm on the
possibly
watch
can
party
as
still 'cause I'm
Spider-Man
on my
to put
phone.
other people before himself, and putting unnecessary responsibility on his shoulders.
What do you mean? What does he mean? Unnecessary responsibility? I'm confused by that.
Yeah. Isn't saving? Does Colin not agree that
Saving
because of great
lives is
power he has
unnecessary
great?
responsibility, guys.
Yeah, wait. So that is Colin low-key admitting to not agreeing with great power comes great responsibility here?
Is he trying?
If you agree with great power comes great responsibility, then you would agree Peter has a responsibility to help these people as Spider-Man.
Yeah, I don't know what's unnecessary about this, unless he's trying to justify what he does at the end of the game.
Is he trying to?
Bruce Wayne is unnecessarily Batman.
Yeah. Superman unnecessary. Why is he putting the responsibility of saving people onto himself?
I also like this dialogue that we get in the beginning of the game as well.
Man, you think he's mad at me?
Stress masquerades as anger sometimes. Just keep looking for people to help.
No, you sound like you're angry.
I'm not angry, Miles. Just focused.
That's what my mom always says when she's angry.
Come on. You've known me for a long time. When have you ever seen me angry?
I'm thinking.
It was a rhetorical question.
Got it. That one time we were playing a board game at your place and you kept losing.
I wasn't angry at you. I was angry at the universe.
This foreshadows Peter's emotions that he's holding in that we get shown later in the game. We then move on to Peter's house, where we get shown...
I mean, sure, that's fine for setup. I don't know why we needed to spend that much time on it, but yeah, I guess that's fine.
That he feels overwhelmed.
I like that it was done via gameplay and not just fucking a cutscene where this was exposited towards the player.
Yeah. It's just fun banter, you know.
Work-life balance, and how he's pushing himself too hard as Spider-Man. Everything in his house alludes to this. Speed Nonagon.
Oh man, I've been wanting to play this. Just need to find the time.
May's rent.
May mortgage the house to keep Beast afloat. And now I'm sinking.
Peter losing his job and talking to MJ about what to do next. Even saying that he wants to take a break from finding a job.
Bummer that the teaching thing didn't work out. What's next, do you think?
Yeah, and this is all based on a broken premise, because literally at the end of Spider-Man 1, they literally agreed to move in with each other. That was the whole point, where she says, I never stopped wanting to. So
yeah, it's almost like they're just redoing character arcs because they're out of ideas, especially for MJ. Like, MJ's arc in this game is literally to find something new to complain about. And to stop complaining about the thing. That is literally the story.
Oh my god.
I don't know. To be honest, I'd like to take some time off, but I can't really afford to.
And his house is also just a mess. Another thing we get here is the fact that Peter is internally still holding on to May's loss.
Hey, what's this? Is all this May's stuff?
Yeah, I need to donate it, but not just yet.
And not just May's loss either.
Oh man. It's like a rogue wave sometimes.
And then we get this cutscene with May that sets up Peter's arc for this game.
When I was your age, I was head of the debate club.
May was captain of the debate team in high school.
Hits you like a rogue wave sometimes.
It does hit you. He was right. It does hit like, I forgot this line was in the game.
Oh, Skids makes an interesting point. Shouldn't Aunt May left any life insurance or anything for Peter? I guess, I'm not sure how much this would have changed, as far as,
I don't think it would have been enough for her house.
Right, because that's a whole ass house that she, like, invested in. So.
That she mortgaged to keep Beast afloat.
bit esoteric, but how do we feel about a character just vocalizing what they see in the environment versus letting players infer it directly? I feel there are better ways to integrate this. That's an interesting
that's just
question.
show don't tell. That's just show don't tell.
Yeah. I think some of the, I guess, most effective storytelling is when the environment can tell us the story instead of just characters expositing it. If I were to give a really good example of this, Batman Arkham Knight, you know the scene where he's flashing back to Barbara getting shot, and, you know, he's looking around, like, you as the player, as you're hearing this really eerie and, you know, creepy ambient music, you look around, the environment changes around you, and you, like, you know, you have, this is what happens when you drag your friends into this crazy little game of ours. I think stuff like that is pretty cool as far as letting the environment tell the story rather than characters just saying things.
I don't know. I'm 50-50 on this because on the one hand, I understand because I find it annoying sometimes when I'll be watching a show and characters will be explaining what's literally happening in front of my eyes. But on the other hand, there's been a lot of people I've seen watching the same show that come up with just the dumbest, most brain-dead theories I've ever seen that directly contradict what is currently on screen. So I understand why sometimes people feel the need to over-explain themselves. Because the general public, I'll be honest, is really fucking stupid.
Understatement. So, let's see. Aunt May was the Thumpcast crew before the Thumpcast crew. That's crazy. You know what? I take back what I said earlier about Colin and this Peter. This Peter has a girlfriend, did get a job, and doesn't waste money on fancy cars. Damn. Surely Peter would already have backup plans upon backup plans. He lost his job at the science lab, and at the end of the game, considering a chef role, in Miles Morales, a teaching role, also the Bugle. That's a good point as well. He does have a lot of backup plans. Like, he specifically discussed this. I guess the only thing I can say about the Bugle is that, I don't know if they say it in the game, but the challenge for that is because we all have, like, HD cameras on our phones in present day, it'll make it a little bit harder to get more exclusive photos of him. But, you know, he could try. It's still something he could try. So, yeah, we'll continue moving forward.
Captain of the soccer team and second violin in orchestra. Every year, I wanted a new feather in my cap. But when I tried to add honor roll student on top, I fell apart. Instead of being good at a few things, I wasn't good at anything. So, I scaled back.
To be honest, I don't think they do a good job explaining how Peter needs to scale back because, well, for one, how have they demonstrated to us that he's doing too much to begin with? All they've shown us is that he tries to have a job and tries to be a superhero, which we've seen in the first game. So...
just two things.
Yeah, just two things. So how is this too much? How does this resonate?
Especially now that he has Miles, he can coordinate with to help him, and they can do shifts.
Yeah,
correct.
And to literally ease the burden of being a superhero.
Mm-hmm.
This example doesn't really work because it's like I tried to balance all of these things. Like, okay, but he's trying to balance two things. Like,
yeah, it's like you need to show us more things if you want this to, you know, if you want this arc to resonate with what we see on screen. It's kind of what Jack talked about in his video on Joker 2, where he talked about how, you know, you can talk about all of these themes and messages all you want, but if the plot doesn't resonate with it, then how is that good execution? And the point is exactly applicable here.
Like Last Jedi.
Correct.
Yes. Another good one.
Alright, let's keep going.
Balance is a process, not a destination.
But moving on, Peter and Harry talking about the job is another moment that compounds on this internal struggle of finding balance. Peter is hesitant to join with Harry, which I interpret is because he doesn't want to let Harry down from his Spider-Man job interfering, and I also really like that Peter
I actually don't understand this. Why does he hesitate to take this job when 1, it'll help people, 2, it'll make him money, and 3, he's had jobs before. It's like, what's the struggle? Like, why does I specifically remember after this, he starts swinging and he's like, I'm gonna miss all these chases and swings, and it's like, why does this mean you have to stop? Do they ever justify that in the story?
The idea that he's afraid of letting fucking Harry down with his Spider-Man stuff is like, doesn't Harry like very very quickly find out that he's Spider-Man?
Yeah, they get yeah, that's the only like potential issue I can see, but they resolve that. He's cool with him being Spider-Man.
Damn near instantly. So what the fuck is he with? Okay, so what's?
So there's no issue. It's like this doesn't really work.
Peter starts to get emotional when he sees the picture of May, because him being hesitant in this decision also, calls back to the fact that the reason he's pushing himself so hard as Spider-Man is because of things like her death.
Wait, sorry, what? Let me...
In this decision also, calls back to the fact that the reason he's pushing himself so hard as Spider-Man is because of things like her death.
Yeah, but how is he pushing himself so hard? Like, you need to show that if you're gonna make the claim, or at least mention what he does
in this game that shows he's pushing himself harder than in the previous game. The only reason he suffers more consequences in this game is because his job, the job he had at the beginning, was more strict than the job of Otto was.
Which he thought he should have thought about.
It's literally not a he's pushing himself harder in this game thing. It's the job doesn't allow him to do any Spider-Man actually thing.
Yeah, he was already pushing himself hard as Spider-Man when he lost Uncle Ben. Like, how is he pushing himself even harder when May died?
Yeah.
We need an example of what he does, because the only example we see in the game is he fucking beats the shit out of Sandman, which was fucking huge, right? Like, that was definitely the right thing. It was fucking humongous. And Miles helped. So, like, where's the pushing himself here?
Yeah, he's not working harder, he's just being dumb because he didn't come up with a valid excuse.
Yeah, well, also, it's like, he talks about how, it's too much that he's doing or whatever. And then he hands over that responsibility to a 17-year-old at the end. Like, basically giving him all of it.
Going to college.
Yeah. It's like, what is this story? What is the message here? I don't get it.
Push all of your responsibilities onto a child. That is the message of the story.
Oh, okay.
You know what? I agree with that message. This message has my stamp of approval. I think it's a good message.
Man. Harry. This is all so amazing.
Dude, he needs to start cutting these scenes. Like, there's like awkward pauses in between, which obviously makes sense for the cutscene, but this is a video. Yeah.
Like, put it on 1.5 times speed or something.
Or at least like just chop it up so we only have the dialogue.
It's perfect.
That's the thing. Like, I was initially worried about length, but then I remembered a lot of this is just padding, because he plays most of this comes down to like the cutscenes and him not cutting things.
This isn't aura farming. This is soap opera farming.
Perfect. Really, it's just things are really hectic right now.
How? Wait, what? Like, the only
how are things hectic? He only has Spider-Man. He's literally jobless.
It's hectic because he has a house he needs to pay for, so he won't.
With what money?
It's honestly, the dialogue gets even dumber the more you think about this story, the more you kind of dig into it. It gets worse.
And I know what the response would be. The response would be like, well, it's because he doesn't want to disappoint Harry, because he's gonna have to be going all the time as Spider-Man. I'm like, you would have a point if Harry didn't find out that he was Spider-Man like almost instantly.
But Harry sways him into joining, and after this, Peter finally feels like he has hope of a stable career.
Getting to do real science, though, for actual money. Oh my god, I finally did it! I have a stable career!
Okay, this another problem. Why does he think now, at this point, he's like, oh, I finally have a stable career? He was making money with Otto.
Yeah.
What is he talking about?
The only times he didn't make money was like after like after Osborn came in and like shut him down.
Which, like, I don't even buy that, because he's making money in Miles to make all those holograms.
Mm-hmm. And I'm pretty sure they were still making money, because remember, Otto got a bunch of money for the defense contract to upgrade the raft facility.
True.
So even then, it was only a short period of time that he wasn't making money with Otto.
Yep.
And he can head towards the path of balance, and his best friend has superpowers. They're having fun together. Now, fighting Kraven's goons may not be the best kind of fun, but they push through it together and they are glad to be with each other. But then...
Oh, but then he...
And his spider sense just doesn't work for some reason.
Yeah.
So when people say that Peter was nerfed in this game, this is one of the prime examples of them citing that. And
Honestly,
I can't say I disagree. How is this not nerfed? Like, how is he not nerfed here?
Honestly, my prime example is when a dude with a cane who needs a cane to walk a sick
That comes later.
No. But I'm saying the prime example of nerfing is that what he's able to swing at the symbiote container, and Peter just can't react to it. I think that's a prime example. A dying man with a cane stops him. That's ridiculous.
No!
Also, because this was completely skipped over, by the way. But look at how the symbiote, everything Colin said so far about how him and Peter are having fun. Fucking Harry is not affected by the symbiote the same way Peter is, despite them having very similar motivations.
Yeah,
Even when he starts out of nowhere.
When Harry's infected with the symbiote, it barely changes him at all. It doesn't even make him evil. It doesn't make him like more aggressive. Maybe when he gets mad, it makes him slightly more aggressive, but like not on the baseline. But fucking when you put the symbiote on Peter, oh my god, he turns into fucking Mr. Douche.
Yeah, and even when even when Harry gets it back, Peter doesn't even try dissuading him by telling him the negative effects that the symbiote causes. He just says, "You need to stop wearing it."
Yeah. It's very clearly that they're trying to do the whole symbiote makes you evil thing, but like how you can't. The reason the symbiote makes you evil thing works better, even in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 3, is because Peter's the only person to be connected to the symbiote first, and we see that it makes you evil. Whereas this one, we have a person infected by the symbiote who is like completely and perfectly fine, and yet for some reason it makes Peter evil.
Exactly.
Why?
Yeah,
it's a 180.
It's complete. Yeah, it's awkward because originally Peter just gets the suit, like nobody else wore it before him. He just gets it, and then as it progresses, it becomes out of control. Then he has to get rid of it, and then it latches onto someone else, and then they, like Eddie Brock, and then they come after him for revenge.
This is genuinely like why I think this game is just pulling things like the classic ideas that it pulls, whether it's in the comics or the older adaptations. I think they're just pulling things and trying to combine it with their new ideas, but not like checking how congruent it actually is in execution. And I think a big component of this is Venom, right? Because out of nowhere, like they've shown no signs of Peter actually like growing in build or size or anything. More so just the symbiote making him angrier as it goes along. But when Harry gets it, he just randomly becomes this 19-foot giant creature with a mouth.
When he wasn't before, when he had the symbiote.
Correct, he wasn't beforehand, and he's automatically way more powerful just out of nowhere. And the reason this actually made sense, the reason this made sense in the 90s series and Spectacular is because the symbiote feeds off negative emotions, right? Ignoring the fact that Eddie Brock obviously is a bigger build, he's much more angrier, he's more maniacal. So like you have dialogue in the 90s series where he says, if the symbiote made me go crazy, just imagine what it's doing to a pumped up lunatic like Brock. In Spectacular, Eddie's like clearly hateful, like to a ridiculous capacity. He's always had problems, pent up anger towards Peter over the years. So that just, all of that, and he's pissed about things happening currently, like how he lost his job, how he feels betrayed on like every level. The
Because
symbiote's
of
feeding
Peter.
off of that. Yeah, so that's why there's justification for why Venom is more powerful, because the symbiote literally feeds off negative emotions. This is not established in this game, and again, it just happens out of nowhere.
SK, have you
wanna
considered
say-
that you talked to Harry's dad and gave him a hug?
That's like, but even if you want to say, but it is established that it feeds off negative emotions, because of fucking when Peter gets the suit, it's like, okay, so then why wasn't it feeding off of Harry's negative emotions when he was wearing it?
Yeah, like about how he was dying and how he can't see his friends. And how he has nightmares. They show at the beginning he has nightmares. Couldn't you apply that to quite a lot of Spider-Man stories? Spectacular Remy tests, Peter is normal, yet Brock/Harry becomes a 9-foot monster. He's probably delayed, but like, yeah, we just went on a tangent explaining it. But I also want to mention real quick that, Venom, when he gets his name, and this is extended in like, you know, the 90s series in Spectacular because they're basing it off the comics. The reason he was named Venom is because he wanted to be a direct poison to Peter Parker. That was where the iconic line came from. You know, we're poison to Peter Parker and Spider-Man, we're Venom. Whereas in this, he literally, just out of nowhere, even though he wants to heal the world, that's his actual motivation this time, he's just like, we are Venom. It's like, okay, that's just dumb here. It's like, oh, we want to heal the world, that's why we name ourselves Venom. It's like, what?
It's not properly set up at all.
Yeah.
Well, and then I also want to add, right, even if I think the biggest problem with Venom isn't necessarily just that, oh, Peter wasn't a monster but then turned a fucking Harry into a monster. It's just with Spectacular, the 90s series, whatever, even if there wasn't like a logical explanation for him being a 9-foot monster, you could just say, well, the symbiote affects different people differently, and that's why Brock, who's bigger than Peter, turns into like a giant monster. With this, we've seen what happens when Harry is infected by the symbiote, and it doesn't turn him into a giant fucking monster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like we have the establishment of what Harry looks like with the symbiote on, and it looks nothing like Venom. And that's why I think the biggest problem is with Venom's design here.
Well, the problem with Venom in this game is, like I said before, the same problem with Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 3, where people make this mistake of wanting to include Venom last minute in the Black Suit storyline, when no, he's a consequence of the Black Suit storyline, but he's like a sequel to it, or just a continuation of it. You should just leave the Black Suit storyline as its own thing, and then expand on that later. Like, the game could have totally combined the Black Suit storyline with Kraven's Last Hunt, and tease Venom for another game, and have the sufficient characterization to build up Harry as Venom, but they didn't do that, and we just get like a very rushed just last portion of the game.
I think the only I guess media that did a good job with putting Venom like last minute would be the 90s series and Spectacular, but the reason it feels more natural there is because Eddie Brock was better set up in those respective series.
Yeah, because they didn't just introduce him like during the Venom episodes. Like, he was established early on too.
Yeah. Whereas with this, like, yeah, we have Harry at first, but they don't do a lot with Harry. 2, they don't even set him up being like, they don't properly set up the idea that he would be a villain. So that doesn't work. And even when Venom is a villain, his characterization is completely inconsistent, and the symbiote's inconsistent.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, Venom, even though he's very mainstream, Venom is probably one of the most misunderstood comic book characters ever, because even when he wants to get revenge on Peter, it isn't because he's evil or like he wants to do bad things. Like, he's delusional. He thinks that he's the victim, even though he's a bully essentially. He's just a giant dick, but he doesn't realize that. And the only person he has to confide in is this alien living inside of him. So really it's a great allegory for mental illness, and it's what makes his arc into becoming a hero or an anti-hero so compelling.
Yeah.
But we don't get that with Harry in this game.
Exactly.
Not as venomous as they say.
I don't know why we're including like literally all of this. Like again, because it doesn't come up in the cutscenes.
I was always so busy.
Don't.
I'm sorry, I was always so busy.
Why are you apologizing?
He's apologizing for what? Getting stabbed? I'm sorry. I was helping save people's lives.
I'm sorry my spider sense didn't kick in.
I'm sorry they nerfed me in this game.
Harry being a villain towards Kraven makes sense, but then Kraven dies like 10 minutes after Harry becomes Venom, so he's just a bastard for the rest of the game and wants everyone to be aliens. Yeah, because
that's what the symbiote wants, even though the symbiote showed no signs of wanting this at all throughout literally the entire rest of the game.
Well, if it wanted this so bad, then why didn't it just tell Peter, oh yeah, Aunt May, she could have been saved by the symbiotes. Miles could have been saved by the symbiotes. Like
literally, because Peter says, I just want to save everyone. Symbiote's like, I can help. I can make.
We can heal the world.
I can do that. We can save everyone. Just get me this glowing green rock or glowing red rock.
Exactly. Like this is a mess right here.
I am finally actually back. God damn.
Let's go.
Oh, we're talking about your favorite Venom iteration, Comic Collection.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the best one.
The best one, yeah.
But yeah, did you hear what we were talking about? How they try to combine classic ideas with their newer ideas, and they don't really understand how it's incongruent in execution.
It sucks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's basically where we left off.
Absolute trash.
Pete, talk to me.
Shit.
Almost there. Hang on.
Why are they? This is again. Why does he show like almost every interaction?
Emotional moment.
Yeah.
No, it's every emotional This is like he laughed at me when I said this, but I still stand by it. I feel like this is just emotional manipulation.
I mean,
like I really do. It's just, oh, look at the sad moment. Don't you like this story, guys? There's a cry moment right there. It's so pathetic.
Well, it's exactly what Jack was talking about with Joker 2. It's just he talks about themes and messages, but doesn't talk about why it resonates with what we see.
It's the last Jedi thing. You put a whole bunch of my themes and my messages, and even though this is how we win, not fighting what we hate, saving what we love, as what you love is being blown up in the background and fucking
yeah, like this scene,
innovation.
Like this scene right here doesn't emotionally resonate for me because I think it sucks.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense for people who actually play the game. It almost feels as if this is made for people who didn't play the game and are just experiencing it for the first time here with Colin's video.
Cry moments.
This scene feels as someone who's like, man, I really want a Spider-Man game where just a whole bunch of people are sad and then it ends really triumphantly.
Like, does Colin even address the problems?
No.
With how Kraven even got him? Like, no, he doesn't. He like hand waves it. It's really disrespectful.
It shows Spider-Man getting stabbed by a normal guy. Doesn't explain why he got stabbed by a normal guy.
Oh, this is an interesting point here. Firstly, Skid's putting out the cry moments as usual. But Rift says, I think it would have been better if Venom's Heal the World was purge the world of evil, hence going on a killing spree, could have challenged Peter/Miles to no-kill rule and developed all three. That would be more interesting. That would fit much better.
Yeah, that's pretty much Venom's character. Yeah.
But that story's too mature for Insomniac to tell.
Damn.
Because that requires people to die horribly.
Hang on.
Like, stuff like this, it's like, you're showing every action here. Why?
It also doesn't work superficially. I know Peter's not dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know Peter. We know Spider-Man isn't gonna die in the Spider-Man game.
Yeah, we know the character we play as isn't dying this soon in the story. That's so dumb. The only person who probably thought Peter was actually gonna die, the only person that genuinely would have thought Peter actually died here is like Synthetic Man, because he was like, "You're gonna replace it with a black one. It's gonna be Miles for the rest of the game. I hate you, Insomniac." But any well-adjusted person, no. Peter dies. That's so goofy. He's turning into High Tops Films. Listen to him.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm paused.
Especially if you're familiar with the comics, like he hasn't even gotten the symbiote yet. So,
Especially because you know they're gonna have a black suit and then the Venom thing. That's why they have the symbiote. It was literally teased for the game. So like, obviously he's not gonna fucking die.
I see the joke in chat, so I'm just thinking it's not about saving a billion strangers. It's about saving what we love.
Literally.
Peter dies. So go back quickly.
Peter
there's a moment
dies.
He played all of that just to say Peter dies.
Yo, Peter dies.
That's so insane.
This is peak storytelling.
Well,
right
he
here.
needs the video to be an hour long so that, you know, most people won't bother to respond to it, bro.
Moment during the Coney Island mission where Peter is not able to
Thank God
save
we're
people, at
showerless
least
enough
not
to do
on
it.
his own. And all he's able to do is say,
I'm sorry.
Pause. Like, this is what pisses me off. This is in defense of the story, and he's ignoring the big problem here. Like, I'm not even saying agree with it. At least address it. How the fuck is Peter struggling to lift that fucking roller coaster?
Why does
Like,
he use the iron arms?
He doesn't need the iron arms. Like, that should weigh nothing to him. He's
even if he
fucking
did-
slow
if
down
he-
a crane in the first game.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
This is not heavy to him. This would be like picking up a toy car.
Yeah, pretty much.
there's a moment during the Coney Island mission where Peter is not able to save people, at least not on his own. And all he's able to do is say,
I'm sorry.
Sorry? What are you apologizing?
They've cut Peter Parker.
No,
They've
He's
cut
right.
Spider-Man.
Lucas is
I
right.
agree with Lucas. What are you sorry for? Lift her up. This is not heavy.
Lucas is
Also,
right.
not
if
heavy
someone
for
wants
you.
to say before anyone says, "Oh, his web," don't you hear that noise? It's his webs training, motherfucker. His webs can hold down people that have fucking superpowers.
His webs
and,
stopped
like,
a massive
throw
crane
cars
from
and
falling.
shit.
It can
They
lift
can hold up
train
cranes
rails.
on the sides of buildings. I don't want to fucking hear about that. His webs can't lift a fucking roller coaster.
Yeah.
this is where we get more foreshadowing of the thing that the Black Suit arc brings to light. The
Foreheading.
pent-up darkness within Peter. And now when Peter...
What pent up darkness is that? Oh, I can't save an innocent person. That's dark.
How
what
is
are you
that
talking
dark?
about?
The pent-up
His
darkness.
pent up darkness is such pussy shit. It's just I'm upset that I'm not the best Spider-Man ever, and
I'm upset that I'm not
That's
perfect.
but that's not
Pent-up
darkness. Darkness would be like, well, okay, I'll give a good example in Spectacular. Darkness is Eddie Brock just being blatantly bad faith to Peter and being a complete asshat and not understanding to any capacity. That's setting up darkness. Not this.
I think he means angst, not darkness. That
Yeah,
makes
I
more
would
sense.
set up darkness is. It's definitely not what, like, it's what I would say if I was trying to sound like super fucking dope and edgy or whatever, but like it absolutely does not fit. It's pent up. It's definitely, yeah. Angst is a good word for it, because it's just my pent up darkness of not being able to literally do everything. It's like, motherfucker, that's not darkness. Darkness is like negative. It's typically like a negative trait, selfishness,
Anger.
lust, wrath, sloth, like any of the seven deadly sins as they're commonly called. Not I selfishly want to save more people.
Skid says, what about the defense that he's weaker due to his burdens and trauma from losing May? That's headcanon as far as I'm concerned. They don't say that.
they don't develop that or explore that meaningfully in the game. They don't even talk about it. If they have like scenes of
Spider-Man 2 scene.
If they
where,
just
like,
at
they
least
actually
tell
explain
you through the game, just something like, hey, Peter's just not performing like he should be, that was something, the game never really says that. So, like, all that we're here to just we're just sitting here just thinking, I guess it could be true, but we don't even know. And even if it is, it just wasn't explored well. Either way, it still sucks.
Also, he learns that his best friend is sick, and he doesn't get depowered in the first game when he has 14 broken bones. So.
But also another thing, I feel like if the story's trying to go for, he's trying to be Spider-Man more often and all that, and it's hurting personal life. Shouldn't he be better at it, not worse?
True.
Now everyone knows you get worse the more experience you have.
Yeah, like, why is he getting worse when he's like way more often being Spider-Man than he should be? Like, if that's the story they're telling it poorly, because it doesn't even seem like he's being Spider-Man too much, because he's willing to give it up for Emily May Foundation or whatever.
Well,
it's just
exactly.
weird. I don't understand what they're doing.
Colin himself said earlier that he's pushing himself way too hard to be Spider-Man. If he's pushing himself so hard, how is he getting weaker?
Peter dies, all he can do in his final moments once again is apologize one final time to MJ.
Sorry. You just saw this. Why are you playing it again?
Why are you... So you you played the whole clip unedited, and then you tell us what happened in the unedited clip.
And then you play the clip again.
Oh my god.
Because, see, he does this. I understand why he does this. See, his viewers are like 5, so they need to be reminded of things constantly. It's what I said earlier. His viewers are too stupid to like put 2 and 2 together, so it needs to be like repeated over and over again so it sinks into their brains.
Well, I'm still waiting for what's so good about this. He's just saying things are happening.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Guys, Peter went through shit, so that means automatically good story.
Cry moments.
And all Luke Skywalker could do in his final moments as he sacrificed himself to save what's left of the Resistance was look out into the sunsets like he look at the twin suns like he did all those years ago on Tatooine.
Dude, it parallels something. That's good writing.
It parallels. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Yeah, it parallels some. It calls back to the first movie, so that means it's good because it understands that's a part of the comic.
Last Jedi is the best Star Wars movie. I've been convinced.
Yeah.
Dude, Luke is a great character in the movie. Like, he went through shit, guys. He had an arc, and he went through shit, and he learned a lesson. So that means that's a good character arc because it technically exists.
Dude,
that's praise, guys.
Dude, Arthur regrets his actions in the previous Joker movie. Don't ask why he regrets his decisions now.
Listen, the people were getting hurt. That's why.
Gaming Rift, is that the Batman 2004 show reference?
Huh. Interesting.
Oh no, or is she talking about Matt Reeves, the Batman?
The Batman, but that's clearly not the case.
Because both are good.
We'll have to see.
You know what? I am agreeing with Colin. Joker Fat-a-Doo is a good movie because Arthur does go through something, and he does have. So that means it's good. That's the level of like critical thinking he gives you if he tries to convince you something's good. It's just they go through something, and this is what they
how
go
do you
through.
prove something
Let's
is
ignore
good?
the
It's easy to
mechanics.
prove that something is bad. Necromorph. So let's take those 2 statements. If it's easy to prove that something is bad, but you can't prove that it's bad, what is the option that you are left with? Huh?
Literally, yeah.
Huh?
Come on, Necromorph.
If I can't prove it's bad, it must be one.
Use that skull of yours, okay? Use that skull of yours.
There's something that your heart is pumping oxygen to. Can use it.
What is he sorry for? I don't even understand. What are you sorry for?
But the symbiote is what saves him, and that's the start of the addiction.
So that literally he played all of that just to say that.
That was too.
Wait, SK, you
minutes
don't
of
understand. He gets taken over by the symbiote. Boom. That's the start of the addiction. This is a high top video. This is a fucking high top video with worse editing.
Well,
This is a high top video with worse editing.
Dude, at least Heightsup has had more to say in his praises for something. Like, have you seen his video on the Wolverine from 2013? I think that's a pretty good video of his.
I think you should do a praise on X-Men Origins Wolverine. That's the best Wolverine movie.
Oh, Definitely. Someone said, "Oh, thank you for the 5 pizza time. I feel this would have been better if the villains died because Peter failed to save them in front of Craven instead of them dying off screen. That could actually be interesting too, because he's someone that really cares about giving them a second chance."
For him to be evil because bad people got killed, that's just weird.
Who are all the villains?
I'm gonna turn bad because bad people died. It's like, what the fuck? I don't
Who are all the
understand.
villains that died off screen again? Like Vulture died off screen.
Think of any villain that you like in Spider-Man history that isn't the big 3. They're probably dead.
Electro was somehow killed by Craven and his men. Somehow.
I don't fucking know. Because Craven, this is something that's weird that's established. So Craven clearly likes to fight them like one-on-one, right? Like he's big into that. How the fuck did Craven 1v1 Electro and like not die? What did he hit him with?
He used we know how he beat him. We know how he beat him. He used rubber gloves. I'm not joking. That's how he beat him.
Wait, no, another good
what the fuck?
Wait, another thing we're bringing up is that at the start of the game, they wanted to hunt Sandman. What the fuck was Craven going to do to Sandman?
Die.
He would have
To be
died.
fair, he wanted to die, but
that is what he wants.
Yeah.
Well, if it's another thing, do you know what this game has? Colin hasn't mentioned this, but you know what this game has? Screwball missions.
Skid said his Batman doesn't kill videos way better than Colin's. I agree with that as well.
It's like, you know who's not in this game that would actually be really dope to fight Craven? Taskmaster.
True.
That would have been interesting, yeah.
Ain't it crazy how he was in the first game set up, just fucking disappears? Shows up on Craven's little fucking iPad in the thing that they gave you, and like the little scene that they give you in the forest. It's not in the game. Not even mentioned.
It was in the trailers and shit. It's like
exactly.
He's coming. He's out there. He's out there, and he's just not in the game.
And he's not in the game. You know who was in the game? Fucking Screwball. Because that's what people really fucking wanted. More Screwball missions.
Fucking live streams. Fucking current day New York shit.
Yeah, who the fuck wanted more Screwball missions over Taskmaster? It would have been so fucking dope if they were like Taskmaster missions you solved. Make them part of the story. Fuck it. Instead of the stupid Sandman crystals. You do the Taskmaster missions, and it turns out that you can never get like the top score because the top score is always like Craven is the one that has the top score for that, or like one of Craven's men has the top score for that Taskmaster fucking challenge or whatever it is. And then like one of the boss fights is like you make it a 3v where you fight Taskmaster who's fighting Craven who's fighting you.
Yours remind me of all the shitty side quest missions of mini games nobody likes and
that they brought back for
Wait, you don't like riding bikes or shooting bees, bro? Those are like the best missions ever.
I don't like solving those shitty little like element puzzles either.
Bro, what about Finding Grandpa? Do you like Finding Grandpa where you literally just use a metal detector and do nothing else?
I like it about as much as doing chores for like school projects.
Dude, I love chores in my Spider-Man game. You know what we should do for Spider-Man for side missions? Instead of finding his, colorful, fun rogues gallery or solving like crazy crimes, we should have him do pedestrian shit because he's a friendly neighborhood.
Help an old lady across the street.
That's our excuse for making boring missions. Guys, it's charming. It's charming that we're lazy.
Someone says, Evan... Go on.
Not only boring missions, but less missions.
Yeah.
Evan Falarka's video does an actual better job at explaining Insomniac's version of Venom than this, which is funny since
he doesn't.
Seems to parrot a lot of his points, but with less pizzazz. I've seen parts of Evan Falarka's video. It doesn't seem to say much about...
Video's awful.
Yeah, I don't think it did much to really defend Venom. So I don't know. I just didn't care for it.
Rift.
The Screwball worked for the 1/10 by streaming their crimes for them.
I was like, Rift, real quick regarding Electro. All of Peter's suits are like basically insulated against electricity because he's fought Electro so many times and he has experience fighting Electro. And even then, one of the big reasons why he was able to beat Electro and Vulture at the same time is because they are incapable of working together and they kept fucking each other over. So it like. I highly doubt Craven has the level of experience required to be able to beat Electro on his first try with a pair of rubber fucking gloves.
Well, I guess the argument would be Craven would have had some rubber suit to take him.
Yeah,
out.
he would have rubber. He dressed up
had
like
rubber
a human
gloves.
condom.
They show you what he used to kill him. It was rubber gloves.
Oh, okay.
So they should have confirmed that he was only wearing gloves. I see.
Okay.
They confirmed that they're stupid.
It's this. Okay, you know the gloves rubber gloves you get while collecting the backpacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's literally verbatim the same model because they were that lazy.
Damn.
They just ported that and put it into. They just put it
and increased its size.
Yeah, they put it in the desk where like they confirm Electro's dead. That's all they literally. That's the effort they put to explain why some of our favorite villains are killed. That's the effort Insomniac gave us. It's so wild.
That's definitely a lot to chew on.
Yeah, but SK.
This universe is so boring now. We don't get any of the fucking cool Spider-Man
Someone said Electro not holding back would fry Craven like Colin might have to do at McDonald's.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but SK, I want to say this real
Necromorph,
quick.
I want to kill you. You're not telling me Craven is more agile than Electro.
Hang on, what are you saying, Jack?
Yeah, it would be in character for Screwball to stream the crimes of the 1/10th Intelligence Gang because in the first episode, if you remember, like they were streaming themselves robbing Harry.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Welcome to the 1/10th Intelligence. Of course, he had a rubber. Of course, he had a rubber. Never want to go on unprotected. W Craven.
So weird. If by like, why would he put his enemy in such a disadvantage? Like, I don't understand that. That's so weird to me.
Well, like the idea is he wants to get killed by someone worthy, so you know.
And yet for some reason he gives himself like every advantage possible against the villains he goes against.
I guess, well, to be fair, like, there has to be something he has to give himself. Like, he wants a fighting chance at least. I think that's what they're going for.
True.
But the problem is that he just genuinely
But then he
does not
frees
have a fighting chance.
but then he frees Sandman, who has no fighting chance against. So, like...
I think maybe, like, crystallization. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, but how's he gonna do that when Sandman's, like, the size of a city? Miles can do it because of his, like, Venom Blast powers. Craven doesn't have anything similar.
Maybe he has, like, a gun for it or something. I don't know.
That he just never uses in the game.
I don't even want to defend it from this perspective, because they're just way too lazy to develop it in the first place. It's still underdeveloped.
There we go. Well, here's the thing. The fighting chance is fine. The problem is he gets such an advantage that it's not a fighting chance for the enemy. Like, how is Electro supposed to meaningfully fight Craven if he can't even use his main ability against him? Like, is Craven stupid? Does he, like, think, like, Electro was a super badass martial artist without his powers? It's like, no. He's an electric dude. If you can't allow him to use that, it's not a fair fight anyways. And if you know this, as you should, because Craven's studying these guys, like, let's say he's, like, studying Electro. If he, like, goes and studies him, he's gonna be like, okay, he's a dog shit fighter. He doesn't know hand-to-hand. He just shoots electricity, and that's his whole thing. So, obviously, I would lose if I don't, like, you know, counter his electricity, and if I do that, then he can't really win. So why bother fighting him? Why is he worthy?
Riff brings up a point. If rubber gloves can fuck up Electro, why does Peter struggle so much against him? Because rubber's not vibrating.
Exactly, that's pretty funny. Why is he showing this?
The next mission we go in.
He's showing this to show it the addiction.
Whoa, he said this feels so good.
This is where the addiction begins. Dramatic effect!
To a big dinner Craven is hosting, and we get 3 moments that I really like. One where the suit helps Peter
he skipped so much already. He skipped how he even is able to find this shit, which is because Craven signs his work on his knives.
Well, hey, it makes sense because the 1/10th Intelligence streams their crimes, and that other show that Colin thinks is good.
Well, this is why I feel like his video is so disingenuous, because during this, he was in our group, right? He was in our sphere, where we talk about these things. So he knows about these problems. He does it. He's stepping this. And really fucking dishonest. That's why I say his video comes off really manipulative, because he just kind of like hand waves or just ignores the problems that like people have with the game.
It kind of feels like we just skipped the entire first act. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, at least
even though there's a lot of content in there. Is he even gonna comment on the fucking villains like at all? Because that people are pissed. It's one of the reasons I'm assuming a lot.
Well, something I tried to do in my video on Across the Spider-Verse was to specifically address big points of criticism, because I know what the criticism is, and I'd like to address it when talking about why I think it's strong, and talk about, whether or not this is a weakness or a strength of the movie. With here, he just kind of, sidesteps around it.
Yeah, at least like people could say about the movie. There's like a level ignoring it. He's intentionally ignoring it to like his moron fans that it's good. That's what I don't like.
Yeah, that's why my Joker too.
Rift brings up another point. It's like the addiction is another example of the symbiote behaving inconsistently, because it doesn't affect Harry at all. Harry has no addiction to the symbiote. He needs it because he's dying, but he never mentions like being addicted to it, and he's not addicted to it after he's willing to give it away to save Peter. So obviously the addiction isn't that fucking strong.
Also, he literally complains. He has to get like talked down by Miles's mom to save Miles. He's like, I don't want to save him. Why can't he look after himself? It's like, okay, you're clearly not addicted to it.
Well, they just don't even define exactly what the symbiote's want to, and they only tell you after it's off of him.
I think
that's what's weird. They tell you they tell you what the symbiote is doing to Peter after it's not on him anymore. Remember? It's like, oh, he wants to kill the villains and shit. That's only fully explained to us when it's not on him. So it's such a strange decision, because it's like, I don't care anymore because the stakes of the symbiote taking him over is gone. It's null and void. I know it's not getting on him again. It's like, even when you see it like coming back on him and like, Mr. Negative goes into his mind, I don't buy it. I don't buy he's gonna be Black Suit Spider-Man again. I'm like, okay, obviously Mr. Negative is just gonna fucking take it off.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's just stupid. The story's whack. But yeah, Colin's just really fucking dishonest. Just keeps ignoring like people's problems with the game, even though this is supposed to be a defense video. It's literally thumbs in defense of Spider-Man 2, I believe, right?
It's in the thumbnail, yeah.
Yeah. It's wild. It's like if I make an Arkham Knight defense video for the story and I ignore people's problems with the Joker virus, Batmobile, Arkham Knight reveal, I just sidestep all that shit. I just don't give it any attention. It just comes off really stupid. It's like, what the fuck is the point of defending this if you're not actually going to defend the criticisms?
Yeah, a plot summary is not defending criticisms.
Yeah, and just throwing ideas too.
Yeah, saying stuff happens isn't convincing us, because I don't give a shit. The stuff that happens is bad. That's our point.
I've heard nothing but just he showed a Synthetic Man's clip for like 5 seconds, and it's just been cutscenes of the game and explaining what's happening in those cutscenes, and then the cutscene again. It's been 10 minutes and he said nothing.
Yeah,
it's weird because I think most people who critically talk about this game understand the arc they're trying to give Peter. So like explaining it isn't useful at all. Our problems is how they execute it.
Based. Skids just said the Peter Quill defense is greater than the Spider-Man 2 defense.
Yeah, but
literally,
the comic legend. At some point in this video, like Colin says that this is the best iteration of the Black Suit.
No.
Spectacular.
And I mean, as someone who read that storyline, I'm just like, this is all just a watered down version of that. So how can you say it's better?
Yeah.
The comic one is easily the best, but if we're talking about media or like the suit turning Peter's toxic or evil kind of plot, I'd say Spectacular did that part the best.
Yeah. I would say Spectacular in the 90s did it best. I think Spectacular was given the
90s. What kind of 90s glaze is this, bro? That's wild.
Well, I was saying that the Spectacular Spider-Man had proper pacing and presentation for these ideas. So that's what it gives it the edge over the 90s one. Overall.
Also, the symbiote's more of a character.
Yes, that's a good point too. High CHD says, well, the symbiote did evolve over the course of the game, so maybe one could say its parasitic traits like the addiction was amplified over time as well. So the problem is that the symbiote, they don't establish how the addiction was increased over time. In fact, we've shown the opposite, because right when he has to go up to Miles, which is where he's been having the symbiote on for the longest, he, again, is just like, oh, why can't anyone look after themselves? Like, he's clearly not addicted to it. So, it's...
Well, I want to say...
It
it's
doesn't
like,
even... It doesn't, like,
is
the
it,
whole
is it even
addiction
established that the symbiote changes, like, when it transfers hosts? Because I don't think that's a thing that's, like, established. Is it?
Here's the thing. Like, Harry is using
Because, like,
the
if you
suit
think
more
about
and
it...
more,
If you
and
think
is
about it,
enjoying
in...
it.
Yeah, he's enjoying it because he's getting to be a hero.
Yeah,
right?
but there's no
and he's
addiction.
having fun with it. Yeah, there's no addiction involved. And because he was dying, obviously, so he's enjoying life. But like, for example, in Spectacular, it's established the symbiote did retain all of its memories that it had with Peter, and all of Peter's memories too. And that's why it was able to show Eddie like everything that happened. So like that's kind of an establishment that yes, the symbiote does retain things from the previous hosts. This one doesn't have that, like, at all.
Well,
like he just kind of gives it to Peter, and then Peter just has it, right? It's not like Peter gained anything new from Harry. It's not like he gained like any of Harry's memories or feelings or anything like that. It just kind of fucking went over to him.
BK says it's probably the worst addiction allegory I've ever seen. It's up there for one of the worst, because like if we
I think it's downright harmful, especially with the
anti-venom thing. Yeah,
for addiction.
The
only way to fix your addiction is if you have the buzz just without the consequences. Is so insane.
Yeah, that's not a good
message. You can fix your addiction by just having a cure. You just cure your addiction. You just poke a needle, just whoop.
It's the same thing as No Way Home. Just you're a good person now because of a fucking magic cure. It's the same thing.
Yeah, the nuance died miserably.
Yeah, I think Jack was making a point.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, he becomes anti-venom and it doesn't even matter because Miles is the one that beats him anyway.
True.
I know, it's hilarious.
I want to add on to the addiction thing, right? I don't think they've actually shown, like, because the thing is about addiction allegories is that I feel like you need to have the character, like, you need to show the character using it as a coping mechanism. I don't know when they've actually shown that in the story. Whereas, I'm going to use Raimi's Spider-Man 3 for this because, you know, even they did this better. In Spider-Man 3, they show him turning to the black suit, but they actually show, like, an active choice. Because the first time he uses it against Sandman, he's thinking of using his red suit, but then he's like, I'm gonna use the black one, and then, you know, grabs it. Like, we actually see the temptations there. I don't think we ever shown, like, temptations in this story. But now, another example I can pull from that movie, because obviously that's early on, is when he's literally, like, seething, just staring at the wall. It's a whole meme, right, that he does that. So he's mad about what happened with Harry. So his response to that is to go to the black suit and go after him. That's showing us the addiction. What does this game do to show us the addiction? I don't understand. He's not showing it in his video, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Side.
Oh my god.
2 when he saves someone and says this.
A true hunter adapts.
So hunters were nuts.
Wait, how is this addiction? That he has advantages like disguises or saving people?
Whoa, the symbiote's useful. He must be addicted. What a great argument.
Yeah, that's not a good showing of addiction. Oh, it does more things. Yeah. It's like, oh, the anti-ox suit did more things for him. So is that an addiction? It's like, what? No, that's not a good.
In order for an addiction allegory to be good, you need to show a negative consequence of that person relying on the thing to function or to do things that they should be able to do normally, right?
Yeah, when Peter's over reliant on the tech he uses for his suit, is that an addiction? Like, I just don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
there has to be a
examples.
negative consequence to it, and there
Yeah.
really isn't.
They kind of did shoot themselves in the foot with the spider arms, because it's like, if like the story is supposed to be about like, having this kind of addiction because of power and all that to like help you become a better Spider-Man, he's gonna do that even if he doesn't have a symbiote, because he keeps using like nanotech and shit.
Yeah,
he still has to rely on other shit.
And also, it's the
again,
idea that obviously he's gonna do whatever he can to be a better Spider-Man because it helps him save more people, and that's what he should be doing. He should be doing anything he can to be a better Spider-Man. It just so happens that this specific thing turns him evil for some fucking reason that I don't know.
And again, like all this is retroactively like rendered useless when he gets the anti-venom suit, because that's just literally the black symbiote, but it's just not black.
None of the consequences.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, what do we learn?
Just find a
here?
black symbiote.
Yeah, it's like you have to show that there's negative consequences, but the negative consequences they give for him using the symbiote are completely manufactured for the sake of drama, because Harry didn't experience any of these negative consequences that are happening to Peter for some reason.
Yeah, it comes across.
So in order they
inauthentic.
had to make the symbiote inconsistent to have their addiction allegory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In other words, it's don't become addicted to this symbiote. Become addicted to the other symbiote.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally, get addicted to the one that
don't
isn't
smoke,
evil,
guys. Guys. This is why Colin loves it. Is because don't smoke, guys. That's bad. Vape instead. That's way better for your health.
Quite literally, yeah.
Can't believe the suit listened to me. I wish
That's
my
not an
suit had a
addiction.
neural interface like this. I could work with Harry, do the hero gig.
That's not showing addiction.
You're already doing all of this. You're doing all of this
Man, take
already.
Yeah.
Vacation all at once.
He immediately starts to take a liking to the suit because he feels as though it makes him better, and physically
It does make him better.
That's not an addiction.
It also, it's not because he feels it makes him better. It factually, provably, objectively does make him better. You can't deny that it makes him. It certainly doesn't make him worse. It literally makes him better.
I mean, the story like portrays it poorly, but it is like it is supposed to make him better, even if like he doesn't look like it because he still sucks ass like in fights.
There are negative consequences through him using the suit. He's pushing the people closest to him away. He's more hostile. Emotions are overtaking his decision making. He almost kills a few times too. Okay, but again, that's not a product of his addiction. That's a product of the symbiote changing his morals, and that's like, we've talked about this earlier.
Which is
so...
inconsistent with how the symbiote operated with Harry. So like,
not
even if you want to argue, there are bad consequences to the suit. Yeah, those consequences are shit because you made him up on the spot because the symbiote didn't do this before, but all of a sudden it's doing it now.
I mean, Venom turns Harry into an evil bad guy, so we can tell that the suit does alter you. So we can't tell if that's even him or not. And the game doesn't put in a good job to like tell you if it's Peter's fault for acting that way or the suit. It just doesn't explain.
I only wanted to save everyone. MJ, May, but also he's pushing the people closest to him away. Like, how
but
does
also
that
the
make
symbiote
sense?
wants to infect everybody, which would require him to have close contact with other people.
Yeah.
Parker brings up a good comment. By the way, Peter needs the anti-venom suit to defeat Venom. When Miles said, "You're better than just a suit." Yeah. Well, what happened
That's
to that?
wild. Yeah.
Thank
Ew,
you.
the Necromorph made a good point. Stop. Oh, what is?
Heartbreaking.
Well, that's the thing. Even the story itself, like every character and stuff, all agrees that it's the suit's fault and the suit's doing this.
Thank you for the 2 Peach Time. He says, the Iron Arm should have replaced Anti-Venom. I mean, yeah, I guess like as an
Yeah,
upgrade,
because that's
like,
a product of Peter's intelligence.
Yeah,
Also,
that would have been good.
if-
you don't
yeah, if
have
they
the
did
iron
that-
arms for the beginning, and then you get the symbiote suit, and then after you get it off, you get the iron arms.
True.
Yeah, that would actually make me like the arms better, because at least it would be like a story significance, and it would feel like a character arc thing, so I'd be more alright being forced to use them in gameplay, because I would be like, okay, but at least like they earned it by like, writing. If they did it well, right?
True, that's better.
Like, I'd be more comfortable with it. The problem is in the game, it's lazy. It spawns in the middle of the game, just out of nowhere. Just, oh, Sandman, Iron Arms.
Well, the symbiote didn't want Harry at first. Yeah, it
doesn't matter.
Well, it wanted Peter, seemingly because it helps it take over the world, I guess. That's the only thing I can really infer about it.
Yeah, but like it didn't
Peter's
know.
powerful.
It literally did nothing. The symbiote itself did nothing to latch onto Peter. It only latched onto Peter because Peter was nerfed and ended up getting like stabbed and almost died with Craven. Otherwise, what was the symbiote's plan? To just stick to Harry for fucking ever until Peter almost died, and then hoped Harry would be nearby so that he could give him the symbiote before he died?
Why can't you just leave?
Why can't it just leave Harry and go to Peter then if the problem is that it didn't want Peter? Or why can't you just use Harry to take over the world? Why does it have to be Peter? Just grab the rock. All you need is the rock, isn't it?
The argument would be, well, Harry's dying.
Especially that Harry should have easier access to the meteorite, and actually Harry would know where it is.
What if
exactly, Harry would know where it is. Have easier, but it doesn't matter if Harry's. It doesn't matter if he's dying.
Yeah, that's what I was getting.
What do you mean?
At.
Yeah,
no,
like Peter was dying.
When someone tries to say like it's because Harry's dying, it's like, well, Peter was dying, so it's like, isn't the whole point that you can heal the person?
Well, it's like the definition of a symbiotic relationship is literally give and take for both sides. You keep me alive, I keep you alive would be the thing with Harry and the symbiote, which would literally mean it is actually meant for someone like Harry if it is literally a symbiote.
Also, it literally it benefits from Harry because Peter can afford. Harry is technically a better host because Peter can afford to get rid of it and fucking kill the symbiote. Harry needs it to survive. Harry won't abandon the symbiote, so it'd be easier to have Harry take the meteorite than use Peter for it. And you can't even argue that it wants Peter as its host because when it's infected with Peter, it doesn't try to get him to take the fucking rock like it should.
Also, if it wanted.
Also, in the end of the game, Venom was gonna try and kill Peter. In the end of it, like Harry said, it'll kill you, it'll kill all of you, or something like that.
Yeah. But also just like, if it wants the most powerful hosts, why not just go to Craven, who actually killed Spider-Man?
Yeah, isn't Craven super powered with his like AIDS juice or whatever he takes?
Yeah. Lucas was right about Insomniac. He was a hero. We just couldn't see it.
Well, why doesn't the symbiote latch onto any, like, villain? Like, what about Tombstone? Like, you know, Harry goes to save Tombstone. What if it just got on Tombstone? Now it literally has a host that has unbreakable skin.
Because Tombstone has inconsistent morals, that's why.
Oh, yeah, he's reformed off screen. You're right.
Yeah, they reformed him
Yeah.
off. No, they gave him a magic
drug
cure
dealer
from Stark
murderer.
Industries. They gave him a magic cure, so he's a good person now.
Literally off screen, they redeemed Tuco Salamanca with unbreakable skin. That's what they did.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, look at that.
Not defending the game, but it stated But it stated the symbiote was weaker due to Connors and Norman treating it, and only gets stronger after bonding with Peter and getting the meteor.
Why does bonding with Peter make it stronger?
No,
exactly?
that's not true.
And once again,
Harry uses it, and it's powerful. That's not true.
Well, also, even if you want to say the reason, I guess this, I don't know what this would be defending. I would assume it would be defending the fact that it doesn't make Harry evil, I guess. But even if you want to argue that, it makes sense that it doesn't make Harry evil, the symbiote is still an inconsistent character because when it regains its strength and bonds with Peter, do you know what's the one thing it doesn't fucking do? Fulfill its main motivation of getting the fucking rock.
Yeah. So that, again, none of this really works.
So, like, even if you want to explain away it doesn't make Harry evil because it's weaker, the symbiote is still an inconsistent character, I guess, question mark, because its motivations are all over the fucking place. And it has multiple opportunities to fulfill it, and it just fucking doesn't.
Thank you for the 20, Michael.
Continue the...
Yeah, we'll read this real quick. Thank you for the 20. In terms of writing, would it have been better written if Peter takes the symbiote off frequently in the story and it was affecting him health-wise, and he uses it to feel better while changing his attitude and actions? That's an interesting point. I do think it could improve the story, at least, because there's more control of the user rather than the symbiote itself, and a lot of the problems stem from the symbiote having so much control in the situation. Yeah.
Symbiote's disingenuous. Alright, let's continue. Let's see what
he
else
is better.
to say.
I mean, look at this guy.
That's gameplay.
That brother's floating.
Oh my
God.
god.
It's funny that he's like, it does make it better. Look at this in gameplay. It's like, okay, what about 100% canon cutscenes? Does he do anything that makes him seem better? It's like, no. He still just takes it. He's supposed to. Shit.
Well, he gets nerfed in the black suit, so it's hard to take this seriously.
Oh, and by the way, even mechanically, like the symbiote isn't like more powerful than the arms. They're just equal. They're just like utility that works differently.
Yeah.
Like the symbiote doesn't one-shot anybody
looks
or anything
cooler.
like that.
But it looks cooler, so therefore it's better.
Therefore
But it looks cooler.
Dude, I would argue some of the spider arm abilities are just better. Like the one where, you know, the triangle one where he like does like the big like screw attack thingy. Like that can take out way more enemies than the shit he just showed right there. It's like, you know, mechanically speaking. Because even in gameplay, the symbiote isn't like meaningfully special. It's just more abilities. It is no different than evolved abilities Miles gets, essentially. It's just more abilities, guys.
It's more. It's more.
More, but more is better. More is always better.
I mean, Web of Shadows isn't perfect.
Yeah, exactly. And like, you can't even argue temptation. He's just someone. Just a guy just said to me, said, Spider-Man 2 slander, but it's Colin, so I can't even get mad. That's funny. What's up, PJ? What's up, PJ? Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What? Oh. Why does it do that all the time? Where it's like randomly does that and it just poof. Alright, give me a moment. Alright, we good?
SK still's terrible at setting up streams to this day.
You're lucky, by the way. Everyone in chat, I'm hoping we're live again. SK did not realize this fact the stream crashed, and if it wasn't for me, he would have just kept going. The stream crashed.
Okay, well it's fixed now. It's fixed now.
Crime against humanity.
Yeah, thankfully
chat,
we.
tell us,
Yeah, go on.
Chat, tell us what you missed. What was the last thing you heard?
Yeah, what was the
Oh, they
last
can't. Yeah, SK, we can't hear everyone else, only you. Well, to be fair, I think it's delayed, so maybe we'll wait a bit. I think it's delayed, so we'll wait a bit.
Yeah, on my end, I can see the sound, right? So I know it's working now.
I can see the sound.
I can see
you can see sound?
If I
you can
see
it, if I see it,
there's gonna be a physical confrontation.
I didn't know you could see sound. If I'm being honest, I thought that was an audible
sound
thing.
waves, you know, sound levels.
So you can't see the sound. You can see.
I see the
something
character
measuring
writing
the sound
of Spider-Man 2. I see it.
Right.
I see the themes.
Yeah, I can hear us. Yeah.
You see the suit's amplification of Peter's anger take control for a second.
Whoa! That's so original and cool. I've never seen that before.
Wait, that's not anger. What? He just blocked the shot. That's not anger.
Nah, let it continue.
This is supposed to be
like
the
throws
anger?
him out, and he's like
okay.
mean and shit. But look. You shot an arrow at me.
Why is the
I'm sorry.
Craven dude?
Why is the
giving
hunter surrendering? Yeah. Why is he pussing out? This is like, I'm pretty sure this is him being character assassinated. Because the hunters, none of the other hunters behave like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're supposed to be like cultists that will just like give their lives for Craven, but this guy just becomes a pussy. It's like, okay. But like,
isn't that crazy? So
I want to
this-
bring up
once again-
what really caused him to get that mad there. Someone shot an arrow at him. It's like, what?
Well, it's supposed to be
He
the
gets shot
suit.
at every
This is
day.
what I want to. This is what I want to bring
Literally.
up. Yet again, we are putting the suit is making Peter evil at the expense of making our writing consistent.
Of
Because
basic logic.
Once again, the suit is not supposed to make him evil. It didn't make Harry evil. That hunter was not supposed to be giving up. That's not how the hunters behave in the game. We are making the surrounding world around Peter inconsistent so we can have these moments of him being irrationally angry or the suit being evil for the theme. We are sacrificing the consistency of our world for the theme.
If you want to make Peter in this game angry, just do shit that would like make sense for him to get angry. Like just put him in situations that remind him of Aunt May's death or something. Like why can't you just do that?
This doesn't work because look at what he says after. He says that wasn't me, so it's not even him being angry. It was just an accident.
It wasn't it literally wasn't him being angry. It was the suit did that.
Suit, yeah,
that's
the
not
suit just did that for no reason.
Against him.
Not anger. What?
So that's still, if anything, this doesn't even show Peter being angry or the suit making Peter angry. This shows the suit being evil.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is just the suit doing this outside of Peter's decision making.
Yeah. What are we talking about?
You should ice that.
See, look, he's not angry at all.
That's not anger. Oh my god.
God, this is so shit.
Part of how brutal Peter is with the suit on. Borderline almost killing.
That wasn't Peter.
So
that was
brutal.
The suit acting on its own.
Pause. He's so brutal. He did something that we do in gameplay just commonly, like throwing enemies is brutal now. Like we haven't done this before.
No, wait, he does way more brutal.
Wait, you want to talk about brutal? Before the symbiote got on him, he threw fireworks at fucking Craven Hunters, remember? Remember that shit?
True. Oh, that's
he
true.
threw fireworks at them.
Once again, this isn't Peter being more brutal. This is literally the suit behaving on its own. This is not it's not even an example of the suit affecting Peter. It's just the suit being fucking evil. PJ. And it's not even necessarily the suit being evil, it's just the suit being overprotective. Right? Yeah, because obviously the symbiote doesn't have our sense of morality that thinks killing and surrendering your opponent is bad. The symbiote saw it as a threat and eliminated it. I mean, you could argue, I guess, yeah, that's technically immoral by conventional human standards, but I wouldn't outright say that's evil, not by
Cardo, stop. You're making the symbiote too interesting. We gotta stop.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
Fuck.
I apologize.
That's too interesting.
PJ said the story would have been 10 times better if the symbiote was just a normal suit and Peter just acting like an asshole on his own.
Yeah, there were times in the previous
movie
where he was more brutal, right? During his fight with Doc Ock.
Yeah,
he literally bruises up Doc Ock and shit.
He was more angry there than he is with this guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what would actually be impactful for this if you kept the other villains alive and we see how the black suit Spider-Man handles them. Imagine just vultures implemented in the game. Imagine if they have Vulture or something and we just see Spider-Man you do a boss fight with them and then symbiote Spider-Man just tears his wings off and shit and makes him crash land on the floor or something. Even though he's a dude
I was gonna say, or you could just have
cool.
this scene, make it so it's not a hunter and it's just a regular thug that just shot a bullet at him. Make it so Peter doesn't say it wasn't me, but he just kind of when he swings out and looks at the guy, he doesn't even say anything. He just leaves. Doesn't even bother rubbing him up. Just leaves.
If you're gonna swing at me, come on, swing at me, because I got files on top of files to swing back at you.
Literally.
Thank you for the 10, Michael. Story idea. Symbiote spores are still in him before getting anti-venom. Once obtained, it helps his addiction, while he doesn't keep his abilities of venom and uses the spider arms to make his arms relevant. Let's see. So the spores are still in him, and it helps his addiction.
I still don't think that would be good for the allegory because it's just you just instantly magic cure for your addiction.
Or you could do this for anti-venom, and this would be smart. Make it that, let's say he gets anti-venom if you really want that, and instead of he can shoot tendrils, he's not as powerful as the black suit, and it doesn't even increase his power. He doesn't get more powerful wearing it. It
heals him better.
Well, it helps him with the symbiote that's in him, but it also can just melt symbiotes he touches, so it's only useful against other symbiotes. So instead of empowering him, he just has the ability to make other people stop being addicted to it.
Anti-venom in the name. Just that.
Damn,
Yeah,
that's
he can't,
crazy.
He can't shoot tendrils. He's not stronger than he was before. Nothing like that. It's literally just like some literal fucking suit that just has an ability to like hurt other symbiotes, and that is all it can do. Like that would be kind of interesting.
Yeah.
That
And
would
I'll
literally
touch-
be anti-venom, like by name.
More on how the story touches upon a lot, like about the themes of like Peter not killing, why he doesn't do it, and how he thinks about it. But just like with Harry when he starts going crazy on Craven for stabbing Peter, I don't think it's just the symbiote. It's the anger that the host has, whether it be pent up or brought up.
No.
Okay,
He
but the
goes
story
crazy on-
That was a
doesn't.
conscious
But the
decision
story.
from Harry.
But
That
the
was
story
not
doesn't
only-
write or develop this at all. Even
Okay.
if true, it doesn't do anything with it.
Plus,
so why should I
he's
be
framing,
invested?
see, he's framing this as Harry going crazy on Peter because he got fucking stabbed. It's like, yeah, Peter would also have. Peter literally went crazy right here before getting stabbed because he saw Craven hit MJ, and he doesn't have any
What does the symbiote
symbiote.
have to do with this at all? If
The symbiote
anyone
has
sees their
nothing to
best
do
friend
with this.
murdered by some psychopath, you're gonna get fucking mad and want to kick
Yeah,
the shit
a
out of them.
symbiote has nothing to do with this. Is not the symbiote making Harry go crazy. The symbiote is completely irrelevant to this. We just saw Peter have the exact same reaction, and he doesn't have a symbiote. The symbiote is not a factor here.
Yeah.
Well, what he's trying to say is like it's not the symbiote, it's the host who gets mad, and it's like fine for the scene with Harry, and sure you could interpret this. Like at this point, could you like think this is the case? Possibly. The problem is, by writing standards, this still isn't good because they don't develop this. They don't even make you think this could be the case. The story doesn't give you enough to chew on. Like if there's some kind of conversation or some kind of scene where it's very like it's like, oh shit, maybe this is Peter and not the suit. You know what they should have just done so that we can make this like, let's say you want this ambiguous thing. Is it the suit or Peter? And we make that ambiguous. Like, what would be an interesting way of showing that is to make Peter angry before he has the suit, but he never was in Act 1. Maybe if he just lost his cool and, like, you know, went overly brutal before the suit, and then when he gets the suit, it's harder to tell if it's him or not. That's an interesting, like, way to take it. They don't do that. As far as we know, Peter's a nice guy, and then he gets the suit, then he's mad and evil. So it's like, it's
And as far as you know, Harry's just a nice guy the whole time, except for this one moment where it's completely understandable he would be mad because the other nice guy who doesn't have the symbiote behaved in the exact same way when he saw MJ get hit.
Another weird thing is like the whole, oh, this is the first time the symbiote understood anger is when Harry was angry here. When it's like, okay, so the symbiote was abducted and like tortured and experimented on by Norman Osborn and Dr. Connors and whatever, right? It was an abused animal. I think it learned anger like really quickly before that.
It's literally, I'm sorry.
At Dr. Connors at the beginning. It was already aggressive.
I'm sorry, you're not convincing me that the symbiote only learned anger now when its goal is to conquer the fucking world, my guy.
Yeah, and
it's
that's
world
another thing.
domination. It's
has a
literally
hive mind,
evil
so-
by nature, apparently.
It also has a hive mind, so why is Harry not feeling those negative feelings from the symbiote too?
True.
Oh yeah, because
Also-
the symbiote's gotta have a
Also,
hive.
this is an important message for writing in general. You can have your interpretations, but you also have to look at the writing, and you have to separate that a little bit. Just because you interpret this stuff with the suit, right, doesn't mean it's well written in the story or that it's even in the story. If you can't prove it without a shadow of a doubt that at least the writing like somewhat supports this, like at all and properly to the audience, then it's still not good. At most, what you're thinking is more interesting than what it's actually achieving.
Right.
And that's fine, but like don't use that as an actual defense. That's what's annoying. It's like you can you can have like tons of different interpretations about like how certain things are written or whatever. Like for example, in the first game, I have an interpretation that Otto was never really a good man. It was just an act, right? He's just trying to like make himself seem good because he more so just cares about his ego and his relevance and all that. And I can use things in the story to somewhat prove that. But like I'm not gonna, if someone goes like, I don't know, Doc Ock like just randomly turned evil in the story, I'm not gonna say that. All I'm gonna say is just the shit that the story tells me, like flat out.
I mean, I think it's
like,
really
you know,
good.
the more shit
storytelling.
he's dealing with, the more spiteful he's getting. the neural
The
interface is
arms.
affecting his mind. Yep.
Well,
like,
like,
I would say
the
that.
lab.
I wouldn't go, well, based on my interpretation, he was always bad, guys.
Well,
like, that's stupid.
If we look at the lab, right? Because the lab, I think, does a really good job showing the storytelling. They show these minor revisions over time, and obviously we see the final product at the post-game, for the post-game elements. And I think, you know, they do a good job showing that this was clearly an idea that he had, you know, this whole time, and it truly manifested as more stuff started to happen.
Yeah.
Also, the
And you
decision making
mentioned the
that
audio
Otto
logs.
made, the decision making that Otto has in the story, like you can tell that at least before the neural interface, he was slowly getting to becoming Doc Ock anyways. Like when he says perhaps the City Hall bombing was necessary to tell a message, or like there's like a very subtle one. There's a very subtle scene where, like, you know, he takes off the inhibitor chip for the arms or whatever, right? But then the moment he sees Osborn, he, on his own volition, does make the decision to
Turns
put
it back on.
into his head. Yeah, it's like he did choose to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like a lot of other scenes where he talks like spitefully about shit, like Osborn, his situation, blah blah blah. Like they give you enough that you can at least interpret it was bad before the arms.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's ambiguous enough that like we don't know for sure if the arms did or did not fully turn him into Doc Ock. Like, for all we know, the arms were never made. He's still a spiteful piece of shit, but he doesn't turn into a supervillain, right?
Yeah.
But then it's like, why the fuck is he working for the Raft? Why the fuck is he,
that
you know, researching these villains? That's kind of suspicious. That's before the arms, right? It's like working for the Raft, and as we see, that's just to break them out. Was that always his plan?
Okay, but have you?
I'm pretty sure Peter straight up says that when he looks at the board. It's like, was he always planning this, or was it because of the arms?
Okay.
Yeah, like Doc Ock, he makes you think, and the problem is Venom doesn't make you think because there's nothing really to chew on. It's like, oh, is Peter mean or is it the symbiote? It's like, I don't know. It seems like it's just the symbiote. It's only presenting that it's the suit's fault, and every character is telling me this.
Well, the symbiote makes you think, but then when you think about it, you realize, well, but it can't be this because that's inconsistent with what was in the first act. But that's inconsistent with what happens in the third act.
Right. It's just
like it's
Spider-Man
it's
PS4
all over the
really
place.
has a scene, and like this is like an ambiguous thing where you know when Peter's poisoned, he's talking to Doc Ock. Like we will never know for sure if Doc Ock was talking to him actually, because you know he knows Peter's phone number and he knows Peter's Spider-Man. We don't know if he called him and he's just Peter's just so delusional from the poison that like he's not sure of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't know if Doc Ock called him and actually talked to him or not, right? And like he does say in those Scorpion visions that like, you know, the arms merely just amplified what was already there. Like I was always like this and it's your fault or whatever. And that's like interesting because like a lot of that is like, does Otto really feel this way about Peter? Is that like Otto admitting he was actually Doc Ock before the, you know, the neural interface affected his mind, right? Like, is that actually him confessing to this or not? We will never know because the poison, like, you know, is making Peter delusional. We don't know if that was really Doc Ock or not. And that's really interesting. It makes you think.
Okay,
that's like how you can do interpretation while also having enough to chew on. You don't have that with Venom. I just don't fucking know. It's like, okay, so the symbiote isn't the thing. It's just merely amplifying Peter's rage. It's like, where? Why? What rage did he have before the symbiote? It's like, we don't know anything. They don't give you anything to chew on. There's no debate. It's just, okay, the story makes it that when he has the suit, he's bad, and when he didn't have the suit, he does nothing bad. So, as far as I know, there's nothing there.
Yeah. Like, there's genuinely
Also,
nothing
when
you
Harry
can, like,
has the suit,
extrapolate.
he also does nothing bad.
It's so boring to talk about when it's like, when we talk about that side of the symbiote, because there's nothing to talk about. The only interesting discussion with the suit that we have in this universe is just why it didn't work.
Well, have you considered that Otto would have been saved and fixed if MCU Spider-Man made a magic cure and just jabbed him with it?
No, you know what I like about in PS4? He breaks the neural interface, he takes it off, Doc Ock's still a piece of shit.
Yep, exactly.
And it's ambiguous if that's just the damage was already done with the neural interface, or it's just Otto was always bad, and this is the reveal.
I think his experiences, from his perspective, it's like there's no turning back from this. That's what he saw as like the point of no return. So I don't think he wants there to be a way back. It's like it's done. What's done is done. He knows that he can't have what he had before. So why would he care? Why would he change?
People are getting hurt.
People are getting hurt, so he changes. Yeah.
Well, that's why Mr. Negative changed, bro. The people were getting hurt.
Brought up in the moment that the symbiote amplifies and learns from, and I'll get more into that during the Venom part of the video. The lizard part of this story is when Peter really starts.
So he just like, okay, he's
to lose
over
himself.
that. He's moving on.
Though, and
Glossed
even
over that
regresses as a
Craven,
character
was
from what
beating
he
him up
grew
in the
from
black
in the
suit.
first game, and he starts pushing people away in his life, like MJ and
Then, okay, pushing people away, but he wants to save everyone. You pick one.
Why didn't Harry push people away? Harry actually became more social, right? Because he like started hanging out more with Peter and like saving people and wanted to be a hero and like help more people and hang out with Peter and MJ or whatever.
Well, it's like this isn't my problem with this. Is just like the direction is so weird. We already had the story of Peter pushing people away in the first game, so why are we doing this again? It just kind of seems like, yeah, we're just treading the same ground.
Yeah.
Like this is the same ground. He pushed MJ away and didn't trust her to do almost anything that's like not on the computer in the first game. We already had that. He was learning to have more faith in his friends because like with like Miles, where he's like teaching him how to fight or whatever. Like we already had this story. That was the first game. Like why are we doing this again?
Why would he have the temptation to push people away? Why? Why would he change?
Peter already learned the lesson that there's like a value of like, you know, letting people in and letting people help him sometimes. He already learned this. Can we like have something
If you
new?
want to argue it's the suit, this is counterproductive to the suit's goal of infecting everybody. Because just fucking go grab the rock. Just go. Just do it.
You don't
Why
even
not?
have to tell him why. You just you're like, hey, this
Just
rock
say, hey,
can
you
help.
gotta go grab this rock. This rock belongs to me. They stole it from me. It'll help me save people more.
They stole
Like,
it from
if
me,
I'm saying
dog.
Anything.
Yeah, wouldn't he want to be closer to his allies so the symbiote would have more opportunities to infect his allies?
Exactly.
Correct.
It's literally counterintuitive.
Miles would be a useful asset. You know, imagine infecting him.
Yeah, because he has his Venom Shock powers.
Yeah, that would like actually evolve them, arguably. Because remember, they adapt powers. So, yeah, I guess the symbiote doesn't care for evolution. That's okay.
Miles for making Peter lose track of the lizard with this alley-oop plan.
What are you guys doing? Trying to take out that gunship! I can't get close enough! I can. I'm one of them, remember? Bro, that's it! Pete! Alley-oop on 3! One, 2,
Dude, why is he showing this whole thing?
3!
We know what this is.
Thank you for, again, he's showing like every second of this.
We know what happened.
Yeah.
I will say I do like that detail. Like he just kind of drops the civilian on the floor disrespectfully like that. I think that's neat.
But I thought he wanted to save everyone.
He can still be a dick about it. Like, what are you talking about?
He got away from us.
I thought he wanted to save everyone. Did he not save him, SK?
I saved the
Piece of shit. You're being disingenuous.
Let's
This
go,
is
man,
bad
before he
faith
gets
towards
too
the
far.
worst
No.
Spider-Man game, bro.
Just seeing one cutscene from this game again, and damn, this was not great, corny as fuck, yeah.
He's mine.
You
He's
sure?
mine.
He's got big teeth.
This line is so stupid.
do I.
Hey, any luck at Connor's house?
No, but tracking him right now.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Meaning something.
Miles was off his game. We almost had Lizard.
I'm sure he was just trying to help.
Sometimes it's just easier to do things myself.
Hey, that's not fair, Pete. We're a team.
Yeah, why would the symbiote want him to think this? I thought this was the whole point was, again, infect everyone.
Also, it's just so suspicious that he's like so different immediately, like here. for like why is what MJ and Miles would just immediately go, why are you acting like this? That's weird.
Yeah, remember in Spectacular where it was a gradual change over the course of like multiple episodes before finally it implanted the thought of like, I don't need anyone, not even Aunt May.
In episode 1 he's like he's normal. Episode 2 he's like mostly normal still, actually. Like I think at most he gets a little bit annoyed quicker, but it's like it's hard to notice. And then in like the third episode, he only gets shitty. And people think it's just because Aunt May's in the hospital, so you understand why nobody like is suspicious. Yeah, only Flash Thompson picks up on this. Everyone else is like, it makes sense. Like his aunt is in critical condition or whatever, and there's like humongous hospital bills and stressful life right now. So like it's harder for people to just tell.
And also, it's interesting, right? Because we bring up Spectacular. The only time he really goes arguably, he starts to go arguably crazy, is after he does the thing where he takes over, the symbiote takes over his body at night. And I think that's kind of like the symbiote testing him, seeing what he'd be comfortable with. Basically, it's just like, oh, I just wish I could wake up and the villains are gone. And it literally does that. So it's kind of testing what he is okay with or not. And that it learns from that, It's actually testing the host to extrapolate information. But that's not what we have in this game.
Well, what I like Spectacular is that the suit, doesn't turn him into an evil McBad guy. The suit just does things it thinks will help Peter's life improve. Like when Peter's like, yeah, I want the villains gone. I don't even want to deal with them. I want them gone when I wake up, kind of idea. It's like the symbiote does that for him. Or it's like when Peter needs money, the symbiote's like, okay, the only fastest way to get money is this.
Exactly. This is
it just doesn't really care for Peter. It doesn't care for Peter. It doesn't care for Peter's morals or ethics or anything, but it's trying to help him. It's not
even necessarily evil. It's just amoral. It only becomes evil when Peter tries to kill it.
It's just self-serving.
Yeah, it senses its host's anxiety and tries to quell it any way it can.
Right.
Yeah, even the Uncle Ben stuff, the world took you away from us and all that. It's trying to manipulate Peter, but at the same time, in a way, it is trying to get Peter to understand that the world is a harsh and shitty place because it's the more cynical side of things.
Mm-hmm.
That's what symbiote's lashing onto to try and stay with them. And even before Peter rejects it and takes it off, it literally says that we just want to be with you, help you, and all that shit. So it's there's a level of sympathy you can give it in the show. I don't feel bad for the symbiote because it's just an asshole in this game. It's just shitty and it does nothing but bad things.
Yeah.
Team.
We just really need Connors right now. For Harry.
And he's trying to do everything
himself. Most symbiote stories, to be honest, is most of them they just don't make you feel anything for the suit. The suit's just a piece of shit, and it's good, it died. Yeah. Good riddance.
And it doesn't make any sense for it to be a piece of shit in this game because doesn't it want to live?
Because it wants the opposite.
Yeah.
Himself, and it's all amplified.
Boring.
By the symbiote and
things myself.
Hey, that's not fair, Pete. We're a team.
We just really need Connors right now. For Harry.
And he's trying to do everything himself, and it's all amplified by the symbiote and the emotions within Peter.
Oh, you mean the thing in the first game he overcame? That's cool that we're going through this again.
I was gonna say, what are you talking about? He just wants to do things himself, and the symbiote's manifesting that. No, he doesn't want to do things himself. That was the point of the first game. Yeah.
Yeah, he learned why in certain occasions that can be really ineffective, and there's nothing in this game that would make him regress.
Yeah.
Kind of ironic coming from Colin, because I remember he used to bitch about why in Arkham Knight, why is he pushing his allies away when in Origins, he learned to work with people, even though the game justified it, why that regression happened, because Joker killed his son in front of his fucking face. Which is that's a good reason. That I can see why Batman would push his allies away after you just saw your son get tortured and killed in a video screen.
Peter, because of what Craven is doing.
This is just nonsense. It's just, the suit made him this, so we can do the same story we already did in the first game.
There's no innovation here.
Yeah, Peter is essentially just learning the same thing. The only difference is the end result is just he stops being Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Is doing to Connors and the fact that Harry is dying. And while Peter is projecting at Lizard,
you're too weak to get control back, aren't you?
I'm gonna have to punch you out myself! No wonder your family left you! You're not strong enough!
We get dialogue about...
This is cartoonish, I'm sorry. This is really cartoonish.
He's projecting. It's funny because I guess he is projecting, but the problem is like, it's like those insecurities are kind of proven right. Peter isn't strong enough to get control. Like Miles had to punch him out, just like how he did with Connors. It's almost like the symbiote's like,
also, it's like,
manipulation of his insecurity is just kind of right.
Compared to what Peter's saying, compared to what Peter's saying in Spectacular, because like we don't need like any of them, not even. And then like he pauses that on May, way better than this fucking cartoonishly edgy fucking.
This is cartoonishly
not May.
Edgy.
Those were not my thoughts.
It's like the cops in Daredevil Born Again. It's just this feels cartoonish.
Yeah, bro.
Out Harry in the lizard boss fight, where we see those fears of losing someone he loves come up again.
He's dying, Doc! I can't lose him! You're the only one who can help him!
Isn't that fascinating? Pause. Isn't that fascinating? Harry's dying, I can't lose him, and then like later in the game, I don't give a fuck about giving Harry the suit.
I don't care about Miles.
I don't care.
It's so dumb.
It's so weird because it's like they had something going here, like the whole, after Aunt May dies, he doesn't want to experience that again. He doesn't want to lose another person because so many people have died under him being Spider-Man or whatever. And Harry's literally dying, and he feels powerless to stop it. It's like, that's a good idea, but the problem is the game doesn't keep up with it, because then he just stops giving a fuck about Harry's health, and it's weird.
Yeah. It's like, again, it's just completely inconsistent.
It's your help to give it to him!
But after coming into contact with the meteor, and after Dr. Connors brings up destroying the suit...
I'm wearing an alien. We call it a symbiote. It bonds at the subcellular level with its host. In our case, Harry Osborn.
Showing the whole thing
Gave
again.
it to you?
Holy shit.
Not exactly. I was hurt, and it chose you.
No? What? We saw the scene. Harry gave it to him.
No, Harry said like he didn't do that.
Oh, Harry said he didn't do that. Okay.
Yeah, it was just the suit.
It didn't look like he did it.
Yeah, I know. But I want to say it's like all you need to do to make this work is just a slight rewrite, which is just the symbiote convincing Peter with the invasion, because that would secure Harry because he would be saved by being a symbiote minion or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, the storyline in the comics, it's like a Dan Slott story, one of his only good ones. It's Nobody Dies or whatever, where it's like Peter makes a vow that no one dies ever again. And this is after another tragic loss of someone he cared about gets killed by a supervillain. Why don't we, wouldn't it be more interesting if you just make it that the black suit is just increasing Peter's obsession with keeping the ones he loves alive, and then you can literally do the invasion? That's the thing. Just make Peter Venom, because then it works. Because then, his worries and insecurities about his loved ones, or just innocent people dying in general, gets to him to the point where he goes extreme and he becomes Venom. And don't make Venom kill people. Venom doesn't murder, innocent people, whatever. Make it so that Venom's just trying to turn people into symbiotes. That's all he does. No one dies under Venom. There you go. That would have been cool.
The gaming group says Peter does have a line of dialogue after this fight saying, "I get the suit, I can save people better, and Norman is bound to find another cure anyway, so everyone wins." The problem with that is, a couple problems actually. First of all, the other cure should be another symbiote, which he should know is going to be made, and the symbiote for some reason just doesn't tell him that. But two, I still think the overall point is that he's not afraid of Harry dying, because Norman isn't guaranteed to find a cure. He's been trying for years, and he's failed.
And this is the perfect, once again,
Peter should be still trying himself.
If
Norman doesn't fuck
Peter's
up.
like, oh, Harry, Norman's gonna find another cure. The symbiote could be like, yo, but I can give you a cure right now. Just get me the rock.
which would help
Yeah,
convince him,
exactly.
you know, I'm the solution, right?
And once again, it's just like, if his insecurity is that people he loves are gonna die, he shouldn't just feel like the symbiote shouldn't be able to feel like, oh yeah, Norman could do it. It's very likely. It's like, would be like, no, that's very unlikely.
No, we
like I was
can do
unlikely
it.
that Aunt May survive. It's very unlikely that Aunt May will survive Devil's Breath kind of idea. It's like, Aunt May could have been cured, but she isn't. So maybe I should try harder this time.
Right.
Not just hope Norman fixes it.
Yeah, that line is like contradictory to the ideas being presented in that scene we just talked about during the fight.
Which means it's more dangerous than I could have imagined. We need to call Oscorp. We need to destroy it.
Destroy us?
Ooh. Wait, just watch. He's gonna be all scary.
You said it chose me, Doc. It makes me a better Spider-Man.
The symbiote begins to take over more control, to the point where it almost hurts MJ for hurting them. And this is also where we start to see the
I thought
symbiote.
Peter cared about the innocent one. Well, here's the thing. Remember, the suit.
You mean getting him out of cardiac arrest? Like what?
Well, like,
doing what the suit should be doing and saving his life.
Well, here's the thing. So, the whole thing with the suit is it takes from the host. Like, that's the idea. Someone like Colin and like fucking Belarka keep saying. It's like, the suit isn't evil. It's just taking traits from the host. So shouldn't it just have the innate trait to protect Mary Jane?
True.
Shouldn't it just have, like, both Harry and Peter care for MJ? So like, that already is a problem. Shouldn't it just have an innate trait not to hurt people that Peter cares about and like prioritize them at least like to a very high degree?
What do you think Peter's gonna do when he finds out you killed her?
Yeah, exactly.
Just,
I mean, that's
again,
probably
this is what
that's,
I mean
that's
by,
like the reason. That's the reason Peter gets out of the suit. Remember, because like,
yeah, this is
Miles knows you almost killed MJ.
This is cartoonishly evil. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Symbiote's fear for its life. But I have heard people say that they think MJ has plot armor in this scene. I don't think it's that, because I do think during this scene, Peter's subconscious was holding the symbiote
Where's
back
that in the fucking game?
Peter's subconscious was holding.
You see how he's just writing for the game?
This is.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's just writing for the fucking. That's stupid. And also, sorry, care if Peter's holding back. If the symbiote put even a modicum of effort to kill her, she would still die. She's a normal human, and this is like some superhuman alien with tendrils.
Yeah, you're not escaping it. No.
All it needs to do is shoot webs at her, and she's tied up and can't move. Then she can't even run away.
So what you're
One
saying?
smack from the symbiote should have knocked her out.
So what you're saying, Liam, is that MJ has a better chance of escaping the black suit than Shocker does.
I guess so. Well, this is
tell
just
MJ
such
to-
cope. It's literally you just wrote that in. That's not in the game. The game does the game that didn't even give you a hint that it's holding back. The only argument that I've ever heard is, the MJ run line, but the symbiote, literally Venom says run, Tony Todd says run, and the reason why is because it's sport. It's like an animal with sport. It's like run, so I can hunt you. That's why the symbiote says that. And it has evil frowny face and shit. It's run.
So
yeah, if you want to argue
Peter.
that it was Peter's subconsciousness, then they should have just used Yuri Lowenfall's regular voice saying "run," not the symbioteized version.
Yeah, the symbiote said it.
MJ to run, and I don't know why the symbiote would really do that if it wanted to hurt or kill MJ. The symbiote has latched. Seen Peter's subconscious was holding the symbiote back as he did tell MJ to run, and I don't know why
that was the
would
symbiote
really do that if it wanted to hurt.
Oh, so
Colin,
he's
do you not
contrived. Wait.
understand?
He's made up. He's made up the fact Peter's holding it back to justify the symbiote saying it run, because he doesn't understand why the symbiote would say run.
Because he's an idiot. He's genuinely a fucking moron.
Because he's stupid.
Are you this fucking stupid? Colin, do you not understand what sadistic supervillains just do in general? Let alone animals. Fucking predators do this in the real world. Like,
because
most
because when the prey
animals.
runs, it gets tired out, and when it's tired out, it can't fight back.
Yeah, exactly. It's also fucking fun. Like they're like
It is fun.
like when you see
This is
predators
Vegas' entire
chasing like
motivation.
prey. The reason why predators chase prey like that isn't because like it wants to kill it as fast as possible. No, it has fun. It's an activity.
Has he never seen the
movie?
movie Predator? There's reason the Predator doesn't just kill all of them immediately.
No,
Yeah,
you don't even
exactly.
need to use that. Just like point to Craven in the story. Like it's that same idea.
Yeah.
Isn't like Jaguars? I think it's like Jaguars that are literally like that, right? Like they will purposely not run at full speed and like force the prey to be tired before it kills the prey. Like it will not instantly attack it. Like there's little animals like that will do that. That's all it's doing. It's getting MJ to run so it can chase her like sport.
Exactly.
That's why MJ's so terrified when it said that, because that's scary as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, continue.
Hurt or kill MJ? The symbiote has latched onto Peter's fears of losing people, so much that it makes Peter push everyone away due to thinking they can't handle themselves and would only make...
No, that's not
He's repeating
true.
himself? It sounds like he already said this.
Yeah,
He did.
Also, that's not true. He literally complains when he has to save someone. Like he doesn't want to. You should get
Also,
people
he's
on.
not really doing anything to get MJ to
on
stop
board.
putting herself into danger by pushing her away.
Make this job harder.
If anything, she's gonna put herself into more danger trying to find out what's wrong with him.
Man.
Literally.
Oh my god.
The disingenuous Doc.
MJ, what are you doing?
Why did you write a doc on me? Why are you showing this? Why are you showing this?
Hey, buddy. How you feeling?
Telling us basic shit we already know. Whoa, Peter's pushing people away because he's asshole symbiote man. Whoa!
You could just explain this entire scene in a few seconds and it'd be over by now.
Well, it's weird. He already did. He's just doing this to make it longer.
Literally just say
wanna
the suit
why?
is gonna
Wanna
replicate.
why? Wanna why? Because Colin doesn't really have anything to say about this game's story. He has nothing interesting to actually say. He just explains what happens.
Yeah.
And why it's happening, and then he thinks that means good writing.
Pete. What do you remember about last night?
I hate the dialogue
Just
so much in
remember
this
feeling
game.
tired.
Pete. You're not yourself. That suit is changing you.
This suit is the only reason I'm still alive.
Yeah, it's pretty great, isn't it?
Why don't you pop some more pills and say what you're really feeling?
Hey, don't.
I'm busting my ass out there trying to save you.
Whoa, he said a swear word.
I said don't.
That's crazy.
I saw your story.
Guys, he said ass.
I tried to tell you about
It's like when he said, "Fix this damn door."
Yeah, but
This is another thing I really hate about the game. It's just that how every character interacts with each other. It's just
It's
very
robotic.
stale, like corporate speak. So that even when you get someone like Peter, just like in this scene, just getting vocal, that's supposed to be unhinged, inauthentic. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I would rather be watching fucking season 1 of CW.
Peter, you are not like this. I am like this. I am the suit. Peter, you are wrong.
I am the storm
I am
that is
the only one who
approaching.
can do this.
You know what we.
No, Peter, I am the suit.
You know what a good example of character dialogue is? Just watch all of Daredevil season 3. Well, watch all of Daredevil, but especially Daredevil season 3.
SK.
Yeah.
I'm gonna describe a character real quick. Guess which one I'm talking about. I want to do some good. I want to do some good.
Good man. Nice.
All right, hang on. How about I say this? I am very dorky. I want to do some good. I'm a very polite, well-spoken individual, and I am a known superhero, and I'm known to be a wisecracker. Who am I in the Spider-Man 2 game?
I mean, there's so many
Miles.
characters that could be described that. You have Peter wanting to do good, Harry wanting to do good, Miles wanting to do good, Mary Jane wanting to do good, Yuri wanting to do good. Like, all these characters, like, their motivations are all the same. It just makes it boring.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, yeah, we don't even delve into why they want to do good anymore. Like, Uncle Ben, like, thankfully in the first game, we know it's Uncle Ben for Spider-Man, right? So I get why Peter wants to do it.
Harry wants to do good because his mom, I guess.
My mom,
right?
I guess.
Well, like
MJ.
Well, it's so homogenized. They even have the same motivation. The Jesus figure in my life died, so I want to do good because they died. It is the
Miles
same
has the
thing.
same motivation. Miles has the same motivation because his dad died.
Well,
Jefferson Davis was a hero. Uncle Ben was a hero. Emily Osborne was a hero. It's the same shit.
Genuinely, how do you have 4 characters that all have the exact same motivation, bro?
Dog shit, right?
What are we doing here?
Well, yeah, that is a good point. That is an interesting point about the dialogue, because a lot of this feels like it's like if you take dialogue out of context, it'll feel like it's just some generic character. You can't really extrapolate who's talking based on the dialogue. So, you know, it helps make the characters more individualized when you try to write the dialogue in a style that fits a certain character, rather than trying to move the plot forward.
You know what 4 characters want to save people but have different motivations? The cast of Flash Season 1. Barry wants to save people because that's what his mom would have wanted him to do, and it'll help him potentially solve the mystery of his mom's death. Caitlin wants to help because her fiance died in the explosion, so she wants there to at least be some good that came out of it, and because she was partly responsible for it. Cisco feels partly responsible for the explosion, and so he wants to make up for it. And Wells created the explosion because he wants to get back home because he's the Reverse Flash. All of them want to do the same thing to save people.
Well,
look at Daredevil. There's Ben Urich, who has like,
well, hang on.
He has like
I want to take a line out of context. Tell me who's talking. It means that I'm not the Samaritan, that I'm not the priest or the Levite. I'm the ill intent who set upon the traveler on a road that he should not have been on. Who's talking?
Kingpin.
Yep. All right, let me get another one.
Because there's memorable dialogue in that fucking story.
Correct. Okay, this one.
Well, I'm gonna do a hard one for Arkham right now. It's like, literally just, please tell me about blank. I had to wash blood off the costume. The last person I talked to. Who did I just like? Who said that? Which Bat Family member said that?
Say it again, because I was reading another line.
Please tell me about blank. I had to wash the blood out of the last guy who wouldn't talk.
I think that's Robin.
No, that's Batman.
Oh, that's Batman?
Why would Robin talk about washing blood off of himself? Robin's terrible at interrogating.
Well, like that sounded like a quip in how you delivered it. So
you don't pay attention to the Arkham series.
Wow, you don't remember.
Robin's bad at interrogating. Did you not fucking play the Panessa Studios level? He's literally not good at interrogating, and Batman had to take it over. It's like, Robin, I'm not talking to you, Boy Scout. Then Batman just steps on him, and he's like, please talk. My partner here isn't as nice, or some shit like that.
Damn. What about this? Who's talking here? You can suffocate evil, starve it, lock it behind bars, but it will find a way to come back even stronger. There's only one true way to truly end evil. To finish it for good. Who's talking?
I'm thinking. That sounds like Matt.
Yeah, that's Matt. I remember White Light mentioned this. It sounds like they're talking like their boss is in that room. It's a good point.
Yeah, it does. It's really mechanical and really boring.
Batnick said, Colin said the reason he left the scenes in his video is because he didn't want people to say he was taking things out of context, and leaving in minute-long scenes would prevent that. Take that as you will. So that how I would take that is just like, so you can still cut like the empty space in between. So
just show the thing that you literally said and not the whole scene.
Yeah, just talk over this, like show the scene, but talk over it, like with the dialogue. While
also, you wouldn't. Also, like, even if someone says you're taking out of context, if you're literally not, how are they going to prove that you're taking out of context?
Yeah.
Anyway, tell the person who's wrong to eat shit. It's that.
Yeah, just tell them to prove it.
Yeah, prove it or goodbye.
I can't lose this job.
Your job is to write the truth.
I did.
The truth is,
That's so fucking condescending.
I'm the hero here, not you.
I did. I know an alien's taking you over, but time to be snarky. Fucking terrible character.
As usual, looks like I gotta do it myself.
Peter, you can do better than her.
Now,
what is wrong with you?
You would think now would be the time where like MJ would tell Harry that like the suit almost killed me, right?
Yeah, she would have said that. Well, she didn't say
I feel like now would be.
Yeah, it's so weird that she doesn't bring that up. Like,
I feel like now would be the time to mention
Lucas
it.
brought up that she never brought this up.
Yeah,
Well,
even
like,
Lucas had a good
Does she bring it? I forget.
Kid.
Does she bring it up to Harry after he leaves?
Well, nothing.
I don't think she does. Does she? Because like after he leaves, does he just is just like this literally a video game? He leaves, they just stop if they freeze in time.
The character.
Like, I'd assume they would. Yeah, I would assume they would keep talking, and then MJ would be like, because how I imagine it going right after he leaves, like it's the suit. They're like the suit almost killed me last night.
Well,
right.
Harry crashes out and kicks her out of the house. So.
Right after
for
he
some
leaves.
reason.
Because reasons.
Right after.
To be
Yeah,
quite
well,
honest, I imagine
if
MJ told Harry, I think she should have told him before. To be quite honest, if they're meeting.
I think you should have told them right now, right? Peter just like acted in a way that like they've never seen before. Now is the time to tell him that it's the suit.
If MJ told Harry that Peter almost killed her, I think Harry would get really mad. It's like, give me the goddamn suit. What are you doing? You're out of control.
Yeah.
Peter, where is Miles? He didn't come home last night, and he's not answering my calls. Hello? I'm at my office. Tell him to come see me. Now.
Why can't anyone take care of themselves? It's up to me.
But I only wanted to save everyone, you know? He wanted to.
Yeah, I don't understand why they just change his attitude.
Nothing.
It's because the symbiote makes you evil, I
Miles
guess.
has been hunting Lee.
I'll find him.
I'm calling the hospital.
I said I'd find him. I've got this under control.
Hello? It's Dr. Connors.
I love how he cuts it. I love how he cuts that, like, because he cuts the Rio standing up to Peter in the black suit thing. I love how he cuts that. That's so wild.
Like where
because
she
that
says,
is like
"Go
such an embarrassing
him."
scene. Yeah, it's so. It just takes away from the fact you're supposed to feel a little intimidated by him now because he's losing control.
Yeah.
So and then like just this random fucking household ass mom can just stand up to him. Like, shut the fuck up, game. We're supposed to be like, oh shit, the black suit's making him out of control. We're supposed to be intimidated right now. We're supposed to be scared of Spider-Man. But they're not doing that because like, why? How can I be scared of a guy? Anyone can just talk back to.
Hispanic woman.
Yeah, he's not even like, don't talk to me like that.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, literally. Like, don't say that shit around me.
Please.
Don't assume shit onto
Come
me.
back to the lab. We need to remove the symbiote.
PJ is scarier than Spider-Man in the black suit.
Yeah, don't assume shit onto me. Don't assume shit, motherfucker.
The hold that it's already taking on your mind, it's only going to get worse.
I'm busy. No one listens.
No one listens.
Not now, MJ. Is
Not now,
Spider-Man
woman.
doing more harm than good? How about now? Now who needs the old Spider-Man?
And the irony is that he's so far in the deep end that he won't even give the symbiote up. The only thing to his knowledge right now that would help make his best friend stop dying and stop his anguish.
Harry left another message.
Pete, I really need that suit back. Dad's working on a new cure, but I don't know. Bring it back.
Kind of wild that this whole time Norman could have used the cargo
Harry
suit.
really needs the suit.
He's not even scared. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's not even a little like
City's a better
uncomfortable.
place. Everyone benefits.
Batnick said, I think characters with similar or the same motivations is fine, but they need defining character traits and how they progress through the story. Matt and Foggy are great examples of this. Yeah, they are.
Everybody wins when Spider-Man's at his best, right? And Norman's a smart guy. I'm sure he'll figure out a different cure for Harry.
And when he walks in on Norman, he can see that Norman is at his wit's end trying to make a cure. And Peter can definitely tell that Norman might not even be able to do it. And I also love this next scene after what Lee just went through with Miles, because it calls back to what Peter was trying to communicate to Lee in the first game, and how his obsession with revenge on Norman won't do anything for him.
What did he go through with Miles? It like literally what happened. What literally happened is Miles just decided not to kill him. And then he's like, wow, Miles is so great. Like, what? It's just so rushed.
You know what? I'll tell you what happened. Right? So what happened is that they were brought into the MCU, and then Peter Parker got on the fabricator and started making cures for them. That is how he was reformed.
That's how all of these guys are reformed, because they don't explain it meaningfully at all. Dude, like, Norman killed his family. That hasn't changed yet, and he's free. Why would he not try and murder Norman right now? Why would he not get the opportunity to avenge his parents? What's stopping him, really? What made him, like, decide that's not worth it?
Not even just kill him, just get any sort of revenge on him.
Yeah.
Literally anything.
It's nothing.
Yeah, like what about Norman's son? Like, if Harry's like sick, like, wouldn't he take advantage of that? Something?
Yeah.
He seems to not give a single fuck about like the Osborns anymore, even though they killed his like mom and dad when he was a boy.
Shadow in Sonic the Hedgehog 3, he doesn't just change because someone Sonic cared about might die or whatever. Like, he still is committed to his mission because that still exists. That hasn't changed. So.
Owe him my life. And much more.
Owe him my life? Like,
if we hurry.
This is a jump.
Oh, and also, like, Martin Lee suffers from DID in the first game, so how do you explain that?
Yeah. Why would he change?
What about Mr. Negative? Like, here's the thing. We all know Martin Lee's not a bad person. It's Mr. Negative that's the bad person. And he talks about that there's the demon inside that takes over and shit.
Why is he
Where is he? Yeah, where's Mr. Negative? Did he die? Did he just give up?
When is Batnick just asked a really good question. When is the last time you guys saw rehabilitation of a villain in a story be actual rehabilitation and not just you're better than this or some arbitrary cure that fixes mental illness/disease?
Let me think.
If you want a good example of that, I'd say Spectacular with Sandman was done really well.
So that's 2008, right? Or sorry, 2009, because that's season 2. So that's 2009.
Wanda from Age of Ultron.
Okay, sure. Well, I don't even know if she's meant to be like outright villainous. Well, yeah, she kind of is. She kind of is at first, yeah.
He was working with Hydra, yeah.
Omni-Man is a good. Well, I haven't finished Invincible, so
yeah, Omni-Man's a good one.
Omni-Man's a great example, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what else.
Just don't say Anissa. Don't say Anissa, SK.
Oh my god. Dude, Lucas's take on Anissa was wild. That was insane.
What was it?
What did he say?
He said that Mark clearly wanted it. Yeah, and his proof of that is because Mark, quote unquote, beat Conquest, therefore he would have been able to stop Anissa. I don't know how, I don't have context for it, but that's what I read with Stir, just seeing Lucas's take on it.
That is the funniest thing I've ever heard Lucas
based on how Stir recounted it. This sounds like one of the stupidest takes ever.
That is wild.
I mean, I know you haven't finished it, SK, but you know the context of Anissa and Mark.
Yeah, I've heard about it. So I just think, well, I mean, this is on brand for Lucas, because remember, Lucas said that Homelander was a hero, and that I can't remember Butcher's wife. He blamed her for what happened. It's like
he's amazing. That's why he's called the Amazing Lucas. This is wild.
We need to call him the Amazing Lucas. I like it a lot, Max. Good, because today is gonna be amazing.
That reminds me. I actually came across people who have dumber or as dumb takes as Colin on Joker 2, but for Invincible.
Oh man.
Yeah, but just to keep your tune in for that.
Gotcha.
Enough. You should be proud of him. He reminds me of you. Osborn.
See?
Hey.
See?
I know. But this is the wrong way, Martin.
And it didn't happen. Notice this too, it didn't happen. He didn't pay. He didn't receive consequences. He's not in jail. So, like, why would he be satisfied?
And stemming right off of this scene is when we get what is literally the best sequence in the entire game, in my opinion.
Oh, okay. Let's see this.
Damn, I'm excited to see this one.
Try and break Peter, and it very well almost worked, because if Miles hadn't shown up, Kraven would be dead. So let's take a break from Peter and talk about Miles and how he connects to the story as well.
But
awesome.
I'm no Peter Parker. Exactly. You're Miles Morales. You're 17 years old and a student at Brooklyn Visions Academy.
Yeah, awesome.
What else? I guess
Guess my character was hideously destroyed by the sequel.
How about with my mom's work in Harlem every now and then? She's Councilwoman Rio Morales. And there is a girl I like who's spectacular and inspiring. And I think is one of the best artists in the city.
Awesome.
And
I'm skipping.
But I learned
Why you played the music so fucking loud?
Wait. He can't say anything about his dad because that's propaganda.
The good I try to do every day
That's true.
is the good my dad planted in me.
Propaganda.
But it's been hard. Even with superpowers, sometimes we can't save the people
What
we
is he
love,
doing now?
no matter how hard we try.
Such an epic
A
montage.
hero's someone who doesn't give up, though.
Most of this is from his own game and not Spider-Man 2. That's crazy.
I can't talk about
Oh
me
no,
without
this is the
talking about Spider-Man.
opening montage that Insomniac.
Sure you can.
He's just
You
playing.
just have
Oh,
to.
Insomniac made this?
Why?
Because this was
Why?
this was the catch up. This is the this is the recap before. Like you have the option to watch that.
Yeah, why don't you just start another draft?
From the beginning of the game, we can see Miles struggling to write his college essay, and we again see that he's putting this off to...
Such an epic tale for Miles. The college essay storyline.
Damn.
Go help with the raft transfer. And when looking at a picture of his dad, he makes
Wow.
an excuse to
Thank you,
himself
Colin.
that he's
I
taking
totally
a break
forgot
from
this.
it.
I don't know, Colin, unlike you, we don't have short-term memory loss. Can you stop just reminding us about
When
the
in
plot that everyone knows at this point? Because this is a very popular superhero brain game that everyone has played. Or watched YouTube
reality,
videos
what
of.
this essay represents is something greater than just Miles going into college. It represents that a piece of Spider-Man is missing, and that's Miles Morales. Miles doesn't know how to write this essay because he doesn't know how to talk about his life without adding in Spider-Man in the mix. Because
Why?
What?
I don't see how this fits his
Sounds like
character
a
at all
loser.
in his first game.
You know what's funny? He seems to have more of a life than Peter does outside of being Spider-Man, because he has, like, a bunch of friends and, like, family that's, like, integral into his life and shit, and he has more interaction with. He has a much more healthy relationship, too, with, like, Peter still ultimately lied to his aunt about who he was and all that shit. Like, Miles doesn't have that. He has, like, more going for him.
Yeah, he's making Miles sound like a loser when the first game he had a social life, like he had dreams and aspirations even before.
He had a best bud. He has a reliable best friend that doesn't turn into a supervillain and shit. So it's like, it's just weird. It's
Yeah.
also the fact that, like,
He's an engineer. Like what?
He has so
can
much to
that.
talk about. He has like this.
He has passion for music, for technology. He's a decently good hacker.
They had a whole dedicated
like
plot in the first game about how he's using like the Uncle Aaron beats to play into his passion for music. Like they have a whole thing for that. Like y'all are so mean to call Colin the Cowardly. Oh man. Well, yeah, this is just like
Cowardly Collins.
It's just nothing here. I don't know.
Because Miles is also struggling with this dual life dilemma. And then after failing to
he's
stop
not.
How?
Where's the struggle?
Struggling with what?
I don't have enough cool shit to talk about in my normal life.
He's not struggling in school. His friends are loyal and care about him, and none of them hate him. He's he's better than Peter at being Spider-Man. What's the struggle?
Yeah, what is it?
Him struggling to write about how epic his personal life is shows he's not struggling with balancing the two. Because if he was struggling balancing the two, he would have conflicts to write about for his essay but he doesn't.
Yeah.
Miles can't write much for his essay because he's such a boring character. He can't think of anything.
Yeah. But Miles' struggle is will my friends and family leave me for not being good enough, despite us?
Even though they just blatantly won't.
That's the exact opposite.
And
his friends, family unambiguously loves and supports him, and the only time we see this question is in hallucinations that aren't real. So, what's compelling about this?
There is nothing compelling about it.
He's insecure about nothing.
This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense with the first game, because the whole point, right, of the ending with him and his mom, right, because he was worried that she would never accept him for who he is. She literally says, "There's nothing you can do that would make me stop loving you." That was a resolution. That was like, that had finality to it, of him getting over the worries that his loved ones won't accept him.
Yeah, but that's okay. We ran out of ideas. We ran out of ideas.
We ran out of
ideas.
And
it was literally set up in that game too. The reason he felt like that was because of what happened with Aaron when he revealed that he was a prowler.
Also,
Insomniac couldn't find enough Spider-Man movies to copy a storyline off of, so they ran out of ideas.
Also, he literally told Gank his identity. If he was really, Genki his identity. If he was really like scared of how people would react, then why would he tell him that?
Yeah, it's really stupid.
Yeah.
Continue.
And
Let's see what else he
he's brought
says.
into a nightmare where we see Miles' fears, doubts, and insecurities. And we get this dialogue as he sees Haley, Genki, and his mom all moving on without him, as he fears for their safety.
Also, I'm sorry, why is he worried that his dad wouldn't be proud of him? When literally that is what, like, in the first Insomniac
Once
game,
again,
he
he's
thinks his dad would be
hand-waving
proud.
what the issue is. He's not defending the problem with Miles' story. He's just saying what he goes through. It's so dumb. Well, he goes through this. Yes, but this is stupid.
Doesn't make sense.
This is dumb.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter how many times you repeat to me what Luke's character arc is in Last Jedi. It doesn't make sense.
Yes, like Cullen's literally pulling a
Vader
mosquito.
2.0.
What have his mother or friends said or done outside the hallucination to make him think this? Nothing.
They've done the exact opposite all the time.
No one hates Miles. Everyone loves this guy. Even his nemesis, Mr. Negative, likes Miles. The only semblance of someone who doesn't like him is like Venom, and that's it.
This literally doesn't work when everybody knows all of his close ones know who he is, like the real him, and they all accept him.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild.
Superheroes. Maybe I'm just a guy who doesn't give up.
But this is inconsistent with Scorpion's tail shit. It doesn't do this.
It's like remember in the last game, if you went into the poison water, you fucking died.
True.
Wait. It's not safe.
Also, once again, like I said before, it's supposed to be ambiguous if the insecurity of other people talking is really Otto or not.
But in this one, it's like unambiguously, obviously the venom or
It's
the
so
poison.
peaceful without Miles. Why would he ever think this? Again, why would he think this? Why is this an insecurity?
He's never given Rio any problem in her
And, like,
life.
I'm sorry, this is just so... Has anybody here actually had the thought in their head that their mom would say, well, but it'll be really peaceful without my child? Like, does anyone here actually have a parent that thinks that? And if they do, that's usually a product of something they've actually said or done.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, if that's the case, it would literally be because, like, ultimately, we're flawed and we give, like, our family, like, you know, problems as well, because, like, you know, we're not perfect either. So it's understandable. The problem is Miles hasn't demonstrated any flaw that he has with his treatment of Rio. Peter makes sense. If he had this without, like, Aunt May going, it's peaceful without Peter, I can understand that, because he probably stresses her the fuck out constantly.
Yeah,
especially that he
disappearing,
lied about
breaking curfew, the lying, the bruises.
And it's different here because Rio knows and accepts it.
Yeah, so, like, that's gone. There's, like, nothing to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you're Spider-Man, I don't have to worry anymore. None of us have to
That would make her worry more, which is like what it should be saying. That's what should be actually said here. It should be said that he's unintentionally stressing her the fuck out, because anytime he's Spider-Man, he could die.
Exactly.
That would be compelling, but they don't do that. My son's out there risking his life, and he's not even an adult yet. He's still a boy.
No, you know what they should be doing? They should be like showing him like, what if he isn't Spider-Man? Like giving him temptations of, oh, I could just be a normal kid, just go to college, just hang out with Haley, start a relationship, stuff like that. But no.
Just something. This is just nothing. Miles goes through nothing in this game, and it's really boring.
Well, no, he technically goes through things, therefore.
I have to find them.
But his friends moving on is only one part of his insecurities, whether he realizes it or not. A YouTuber named Rainy made a really interesting video about this game where he analyzes the story through a psychological lens, and I want to play a clip from—
Oh my god, a psychological lens. I wonder who he mentioned.
that video real quick.
Look, I don't know if Insomniac Games did this on purpose, but this whole
What,
sequence
guys?
is
I don't
straight out
know.
of a Carl Jung textbook. According to—
Oh my god.
I don't care what Carl Jung said. Can we just
This is the fucking... Guys, this is Just Right defending The Last Jedi back on
This
EFAC.
is.
This is
This
the
is.
Just Right shit. This is big idiot
It's
shit.
Water is the commonest symbol for the unconscious. Okay,
Remember-
can you tell me something I don't know? No fucking shit.
Venom represents Karl Marx, so it's smart, I guess.
Yeah, like
Colin will eat up.
I could have told you. I could have told you this. Water is really common for the unconscious. Like, okay, shit. I've watched Demon Slayer: The Mugen Train. What about it?
Colin will glaze any movie that mentions ideas by Carl Jung, but will never pick up a book by Carl Jung. He'll never pick up the Red Book.
According to Jungian symbols,
Isn't this
water
literally
represents the
hold on,
unconscious.
Isn't this literally proving what Jack said when he said he accepts things when it's from an authority figure or a perceived authority
It
figure?
is. Yes, it is.
This is literally an appeal to
He's like the way that he justifies something he likes being good is that he watches these faux like video essays, and instead of like just, you know, treating it as it should be, just a thought piece that you don't 100% take seriously, he like uses it as like some kind of authority figure to like prove that this is good writing. It's like, well, look how smart, intricate this is. It's like, shut up, dude. This is obviously just some guy overthinking it.
Damn.
Carl Jung believed that our mind was composed of conscious and unconscious elements. The conscious
Yeah,
part of
remember
our
Carl
mind-
Jung in Spider-Man 2, guys?
Wait, there's conscious and unconscious elements of a person's mind? I didn't need Carl Jung
Wow,
for that.
that's so
all know
wild.
Unless Carl Jung was the first person to come up with this concept, I truly do not give a shit.
Yeah.
Well,
It
even
contains
so, I
thoughts,
don't give a shit.
feelings, and experiences that we're aware of. The unconscious constitutes the aspects of ourselves that we're unaware of, but still influence our.
Okay,
We
so
know.
here he's just
Yeah, it's almost as if it's in the fucking
It's
name.
just
That's
it's
crazy.
explaining definitions in a dramatic way, and this is where it's so.
He's just telling us concepts we already know, but wording them in a super intellectual or jargonistic way. It's so annoying.
Our behavior and
We are
well-being.
like, here's
You
the
can
thing.
think of our
Pause.
psyche
Pause.
as an
Pause.
iceberg, where the conscious part of our mind is the tip.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
How
there we
deep? How deep?
I need to. I need to say. I want to say this so badly. So the thing is, what bothers me about the unconscious mind or whatever. It's like I think everyone who's even casually watching the story can just absorb the idea that there's something unconscious going on with, like, let's say Peter or Miles in this game, right? Because they literally just can't spoon feed it to you with either the symbiote or these epic vision things, right? And it's like, we don't need the explanation of Carl Jung's theory to understand, oh, so there's something deep within the character in the story. We're not like, we acknowledge that's the case. Well, the problem is what's deep within is stupid and doesn't make sense for these characters. Or it's not executed well. That's what we're talking about. It's inconsistent. Deep within, Peter wants to kill the supervillains because he wants to keep the people he loves safe. So he cares about protecting the people he loves. Symbiote never takes advantage of that, and then he doesn't give a fuck about the people he loves when the symbiote takes him over. It's inconsistent. It's just dumb. So I don't care about the stupid theory shit.
Yeah, and that's why I use The Dark Knight as an example of Carl Jung's ideas being better executed with Joker's philosophy of all it takes is one bad day, and you could say that's a good representation of Carl Jung's idea of the shadow, of your worst ideas or your worst version of yourself manifesting. That's eventually what happens with Two-Face or Harvey Dent becoming Two-Face. But that's an actual arc that's shown in the movie, and whereas in Joker 2 there is no arc. Arthur just regresses back to the character he was before.
Well, no, there's technically, by definition, an arc. Technically. So it's good.
It's just backwards.
Gaming Riff says, hey guys, Spider-Man 2 has good writing because in the 1971 comic book, Peter chose not to eat a hot dog. Therefore, Peter's actions in this game make sense. Colin.
Literally, it's just stupid nonsense. I don't care about that shit.
I
know what I appreciate about something like Arkham Shadow? They actually talk about the Shadow in the story, and they present what it is and all that shit.
They talk about why the Shadow exists.
Yeah, and then all the character arcs are based off of that theory. It's like, ooh, Harvey Dent to Two-Face, or the whatever. It's like the Shadow. That's why. Oh, Dr. Jonathan Crane is some therapist guy, but his shadow is deep down. He's a crazy man named the Scarecrow, and you can tell that he's hiding it when he's the patient. The inmate or whatever he says in the courtroom, right? They actually do something with it, and it makes sense, and it's really good writing. Ooh, Harley Quinn cares about the patients, but her shadow is she's just as chaotic as the Joker. And you can see that if you pay attention. It's whoa, look at that. It's they actually do something with the story, and they make compelling character work out of it with consistent writing, good payoffs, and a deep, structured story and shit. It's not just lazy nonsense like this game, where it's Miles feels insecure about something that he really shouldn't feel insecure about, with no reason why he feels insecure about it, but he's going through something, so that means it's good, guys. It's just rat shit. This is rat shit. I'm sick of it.
The tip of the iceberg and something we can see. Well, the unconscious part is the rest of the iceberg and is largely hidden. It's
like
also
the
worth noting
symbiote.
that dreams are an integral
so
part
smart.
of Jungian psychology. They're messengers that dredge out the recesses of our minds. To Jung, dreams are unfiltered and reveal to us things we've stored away in our psyche.
Oh, these dreams. Is this what am I? Why is this in the video?
What is this AI, fucking, what's his name, Drake and Sonic hugging?
Also, I just another thing, by the way, another thing.
I never knew this was a part of my shadow. I didn't know I wanted to see Sonic hugging black people.
So just to see how much this fucking blows. The origin, because I googled this, because I'm really curious about this, because this fucker brought him up. The origins of the word subconscious in the psychological sense is attested by 1886 from the adjectival sense of being or occurring in the mind, but not in the consciousness. Carl Jung did not become a student at a university until 1895. So the concept of subconscious predates whoever this fucker is becoming a psychologist by almost 10 years.
man.
So, you know who?
Man, it's almost like the video that Colin is praising is just some dude who did a half-assed job and didn't even do the proper due diligence to research the topic he's talking about.
And uses AI art.
Yeah, I feel as though it was
Of Sonic.
I think it was Sigmund Freud who coined the term subconscious, if I'm not mistaken.
Sigma Droid? Sigma Droid? What the fuck is this? Some kind of Star Wars fan on the internet?
Dude, Sonic has way too many quills there. Look at that. And his
Okay,
body, look at his body too. Like,
okay, Spider-Man Twitter. Okay, Spider-Man Twitter. Okay, Spider-Man Twitter. Let's get to the video.
So with this context in mind, we can view this level in Spider-Man 2 as representing Miles' personal unconscious. Scorpion's poison is the agent that allows Miles to enter a dream state.
That doesn't change the criticism that
he's also
we
being
don't know
brought
why.
deeper into his unconscious.
There's still a reason people unconsciously have thoughts like this.
So he like took a simple concept that Miles's deepest fears are being manifested in this vision. Look how short it took me to say that. This guy is just extending this to like 2 minutes. Just so it sounds smarter.
It's dumb nonsense. It's like, okay, yes, that is what is happening. I agree. It is still bad. It still does not make sense with Miles, his situation, and the character that we know. Not only has this arc already been kind of concluded in his own game, there's nothing in this game that even supports why he feels this way. So it's just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like even like I would argue in writing, you still need some justification for your unconscious thoughts. Want to know how I know this? Arkham Shadow with Two-Face. His unconscious thoughts are the spiteful, evil, mean-spirited shit that he thinks, right? His vitriol and venom towards Gotham and how shitty of a place he is, and he thinks like some level of anarchy and like chaos is the only way to like, you know, teach Gotham a lesson. Like he feels this way deep down, and it comes out with DID. But why does he feel this way? It's because of his cynical, like, life experience with his abusive father. It teaches him that he should be cynical too, because of the person who took care of him.
He thinks
so that cynical side that he buried inside himself because he doesn't want to be like his father. That insecurity made it an unconscious thought, and it's justified by his upbringing and experiences in life. So I understand why he's fucking Two-Face in the game. This doesn't do that. It's bad. This is not good writing.
Yep.
Of being a hero, his
Carl Young.
fears of disappointing those he cares about are made manifest in the voices and visions of his loved ones. This is a nightmare, and as with many nightmares, there's a monster in the end.
And after this hallucination, Miles is confronted with Martin Lee, where he questions letting him drown for a second. And soon after this, we get this scene where
and then he doesn't go through it because, you know, Miles can't, like, have negative traits in the story that are that bad. Just like Peter, even, like, you can't just have ugly... For a story about the symbiote, it's kind of wild that there's no real ugly side to these characters.
Yeah.
It's none. Like, why is Peter so mean? Because of something super altruistic. He wants everyone safe or whatever. Why is Miles so vengeful? Because the guy killed his dad and he won't even go through with it. Or even, like, ever got close to doing that. It's just so weak. Once again, with in Spectacular, remember, when the symbiote tries to convince him with the death of Uncle Ben, it is speaking to Peter's side that he agrees with, which is his cynical side. He does have a very bad... like cynical, view of the world. Like he's not optimistic about the world all the time. He's a very pessimistic person, and he has like this ugly thing. I didn't lose Uncle Ben. The world took him from us. He took him from me. The world's just a shitty place, and there's scumbags out there and all that stuff. And then Peter agrees with that, and he's about to merge with the symbiote till Uncle Ben came in his mind or whatever, right? There's like an ugly side to this character. And that's what the symbiote explored there. And then you go to this game, and it's pussy shit. Oh, he wants to save everyone, and he's so bad because he's such a good person. It's like, shut the fuck up. That's such fucking weak shit.
Yeah.
Dude, even Arkham Knight does this better. It's like Batman deep down has the temptation to kill the villains. And you see in like Stag's Airship where like Joker's like literally like the devil on his shoulder.
Where the cloud
tell him to just pull the trigger, right? God, come on, do it. He's no better than the punk who killed your parents. And he fucking pulls the trigger in his own mind. He killed Scarecrow there.
Thank you for the 2 pizza time. He says, I'm pretty sure Sweet Baby Ink is the reason.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I've made this joke before, but I said that Spider-Man 3 is gonna be Spider-Man 3 The Sweet Baby 6, and I came up with these fabricated plot lines that are so insane. I'll read it at the end.
Ideas.
I'll read it at
Don't
the
give them
end.
ideas.
Is trying to take Lee away, and Miles completely forgets his responsibility as Spider-Man to protect everyone because Martin Lee represents that trauma of losing the people that he cares about. And I really like this moment between Peter and Miles on the bridge.
Isn't that what Peter's going through, though? That's what Peter was going through in the game. Right? Wasn't it that Peter is worried about people that he cares about dying? But I guess it's Miles as well. It's just the same thing. Okay.
Call back to Peter struggling to choose between save.
Oh, you would think that Peter would teach him that lesson, but he's not.
Yeah, like I bet he's gonna like just overlook the fact that Peter is barely like anything to Miles after Miles basically jerked his responsibilities and almost let multiple innocent people die. Even though, like, if you stutter even slightly in situations like this, that's awful, and someone could die, and Peter should know this. And it's his responsibility to teach this to the younger Spider-Man, but nah.
But he doesn't.
Saving May or saving the entire city from Miles' perspective. And from Miles' perspective, letting Lee go puts his family in danger.
Hey. No? What? Okay.
That doesn't justify...
I understand he's mad about it, but he's not stupid. He knows that whole terrorist incident, that was not personal. He knows that. That was not a direct target. What is he talking about?
Martin Lee isn't specifically against black people. Don't worry, Miles.
He's not targeting his Where are you getting this from? You did not play these games.
He knows his vendetta is against Norman Osborn specifically.
Exactly.
Not him and his family.
Also, once again, I'm fine with him being tempted. Actually, I think the problem is he overcame it and then let go and then saved the people. It just shows that the revenge conflict just isn't there.
His arc is a sine wave, right? He's like, oh, I want him to die. No, that's bad. Oh, but I want revenge. No, that's bad. No, yeah. No, yeah.
It's Kylo Ren. It's literally Kylo Ren. It's I'm bad, I'm good, I'm bad, I'm good. Okay, I'm good.
Yeah, there's no arc. There's no progression. So
there's no exploration of these ideas.
We'll put Lee back where he belongs. Promise.
Okay. Mention that he almost let people die.
At least talk about it.
Not on my watch. Come on.
Something I noticed, even in the Miles Morales game, is that even when Miles fucks up, Peter just never calls him out on it. Like, at the start of his
he did in the Miles game. Remember, like after they I think they go get pizza or whatever, and they're chatting. He did say like, yeah, you did mess up there. He's just he's giving him positive reinforcement, but he does tell him he messed up. Like that's what I liked about that. Yeah, because I think Miles even just admits he fucked up, right? He's like, I messed up, and he's like, I messed up so many times too. That doesn't mean you give up, right? That's like what he was trying to do. I thought he was good in the Miles game for what I saw. And once again, like if Miles like really fucked up, he called him. Remember, like in the bridge, he's like, "Oh shit, Miles, I think you need help here." Like you messed up again. I might need to come and help. And then Miles is like, "No, I can handle this," and he just gave him some trust. I'm fine with that. The problem is that he doesn't talk about it at all. I'm not saying he should like rage at Miles or say mean shit or anything. Just say something. Literally, just at least tell him that was wrong. That you didn't that you didn't help them immediately. I can't trust you around Lee, Miles. I have to handle this, not you. I'm sorry. Something like that. But he doesn't.
Which actually would have made it more interesting when in the black suit he says Miles was off his game. That would be more reason for him to actually be annoyed.
Well, you know what would be more interesting? If he was a bit of an asshole to Miles. Because, like, once again, Aunt May's dead. He's dealing with his own trauma. Make it so he's way more of a hard... He's more of a hard ass about it. He's more strict about saving lives and being careful about these things. Because, like, when Peter slipped up once, his aunt died. So he's, like, being harsher around it. Like, Miles, you messed up. You can't do that ever again. if I see you do that again, I'm taking your costume, like something like that. He's a dick,
Miles, get your
and then the
head in
black
game.
suit
I don't wanna
amplifies
lose you
it.
too. Miles, get your head in the game. I don't want to lose you too, or something like that.
Yeah. People
Miles, that
almost
was a
died
bad
because of
play.
you. Yeah, and like if he's like a dick to Miles here, maybe this could be like, you know, where the relationship is a little bit strained, and we can build that up with the black suit and stuff, and show that, like, you know, Peter and Miles aren't vibing with each other that well. So then when they have the final fight, it's you know, we can actually have conflict being built up before this happened. Peter is too harsh on Miles because of the Aunt May thing, and Miles thinks that Peter's holding him back because, you know, he wanted to go after Lee and Peter's keeping him away from that. And then when they fight each other, that could be like an ultimate resolution of those conflicts and that, you know, be compelling. But they don't do that. Peter's just kind of a bitch, and he just lets Miles fucking go doing something kind of horrible. Especially as a superhero. That's really bad. He almost let innocent people die for a vendetta.
You're too much, man. Hang in there, Miles.
Peter has been in Miles' shoes before, and I like that instead of berating him about it, he tries to uplift Miles. But a bit later in the story...
Yeah, but uplifting is meaningless when you can't be critical or honest.
Especially
Yeah, especially when it's something as serious as that.
Yeah.
We see that subtly Peter is trying to keep Miles' focus
Miles
away.
had really bad intentions. This is like another thing. With the Miles Morales game, I'm fine with him being like uplifting Miles for the mistake, because Miles had good intentions under what his fuck up was. You know, Rhino was breaking out, he was trying to web him up and whatever, and then he got himself in trouble, then Peter couldn't stop Rhino from fully getting out of the cage, right? That's his mess up.
Yeah.
It's like, that's under good intentions. That's a good-hearted intention. He was trying to save he was trying to save lives and making sure Rhino doesn't get out in that game. So it's like when Peter is like critical, he doesn't have to be harsh, but here his intention was he genuinely didn't care enough about innocent people versus his own personal gain.
Mm-hmm.
Like even for a split moment that happened, and those split moments could kill people.
Mm-hmm.
He has to put his foot down. He has to like step up and actually criticize him for this.
Yeah.
Which he doesn't do.
Away from helping him and pushes him to focus on more important things.
What's up?
The guys who took Lee and Scorpion? Genki and I tracked the exhaust trails from their aircraft to the Williamsburg Bridge. I'll meet you there.
Hold on! Don't you have an essay to finish?
Yeah, but duty calls.
Trust me, your duty is to your future right now. I'll keep you updated on anything I find.
All right. Good luck out there.
Well, thanks for the tip. Not sure I'd be able to find Tombstone in time without you.
Yeah, thanks. Take care of yourself.
Those fashion school rejects won't be getting the drop on me.
Oh, hey, it's the character that Miles let go, based on a story that could very easily be a lie.
So, I gotta say this, Peter's being a big pussy. Because he's like trying to make sure Miles doesn't, you know, follow any leads to Martin Lee, but he's not even being honest about it. He's just trying to get Miles like, oh no, your essay's more important and all that shit. Like he's kind of tip-tapping around the problem because he knows he shouldn't go after Lee because Lee's too personal for him, and he's gonna do something reckless like he saw with the whatever. But he's being a bitch about it. He's not just saying, Miles, you messed up last time. I can't let you go. He's not being honest. He's being a pussy. It's really lame.
Well, that's a brutal honesty that's reserved for the black suit because that's slightly mean, and you can't have him being slightly mean.
Yeah, you can't have characters be mean, even if it's like under good intentions.
Me again. Ta-ta, spiders.
Miles, let me take this one. You're gonna miss your essay deadline.
See, he's such a
Lee's
bitch!
there, I'll take care of him. Spider-Man can wait. Miles can't.
All right.
That's also just not a good lesson. Spider-Man can wait, Miles can't. That's not...
Put your personal needs above your superhero needs.
I know. Why would he say that?
That's really bad too. Yeah, that's just a fundamental misunderstanding of Peter's personality and character.
Yeah.
Just keep in touch.
And after the bridge scene, we have two conversations between Miles, his mom, and his uncle.
Martin Lee. Someone got him out.
I know what you're thinking, Miles. This is not on you. We can't let him live up here. It's just another kind
It
of
is on
prison.
me. I could have let him drown.
Never said it was. But sometimes you gotta push the past away so you can make room for the future.
And before the conversation with his mom, we have the Coney Island bit where Miles again sees Martin Lee, and he is both literally and figuratively fighting inner demons. And this messes with his head, and it makes him leave Genki and miss out on Haley's exhibit.
I just wanted to check in.
Yeah, and she has no issue with that. Haley but does not bring it up, ever. She has no problem with him doing that. Because the conflict does not exist. And Genki understands Miles is going through a lot. Same goes for his mom and his uncle. Same goes for Haley even. And she's not even mad he didn't come to the exhibit. Because obviously, why should she even? So there's no conflict there. It's just Miles is flaking a little bit because, you know, he's dealing with a bad guy that's personal to him. And Miles does not really do anything in the wrong for doing any of this.
Yeah, again, like Miles' whole struggle is just in his own head. And the only time we see his friends and family
Nashton Morales. It's in your head. It's all an illusion. You're crazy. It's literally Edward Nashton Morales. That's the main protagonist of our game, guys. I'm sorry, I had to make that joke. Hello? Alright. Just making sure the internet didn't die. Y'all ready to continue?
¿Todo bien? Fine. Everything's good. Okay. It's just a lot right now. So much to take care of in the city. Super stressed about my college essay. Pete's busy doing other stuff, and Lee.
Don't care about the college essay. Craven's literally killing people right now.
It's not even that much. What?
Lee's still out there. Doesn't that bother you?
Doesn't seem to bother you. You tried to save his life twice.
But I'm committed to making this community better. I've got to let go of things that don't serve me and focus on where I want to go, not where I've been. ¿Entiendes lo que te digo?
Yeah. But Lee? I can't just let him go.
That in a vacuum is actually pretty cool.
And this
scene.
moment is
the problem is like he's not obsessed over Lee in the game. He's really just not. He refused to let him drown, and he like let him go to save innocence. Ultimately, he made that decision. So like I don't see it. If he was destroying the rest of his life to go after Lee, like a revenge story kind of thing, like he stops being focused on Miles at all. He's not giving a shit about the college essay because he keeps trying to hunt Lee down, like behind Peter's back even. He's just ruining his friendships with like all those people and all that because he's just, you know, cutting contact and only being Spider-Man for Lee. And then this came in, like he talked to his mom and then he has this kind of discussion, changed the dialogue a little bit. I think that would have worked. That would have been cool. It's an interesting idea for the revenge plot with Miles. The problem is they don't execute it well at all. It's so cool. Like Martin Lee, a revenge story and shit, that's great. But there's a lot of problems with it. Martin Lee's already redeemed, so like Miles has less reason to even fucking kill him. Miles doesn't want to kill him immediately. He isn't really ruining his life over this, and he's not really obsessed with Lee at all.
Here's an interesting
so
way
it's just
you can
nothing.
Actually draw Miles towards that kind of self-destructive path, and it would be to attack where he gets his inspirations from and why he is the way that he is. A good example would be Peter, right? Because we talked about, you know, what if we made Peter a little bit more, you know, stern, a little bit, you know, make him kind of mean to Miles as well for his mistakes. What if this helps Miles see more of the flaws in the man behind the mask, which he wouldn't have seen the times he was inspired by him. And, you know, I think that would be interesting if, you know, Peter's flaws create a different image for Miles and makes him less inclined to follow his ideas. And as a product, that would include his belief in second chances, as an example. So
that would be cool.
That would be a way you can actually justify a change in his way of thinking. And actually,
honestly, I think it would be really interesting that Miles acts like he has the black suit, even though he never gets the black suit, just because Martin Lee killed his dad. I think you could just do that.
Yeah.
That would be a cool parallel, that he is basically black suit Miles, just without the symbiote. And it will send the message that isn't an evil alien that does.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, hold up. Sound is fucky right now. Give me a moment. I noticed it this time. Now it's fixed.
Didn't need Kratos' help.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's kind of weird how Miles doesn't take any lessons from Finn going on a revenge plot and taking that to heart with Martin Lee. He just has to
no one brings
face him
that up.
directly. He has to face him directly to get that lesson.
Yeah, it's just I genuinely don't know how does he learn his lesson? Like, how does he change?
He doesn't change at all. He was the same from the beginning to the end, and like
Right.
when he decides not to kill Lee, there's no payoff because like he made that decision a long time ago. So there's nothing really there.
And in the next game, he's just gonna repeat the same arc of having doubts of being Spider-Man, and then Peter's gonna come in and say, "You can do it, Miles," and then he's gonna save the day.
It's time for a Miles Morales original.
Again.
Another original. We need another
Again and
original.
again and again and again and again. Because it's the same three stories over and over again in this stupid universe.
You know what the third game's gonna be about? It's gonna be about balance. Once again.
Interrupted by Spider-Man.
Mom, do you need me to go?
Didn't you just finish telling me how busy you are?
Yeah, but I always have time for my community.
But what both his uncle and his mom are trying to communicate to Miles is to not let his past control his future. Miles hears their advice, but he's just not ready to use it. Skip to a
His
bit later
past
in the
isn't
story,
controlling
and
his
Miles...
future. That's the problem. Martin Lee being free isn't ruining Miles's life. Like, Miles doesn't let that ruin his life ever in the game. He doesn't strain his friendships. He doesn't fuck up his college anything. He doesn't do anything like that.
Look at this real quick, right? You see how early we are
Both
in the
his
story,
uncle
right?
and his mom are trying
Just
to
look at
communicate
this.
to Miles is to not let his past control his future. Miles hears their advice, but he's just not ready to use it. Skip to a bit later in the story.
A bit later. We're so far into it later at this point. It's like, yeah, he just took a backseat.
Yeah, Miles has nothing to do.
Yeah. And he barely
It
described
does-
anything so far.
I mean, Brian and Sahar admitted to this. Miles, like, wasn't really fucking fully planned in this, like, trilogy. They didn't have a plan for him. Like, they just kind of shoved him in the first game, and you can tell this is the case once we move on from the first game, and in the Miles game, which, you know, obviously they have to use him, he's the main character. Because, like, you look at it here, and you're like, you can tell they just didn't really know what to do with him.
They didn't.
I'm going to be leaving here shortly, but I want to touch on that. You can definitely tell that he wasn't planning for this trilogy, especially with his inclusion in this game. Because look at Peter's plot point, like Peter's story, like it's Harry/Venom is intrinsically tied with Peter's story. So you would think that he would be the one to finally defeat Harry or Venom in the climax, since this is also him retiring from being Spider-Man, which is bullshit. But no, he's not the one to defeat Harry, even when he has the anti-Venom suit that's specifically designed to counter the symbiote. It's still Miles, who hasn't interacted with Harry one-on-one once all throughout the story. Like,
yeah,
there's nothing to it.
How is that a satisfying conclusion to not only like Miles's arc, but Peter's arc, who is on his way out now?
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
They genuinely just needed a rewrite.
Yeah, they did.
They needed a rewrite. They needed to start from scratch, and they needed to genuinely understand where does Miles truly fit in the story, and like actually like figure out how to do something new and interesting with both these characters and make Venom work and all that. There's too much, I feel, is in the game too. I feel like the introduction of Miles did kind of like make this harder than it should have been. Because if the sequel, Spider-Man 2, Miles, like let's say they didn't introduce Miles in the Insomniac games and we just got Spider-Man 2. If it was just symbiote Kraven and we had more time with Peter and the symbiote and you don't have to touch Miles at all in his world, like not only would we have more time to develop anything they would kind of need to, like it would feel like there was less padding in the game. But at the same time, it's weird because I do like Miles. I like him in the first game. I like him in the fucking Miles Morales game. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what they were doing. This is just so poorly planned.
Gaming Grifter says, sorry if I'm not active much, suddenly very, very sick. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get well soon.
Yeah, I hate being sick.
Yeah, well, on that note, I'm gonna get going. Thanks for having me on, SK. I'll be sure to come on tomorrow for Disagreement Day.
For sure.
We're gonna be talking about Thunderbolts, Andor, and what else?
Born Again. Yeah.
Oh, Daredevil. Born Again. Okay.
Boring again.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on again. Later, guys.
Thank you for coming on.
Good luck for the rest of the video.
Yeah.
See ya.
Best of luck. Goodbye.
See you later.
Alrighty.
And Miles is trying to talk to Peter.
Hey, you've reached Pete. It's good enough. Leave a message.
Where the hell are you, Pete?
But as Peter gets wrapped up in his business with Harry, Miles is still struggling with that anger that he feels for Lee. As long as
You already said that.
Lee is out there, Miles fears that the people he loves will start to die. He goes to
You
his
already
dad
said
for
that.
advice.
Could really use your help right now.
Okay.
This scene's awful.
What happened? There's nothing that happened. So, like, why is he just like, oh, I could use your help? It's like, what?
From what? Nothing is going on.
Yeah.
You're not even going after Lee. Nothing's like interfering in your life. There's no conflict. God, we have movies like Spider-Man 2 Raimi Edition where like they show you how you should do this. Like, how are they still messing this shit up? What are they doing?
I can.
Question: when Miles has his arc and uses that to snap Peter out of rage and pull the black suit, do you feel that was satisfying or forced? I think it was forced.
Forced.
I think from a character standpoint, it doesn't make sense for Peter to listen to Miles at the end.
I just think it's kind of disrespectful to take that moment away from Peter at all. I feel like Peter overcoming it himself is like what's special about it. But nah, fuck that.
But goodbye.
Fuck giving Peter cool traits like that. Nah.
Nothing's working. I know what you say. A hero is someone who doesn't give up. And I'm not. I just don't know what else to do. Maybe I should just
listen to this. Conflict? Yep, conflict. Listen. Alright, that's his conflict?
No.
Resolution.
Need help.
In one scene.
Helping.
Yeah.
Finally.
GG. It's so bad. He's not going through anything.
This is Spider-Man. It's just talking.
I can handle everything.
Man, I'm tempted to do something a little bit flawed and bad to make me like have a conflict. No. The end.
Yeah.
SK, this is literally like this is like if like Revenge of the Sith is like, should I join the dark side to save my wife? No. And then the credits roll. That's the movie. Just no. Grant Paulson's clapping the movie theater because it objectively makes sense for Anakin to make that decision. He's like, yeah, he's not character assassinating. He doesn't kill children.
He didn't just
no conflict.
There.
Yay! He didn't just stand there. Yay!
Myself. Wish me luck, though. So, who needs help out there?
I feel like they're doing this just because they're not friends with Colin anymore. That's not true. Firstly, we're okay with criticizing.
We always never agreed with this video, even when we were friends with them.
We never agreed with this. Also, like, I'm currently friends with Southpaw. He doesn't have a problem with me responding to any of his takes. In fact, he's responding to some of mine. So, like, what does that have to do with anything? It's got nothing.
There.
We can see that Miles feels lost. He doesn't know what to do. He says he's going to ignore
He's lost, guys. He's lost.
Everything else and then go fight Lee. But then he has another bad thought, and that's instead of maybe trying to connect and spend time with his friends and family, he's gonna continue to be out there being Spider-Man.
You played a scene which said just that. Why do I need you to exposit what they just said?
Even if there's no immediate risk. And you can see that since
like, it's one thing to... Because here's the thing, right? When I try to show clips of, you know, the stuff in the movie Across the Spider-Verse, when it's showing that it's representing what I'm saying about the film. I also try to show like other clips as well, to show that this is resonant with other things that happen in the movie. That's the purpose of, at least when I use clips like this and talk about why it works. But he's just throwing it there and then repeating exactly what it says.
Since Peter isn't there to help him right now, he starts to feel like he can do everything himself and he doesn't need people, but internally, as we're going to see next, that's not the case.
Hey, MJ.
Wait, when does Miles ever feel that he doesn't need anybody? He literally goes to his mom for advice.
Yeah, he doesn't say that. You just made that up.
Heading over to
Yeah,
Dr.
where's that
Connor's
in the
house in
story?
Queens. Stay ready in case he needs backup.
Oh, really? Did Pete ask you to call me?
Wait, he wanted to be called there. What are you talking about? What?
Yeah,
No,
he wants to be
but
of help of others.
Figured 2 Spider-Men are better than 1, right?
Sure. Okay, thanks, MJ. Sounds like he doesn't need me.
So
Maybe
he's
I'll go see
whining-
Haley in the meantime.
Yeah, what? Yeah, see, this doesn't support what you just said. What?
Yeah.
After feeling neglected by Peter yet again, he goes to see Haley, and
I'm not defending him, but I think it would be better to just move on from each other. It feels a bit bad faith just to make fun of him like there was no previous friendship there. We've made fun of him before, first of all. And second of all, I'm just responding just to... There's still points, right? I didn't bring in any of the other stuff, because I don't care. We're talking about this. This is the topic.
I mean, we're not bringing up the drama or anything. Nobody's going, hey,
nobody
remember
brought it
Call,
up.
Like, no, we're responding to the video because the video is really bad. And it is, like, one of the bigger defenses out there for this game's dog shit story. You know,
Yeah,
like it or
if
not,
there was
Call of Duty
another
this.
video out there that made bigger defenses, then I would probably go there.
And during this,
Yeah.
not only does his personal life get interrupted,
Like, I'm sorry, he happens to have unpopular bad opinions.
by Spider-Man once again, but Haley also tries to communicate to him to stop letting Lee consume him.
Yeah, okay.
Pause. I actually want to say this, too. Like, the previous friendship thing is wild to say, because even when they were friends, Colin still has the PS4 response to SK's video. Despite that, SK doesn't even have that video up anymore.
Yeah, so
Like,
you don't even get to make that point. Yeah.
That's just...
Also,
well, it's just
also,
like... It's just
he
like,
responds
obviously...
to me in this video directly. Which
Well,
you'll see later.
obviously, like, even when you guys were friends, there was never really an agreement not to criticize each other's videos.
Yeah. What kind of point
So
is
why would
that?
it change now that we're not friends? Like, what?
Yeah, why would it change?
Why would we change?
Liam literally criticized some of our responses to Spider-Man Has Changed, like, in our faces on Discord. Like, what are you talking about?
Lee is still out there. The city needs me. It's Spider-Man, right now.
Why are you showing this?
Some people need Miles
But
too.
then Peter does
Yes,
call.
but Miles
During
doesn't
this
stop
mission,
terrorists.
Genki tries to
Spider-Man
communicate to
does.
Miles that Miles shouldn't be after revenge. But Miles shuts down his friend and family trying to help him with this struggle
Literally
due
not
to
what
being
happened.
so concerned with Lee.
Listen, he even shows the clip that contradicts what he
Pete
says.
called me back.
Hey, how's it going with Haley?
Had to bail. Lizard's loose. Could use your eyes in the sky.
The lizard?
Also, Haley thinks I'm crazy for trying to find Lee. Seems like everyone does.
We're protecting you. Revenge just...
Not after revenge. Dad always believed in second chances. But that's not what this is. It's my job to protect y'all, not the other way around.
You know, this is actually interesting, right? Because he says
He doesn't shut down the revenge shit. He literally just responds to it because he isn't doing it for revenge.
Also, what's interesting, right, is he says, my dad always believed in second chances, right? But it actually would have been more interesting if they kept it ambiguous as to why he doesn't believe in, as to whether or not he does believe in second chances. That would actually be interesting if Miles didn't actually know, so he doesn't have a reference there.
Also, yeah, Miles does say it's my job to protect you, not the other way around. Unlike Peter in the first game, where he learns that the other way around is, like, just as valuable. You know, the scene where they save him from the fire and all that shit.
Yeah.
MJ gives emotional support when he figures out Harry's dying, yada, yada, yada. You know, they actually, teaches Peter this lesson. That doesn't happen. There's never a moment where Genki or,
Nobody.
I forgot her name. Haley. Like... There's never a scene where they, like, save Miles or help Miles with something. There's never, like, a scene where, like, Miles is like, oh, no, da-da-da-da-da.
That's in his own game,
Don't worry, Miles, we're with you. Yeah, that's in his game. They help him in his game, where it's like, he's like, I'm not good enough to be Spider-Man or whatever. And Genki goes, when you talk about Spider-Man, you always meet the other guy. You're Spider-Man. And then they have the cool montage, and he makes the suit. That's because, like, someone helped him.
Mm-hmm.
But in this game, that doesn't happen. So it's like, he's like, it's my job to protect you guys, not the other way around. And then he never learns that, like, no, we protect each other. He never learns that at all.
Exactly.
And it is just his job to protect everyone. He saves Peter multiple times. He saves his friends and family. He saves Haley. No one ever needs to really save him. Nobody needs to get him. Nobody needs to get him to not do revenge. He does that himself. Nobody needs to get him to win fights. He usually does that himself. Like, nobody needs to get him to, like, not be, controlled by the symbiote. He just kind of doesn't ever get controlled by the symbiote. It just never happens. He's the only one that's super independent. Like, everyone else needs help in the game but him, and it's really weird. Like, Peter needs help with the black suit. MJ becomes Scream. Harry becomes Venom. But Miles, nothing like that ever happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
I get it. Okay.
At almost every point in this story, and the side content as well, when Miles is trying to connect or spend time with anyone or finish his essay, it's always interrupted by Spider-Man. But it's also interrupted by Miles' unwillingness to find time for himself, or move on from the past. After the ending to this mission, Miles thinks that Peter is ready to finally work together on something again. But Peter again shoots this down, leaving Miles in the exact same place that he was before this mission. Then, Miles is captured by Kraven, and before the Lee boss fight, we can again see Miles' insecurities of losing his loved ones.
What if the hunters know who I really am? What if they took off my mask? What if... Genki, can you hear me now? Please. Did they get to him? Did they get to Mom?
But then he has to face Martin Lee, and he berates Martin on the things that haunt Martin from his past. But the ironic thing is that both Miles and Martin Lee are both struggling with their past, both physically and mentally in this fight.
So how many people did you...
That's so wild. Why is Martin Lee struggling with his past?
Because...
Also, he's not. They don't even bring up in this fight about his parents dying, I believe. I don't think that's ever explored in this, like, fight right here.
Yeah. From his perspective,
later they explore it. Yeah, which is weird. He, like, in the end of the first game, he's like, Osborn needs to pay. And then, like, Peter's like, he will, but this is the wrong way and all that shit.
And he didn't pay.
I will
Osborn
say,
doesn't pay.
I will say, in the first game, I'm gonna be fair, they did, like, you can kind of allude that he slowly has conflict and he could be redeemed. Like, before the final boss, he's like, you don't have to, like, give in to the hate or whatever. Come to the light, Martin. And then, like, he has a moment of hesitation before the boss fight starts, remember? Like, you do see that. But and even when you defeat him, remember, he gives Peter the cure. He takes it out of his pocket and he shows it to Peter so he can grab it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I know that they gave you the stepping stones for him to be redeemed. The problem is they just they did a speed run on it. Immediately in this game, he's fully regretful and he's not a terrorist and he doesn't want to kill Osborn. Which is stupid, because in the game, in the first game, it was way more three-dimensional. He has a heart, and he's like, yeah, people are still getting murdered by this devil breath shit. So he gives him the anti-serum when he's defeated, right? Showing that he does care enough. But he says Osborn needs to pay, and he says it, like, really aggressively and shit. It's showing that, like, he's not fully better yet. He's not a good guy yet. He's just conflicted. And in this game, he's not conflicted. He's just like, not evil anymore.
He's just super good.
Yeah, he's just defending himself right now. He says, I don't want to die, so I gotta kill you, Miles, because, like, Kraven will kill me or whatever. Like, he's not evil. And he has no plans to go after Osborn, even though that doesn't make sense, because Osborn still killed his family under his mind.
Did you kill before I here?
I didn't have a choice. You always have a choice.
Oh, now he regrets getting people killed. Okay. The terrorist bomber.
I am done wasting my time fighting weaklings. Prove you are worthy of my life. I understand you want to kill me, but I can't let you do that.
What makes you think you deserve to live?
I won't die as the man that I was.
You don't get to walk away from what you did. The inner demons, devil's breath, the city hall bombing.
Don't recount my sins to me. I know what.
Yeah, like, why does he regret all of that?
Well, and then, like Colin said, I just came back, but Colin said he's struggling with his past. It doesn't seem like he's struggling all that much. It seems like he knows that everything he did was bad, and now he's just trying to make up for it. I don't see what the struggle is here. He's fully accepting that he was a piece of shit and was bad.
Yeah.
What is he struggling?
Not only that, it's just so out of character, because in the first game, he was so dedicated to go after Osborn, and he had a way to excuse his bad behavior with ultimately, like, we're getting rid of the stain that's Norman, and Norman is such a problem to the city. Like, that's his justification. Norman is so evil that it's worth all this chaos and destruction, to the point where he goes way too far. But, like, why would that just go away now? Why does he regret that now?
Why would he change?
Literally, why would he change? They don't tell you.
Oh yeah, someone asked, why would he change come from? It comes from the Joker 2 Folly Ado watch party, where Comic Legend reacted to it.
Why would he fucking change?
You have no idea! Did Craven bring you here, or was this voluntary?
Save your superiority complex. We're both in this arena.
Looks like serving time didn't change you at all.
You're wrong.
Serving time changed him. I actually want to say that too. Like, this is like, I feel like this might be just unintentional, but it's really bad of a message to like have it that Martin Lee became like so much better of a person because of serving time in prison.
I know this.
When the prison complex is notably like criticized for not being good at rehabilitation.
Yeah, like
it's really bad.
Dude, I find it funny how this game and No Way Home, they have the whole second chances thing, but they don't even bother to explain how you reach the end point. They're just like, no, they'll just get there. You just get there. Because you can.
Yeah, it's naive and there's no complexity to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's a terrorist bomber, you know what's weird? It's like, it's hard for him to even want to change because there's no incentive anymore because he's a terrorist bomber. He easily has a life sentence.
Mm-hmm. So why would he change?
He doesn't have a future anymore. If he doesn't have a future anymore, everything's destroyed. His life is like completely ruined. Like,
I'm pretty sure what he's saying here is that he doesn't want to die as the terrorist bomber. He wants to become a better man and then die, presumably.
Yeah, but like, my problem is like, why would he want that? Why would he want to become better anyways if there's no reason to anymore? His life is ruined. Like, now he made that decision. He became a terrorist. He bombed like City Hall. He's easily serving a life sentence. It's like, under his own perspective,
he just doesn't want to die evil. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, but why? Why does he now care about that?
Because
in the first game he obviously didn't give a shit about that.
Time passed. Therefore.
Because it's like, if he has nothing left, right?
He's older now, I guess.
Genuinely, he's either going to prison for life, and all of his reputation's ruined. He doesn't have feast, yada yada yada. When he under his own perspective, genuinely to go, the only thing I have left is to avenge my family. Is to fucking kill Norman. Wouldn't that be like the only thing he thinks he can do?
You mean the thing that he doesn't do? You mean the thing that he doesn't do?
I know, it's so weird. It is so strange.
It's like the symbiote whose only motivation is to get the rock, and at no point does it make any attempt to get the rock until the third act.
You'll never defeat me! Spider-Man doesn't kill.
You never fought this one.
Whoa.
Oh, how edgy.
Do you feel any regret for what you've done?
Whatever I did to you in the
Is he like giving him therapy in the middle of the fight, bro?
I'm sure you it wasn't.
What do you want? An apology?
I want you to feel even half the pain you caused me.
I don't want to have to kill you.
This is literally the therapy
Maybe
battle.
you have changed. This is gonna be the last time you hurt anybody.
You're a cliche. At least the other
Yes.
spider has a man behind the mask.
You don't know anything about me.
And eventually,
Sigma
Lee
male,
uses that to
Mr.
his
Negative.
advantage, and those fears, doubts, and insecurities that I talked about earlier are fleshed out upon even more.
None of this is real.
What's more real than fear?
What are you doing to me?
Taking a look into your soul, I see a boy terrified of being alone, of failing his family.
Get out of my head, man!
Out of your head. But there's so much to see and hear.
Yeah, so again, this just completely
That line didn't even,
misunderstood how his
like-
powers work.
That line just doesn't fucking track to me. Get out
Yeah,
of my
notice
head.
he
Out of
didn't
my
know
head.
Peter
But
was-
there's so much to see. What the fuck?
He didn't know Peter was Spider-Man, and he actually doesn't know why Peter is doing this. He doesn't know why Spider-Man is motivated for what he does. Because what's interesting about the first game is when he tries to control Spider-Man, the Peter one of the first game, right? It's interesting because his methods did nothing but actually increase Spider-Man's drive to fight against him. Because he tried to make him feel guilty, and he tried to use that, but his guilt is what pushes him to be Spider-Man, and that's why he broke out of it when Martin tries to take control.
Also,
it's because he can't get into Peter's head. He doesn't actually know how Peter feels. He can't do that.
Also, he doesn't know why he's doing what he's doing. That's why he says, "Why do you insist on defending such scum?"
Yeah, he literally doesn't understand with why he's wanting to defend Norman and all that, what his code is fully. He doesn't really get Peter intimately when he does that.
Mm-hmm.
The most that he can tell is just your negative emotions. He can just tell what negative feelings you have inside you a lot. He can tell Peter has a lot of guilt. So we thought, if I take advantage of your guilt, your negativity will be amplified and I can control you through the bad parts of your personality. But he doesn't realize those negative things he thinks about himself or even others is what made him Spider-Man. So that's why he broke out of it. It's what's interesting about that scene in the first game. But here, it's just, I guess he could just tell everything with Miles now. Time skip, he's just more powerful or something. I know they don't explain this in the game, but whatever.
If he could read your minds, why doesn't he just do that with Dr. Delaney? Why does he question him?
Exactly.
So much dread, so much pain, so much doubt.
Miles. Pete? You don't get it. I mean, I tried. I tried to teach you, to make you into a hero. I knew you'd always be
Oh yay,
second best,
nothing.
but all you've ever done is let people down.
Why does he think that?
Put people in danger. It's not smart.
Why would he feel that Peter thinks this?
Spider-Man helps people. You just hurt them. It's not true. Hey, whoa, don't shoot the messenger here. It's not even me you're letting down. It's your dad. Oh, what the hell, Miles?
I know this is you, Lee.
Yeah, of course it is. I'm always here for you. I do everything for you.
I'm not listening.
Yeah, I'm not surprised you'd say that. Because all that matters is you, right? All you do is take. You put me in danger. You put Haley in danger.
When? I actually don't remember.
What did we get?
Yeah, what is this?
I know I'm
left behind.
It's a bunch of it's just they're saying mean negative things, and they're just obviously not true or even justified. And this
There's
is
no
supposed to be
reason to think
Miles' inner security, and there's no reason for it, once again. So it's not satisfying that he overcomes this.
Mm-hmm.
This is like if Mr. Negative tried to get to USK, and it's just the fucking Insomniac Spectacular Spider-Man ass comic legend comes in and just SK, you're overweight, you're diabetic, you're terminally online. Whoa, it's that's obviously not true. And you just beat it. What the fuck?
Why would I be scared of that?
SK, why would you change?
Why would you change? You know what? I think an even funnier example would be if we go back to last year, and just you and let's say I have visions like that back then, and you say Jack Kentner will destroy you on Disagreement Day. It's like,
Jack
okay.
Kettner will defeat you. You're a pedophile, SK. He's like, what the fuck?
Oh my god.
I know you were in cahoots with arachnid youth.
It's like, it's
just the stupidest,
silly.
most untrue shit ever that
It's
will
just-
not affect you.
Why would I take that seriously?
So dumb.
How will we end up like Finn?
Hanky!
Whoa.
I know I said it wasn't your fault, but I guess I just mostly felt bad for you.
I can't do this anymore, Miles. You're always gone. Always in danger.
No!
You're going to get yourself killed.
Won't!
And then what? You can't win, Miles. I should never have let you try. All it's ever done is make me more alone. Put me in more danger.
No! I want to protect you! I will!
Heard that before.
I mean it!
Not from you.
Dude, what is this right here? So she apparently disrespects her husband when he's gone. Like, why would he think this to any authentic degree? This is just stupid.
On the day he died,
Mom!
your father told me, just that morning, that everything he does.
No! No, no, no!
I'm gonna skip this.
Who will?
Yeah, he's just showing the whole
that
scene.
don't him. And him realize
Always will be.
But in the end, Miles realizes that all of these things are something he's putting onto himself. And all of these people are people that loved and cared
Where does
about
he
him.
realize
And him
that?
realize-
He just goes, no, I win.
Just no, I win. No, I win. No, that's how you beat insecurities or worries. No, you're wrong. I win.
No, everything is in my head. There's nothing I need to fix.
Yeah, no, I win. No, I win.
Dude, this is Rey from like the Star Wars movies. This is just her conflict is that she thinks things about herself that are obviously wrong, and she has to learn that she's perfect the way she is and not improve. It's the same thing here.
No, I win.
No, I win, guys.
No, I win.
These people are actually here for him, and that those insecurities aren't all true, and that it doesn't have to control him.
Why does he conclude that?
Everything you feel negative about yourself, every single part of it is untrue. So stop thinking of that. Always think that you're perfect and positive. What a great message, guys.
Yeah.
Taking
What a
the
great
advice from his
storytelling
mom about
message.
letting go of things that don't serve him, and the advice from his uncle and Genki about moving on from the obsession of the past and not letting it determine your future, and Peter's mentorship and what he's taught him and how he's inspired him about what it means to be Spider-Man. And he turns all of these things back onto Lee.
No! You never say that! None of you would! I'm not...
It's time to give up. Give up, Miles.
No. Give up! I won't. Give up. Give up.
Give up.
No. Nah.
You're done, Lee. I'm not doing this anymore.
You're
You wanna
done.
know who I am? I'm the kid whose dad you killed at City Hall. He died because you decided your
What?
problems were
I mean,
more
I know I
important
showed you
than
a
all
vision
those
of the
people's
person
lives.
who literally died there to fuck you
Yeah.
up, but whoa, what?
What? How is he shocked by
That's so
this?
ridiculous.
He literally went in his head. What do you? Oh my god.
You killed my
Jefferson
dad.
Davis
Wait,
was a
I
hero
did that?
who saved
You
people
saw
from
it
you.
die.
Miles. No. I'm done listening to you. Losing my dad? It's not what's holding me back. I was the one doing that. But not anymore.
The stakes of both Miles's and Peter's character growth are pillars of this story. If they don't progress as characters and take steps in moving on from the past, then they would have both lost themselves completely. And now that Miles has progressed through the help of his friends and family, he can help Peter progress as well. And so...
Oh, so this is where we get into the edits
Cringe.
that I was talking
Yep.
about. Alright, let's go.
Emotional manipulation edits.
Sorry about that.
Whoa, just so epic.
It's just me.
You're in the way, Miles.
It's funny that he puts more effort into these gay edits than getting a job. Just want to say that.
It's just me.
You're in the way, Miles.
You almost
You're in
killed
the
him,
way,
man.
Miles.
What are you doing?
I could have fixed everything.
How? By strangling him? That's not what we do.
Try to mentor me. You're the one running away from your problems.
What's the problem here? What is he running from? What is this relevant to?
You're running away from your problems by actively trying to stop the bad guy. Okay.
I think the stream and most of this content is pointless, to be honest. I also think y'all hard misunderstanding the point of the arc and message. Why don't you tell us the point, since we clearly misunderstood it? Why don't you enlighten us?
You're the one hell-bent on revenge!
Revenge? All I wanted was to protect my family. Protect you!
All Miles talks about is how to be a...
Wait, so Miles is not even being honest right here. It's like...
Miles is disingenuous, guys.
How does this correlate with the clips? I don't get it.
You're the one hell-bent on revenge!
Revenge? All I wanted was to protect my family. Protect you!
All Miles talks about is how to be a better Spider-Man. How to help you.
Why are you doing this? I made you! You owe me!
I know you don't mean that! You're stronger than some suit, Pete!
I need this suit. It makes me a better Spider-Man. I don't feel like a failure.
Oh, guys, he sounds like Doc Ock.
He sounds like Doc Ock, even though this has no, like, relevance whatsoever.
I don't feel like a failure anymore. Like, I get the parallel, but like that doesn't fix that.
It's like poetry. It rhymes, therefore it's good.
Yeah, well,
dude, he's acting like Doc Ock. That's so cool.
I'm sorry, but you're all wrong. YouTube is a job. It's not a guarantee of success and can be very fickle. Well, that's the point. That it's not consistent. What?
You know it's not fickle? Working at McDonald's. That gives you consistent pay.
Exactly. In fact, when you're a YouTuber or content creator, you're actually an entrepreneur. Yeah,
no.
Okay. Oh, you do not know what that word means.
Sure.
You do not know what that word means. I'm gonna read it out for you. Entrepreneur definition, because you do not know what a person who organizes and operates a business or businesses, taking on greater than normal financial risks in order to do so. You see, you know the greater than normal part?
Well, not even that. Now we're equating running a YouTube channel, running a small YouTube channel with a business. Yeah. It's like, yes, there have been YouTube channels that became businesses, but YouTube channel in it of itself is not a business.
Yeah. So...
All I want is to save you!
Think of the man you were! You're sick! Well, let me help you, Mark! I'm the hero! I don't get sick! You can't save me, Peter! Then I guess you'll have to save yourself!
Guys, parallels.
Cinematic parallels.
Oh, this time, you have to save yourself!
Whoa.
Don't listen to it!
Notice how, like, he never even talks about how he parallels Otto. Like, there's no analysis of it. He just shows it through this.
Oh, but SK, he said something similar to what Otto says. Even though, like, the reason they get to this point is very different and not the same at all. Because Peter's, his downfall as with the black suit is based off how he cares for others. When with Otto, what makes it so not close to being paralleled is Otto has a deep insecurity about not being good enough. He feels unsuccessful and washed out, and that his life was just kind of meaningless and shit. That's why he's like, I'm a failure. There's a reason Peter doesn't go, I'm a failure, because he doesn't think overall he's just failing at everything. He just wants to be better at being Spider-Man because he feels like that's what will keep his loved ones safe and in check and all that shit. Otto, wants the arms to be successful because he feels powerful because he's felt so powerless and, pathetic his whole life. Otto thinks he's just a fucking loser of a person. And it's because he's so isolated. He doesn't have any friends or family. He doesn't have anyone he loves. He's just a lonely little balding old man in a failing organization.
Damn.
Peter doesn't have
Yo,
those
why
same
are you
kind of
taking shots at
struggles.
Colin like that?
God damn.
Damn.
Like, Peter doesn't have that. They just said something similar.
Yeah.
Yes! Listen to me! I know you're hurting, Pete! But you're better than this!
I know. All I wanted was to save everyone. MJ, May.
Didn't he already? No, that's the earlier edit.
Now the city thinks that I'm the problem, but I'm not anymore.
I'm the solution. One doc means that the city hates him now, I guess.
It's time to get up. Take off your mask.
Pete, come on, man.
I want to see my nephew.
What does that have to do with anything? Saying take off the mask.
Yeah, you see how it's like emotional manipulation in a way.
Yeah,
It's like that's a scene that made people cry, and he's like importing it here with like, because like that scene's like iconic. Like, people cried when they saw Aunt May die in the first game, right? He's like shoving it in here when it makes no sense and has no relation at all. Yeah, her saying that is not in the game, and it has no relation to him taking off the black suit.
Yeah.
It's just an epic TikTok moment, guys.
Epic
Peter's obsession with trying to save everyone and making Spider-Man the main priority in his life almost caused him to push everyone in his life away.
How?
Wow.
Literally how? What? So him prioritizing wanting to be Spider-Man made him push everyone? No, that's not what happened at all.
No, the suit made him push everyone away. He grew from pushing everyone away in the first game. I mean, the game has gone out of its way to establish that it was the suit.
Well, also,
yeah, he tries to disassociate his friends from him being Spider-Man for their safety, but then he learns that he doesn't have to do that because Aunt May knew the whole time. So like he never had to keep pushing them away. They were always like safe because he can protect them, and like that's reinforced with MJ because like he can protect her and she can also protect herself, and like like eventually that happens with Miles as well. So he like overcomes from this insecurity. So like we're just doing this again.
Yeah, and like to continue on, right? In this scene, what's really causing this fallout here is that she wrote a fucking document on him. It's like when Keemstar went, "You made a fucking video! You made a fucking video!" It's the same thing right here. She caused it.
I would have helped you. I would have helped you, dumbass.
And lose
MJ, you should have told me what was wrong. I would have helped you, dumbass.
The same way that Otto and Martin Lee's obsessions made them lose themselves. But it's through the help of Miles.
What? Go back. What did he even say? Go back.
In his life almost caused him to push everyone in his life away and lose himself completely. The same way that Otto and Martin Lee's obsessions made them lose themselves.
No, you're pointing out like superficial similarities and saying, "Oh, well, it's just the same way." No, it's not the same way.
Martin Lee lost himself over obsession, sure. Otto lost himself based on deep-seated insecurity and spite. It wasn't obsession exactly. There was a portion of obsession, sure. Yeah, he had obsession against Osborn, sure, but what really made him a villain wasn't that. It was the other shit. It was the spite and insecurity he feels about it.
And even then, Lee didn't even just lose himself to obsession. He only started losing himself the more power Osborn gained because Osborn became mayor. If Osborn never attained more power and then ended up becoming mayor, it's very likely Lee would have never gone down the path to destroy him.
Well, and it's also the fact that Lee suffers from DID.
Will this editing definitely worked on some people, myself included. Also, some people forget the point of storytelling is to manipulate
that is
into thinking or feeling something. That is not the story. That is an edit of the story.
Yeah, that is the problem, is that worked on you, because that's not in the story. That wasn't as good as the story presented it. That was better than the story, which is why I think it's manipulative.
Because storytelling
it's
not showing the storytelling.
How the story was told.
He's writing for the story. He's writing for the story.
Also, you never describe how a story makes you feel as manipulative.
Yeah.
Right? because for there to be manipulation, there has to be an element of dishonesty to it. A good story is not manipulating you into feeling a certain way. It is invoking certain feelings within you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's being manipulative when it's doing that. Because you could do it in a non-deceptive way. There's dozens, hundreds of stories. I'm not gonna fucking name them all because fucking most fucking non-shit movies are like this. You know, like the greatest movie of all time, Last Jedi. Where you don't have to manipulate people to get them to feel a certain way. You don't have to be dishonest about it.
Yeah.
But it's through the help of Miles, the person that Peter has mentored and has been there for since the day his dad died, that he is able to help Peter. And Miles isn't the one who took the symbiote off of Peter. He helped Peter beat himself. Because you can't help someone who is unwilling to help themselves. But we still got more to cover with these characters and MJ, so...
Pause. That doesn't really counter the problem that people have with it. We know that, like, yes, Peter wanted, like, obviously Miles didn't literally rip him out of the suit, and Peter didn't do literally anything. The problem is that what made the original form of the story really strong to a lot of people is that it reinforces that thanks to Uncle Ben, Peter's, like, resolve is so strong that the moment the symbiote, like, even tips the scale for him to do something so wrong and away from Uncle Ben's message, he has the inner strength to take it off. That's what's so special about it. It reinforces that aspect of Peter's character, and it shows a level of, like, you know, power and, like, will that Peter has. It shows that Peter has really good willpower, because even this thing that is so good at controlling people and manipulating them to do what it wants can't do it to someone like Peter because of the message of Uncle Ben and all that shit. It shows Peter's resolve is really good. If you make it that someone else has to constantly help him and beat the shit out of him for him to eventually do that, it takes away a lot of that power in that moment. It's less inspiring. This is the equivalent that if you do an adaptation of this, If This Be My Destiny, and Peter doesn't lift the rubble by himself, he gets helped by Luke Cage. Like, he lifts it with him. He's like, on three, Peter, 1, 2, 3, and they lift it. It takes away that power. It takes away that, like,
Luke Cage because he's black.
Oh yeah.
You know what? Yeah.
It's the same reason you hate Miles in this game, right?
Yeah, man.
Agree to disagree. I like this video from Colin. No, that's fine. You can agree to disagree that the sky is blue. That's fine.
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh, I really like this moment between Miles, Genki, and his mom. When Genki starts talking like he's about to die, I found that a bit funny. But what I really like is these parts, where Miles is going to take those steps to spend actual time with people and try not to be so caught up in Spider-Man stuff all the time, letting his relationships slip away.
Didn't he take time to hang out with Haley before, like, Lizard was loose?
Yeah.
By the way, you talk about Miles is gonna take more time to, like, go and talk to his friends and family, like he wasn't doing that, but, like, the game ends with him like being Spider-Man more than Peter, because Peter quits or retires or whatever happens.
Yeah, exactly.
Miles literally is being Spider-Man more. That means he would have less time to hang out with his friends.
More time with his family when there's one less Spider-Man. Like,
literally, yeah, that contradicts that. Spends more time, and he just shows, like, a scene where he just chats after saving his life during the Venom invasion, where he's mostly busy dealing with the Venom invasion. Alright, yeah,
way. And the other moment when he tells his mom that he took her advice of letting go of things that don't serve him, like I went over earlier. And to next get into Peter's greatest enemy in this game, the fridge. But no, on a serious note, I want to get into MJ in this game. To get into MJ, we need to go back a bit. MJ in this game feels lost. She's working a job she doesn't even want to do because she needs to support herself and Peter. And she feels like she needs to make a difference.
Damn, working a job you don't want to do because you have to support people. Wow, what a big thing.
That's wild. That's wild.
That's why people do that shit every fucking day. That's what everyone loves working. Humans famously love working. You just fucking love it, I guess.
Side. She stressed this whole game trying to write a story so that she doesn't get fired. She tried to write one story, one about the kind of tech the hunters are using and who their leader is and what their goal is, and she wrote this story to try and track them down faster, most likely to save more people, especially after getting the news from Peter that Kraven killed Scorpion. But Jonah takes the story about the river battle instead because it's more dramatic and eye-catching, instead of a story trying to save lives. And the story that she writes that finally gets her job security is the one that she writes about Peter. And now, after talking talking with a certain character.
Oh, look who it is. Look who finally showed up.
Damn, SK, you're famous.
I'm just gonna say, if you complain and say I'm not allowed to respond to this, you're a fucking moron. Anyway.
Conceded on the fact that I thought this was character assassination for MJ, her writing this article.
Real quick, there's a lie spread by grifters about the game's ending cutscene. Peter does not quit or retire. He's taking a break to work out the balance issues. Okay, so again, when people say that he's quitting or retiring, that can still be temporary, okay? That is just a game of semantics right there. So, that's not.
I don't care. Like, obviously, he's returning in the third game. Obviously, he's not going to permanently be gone. I don't care. The point that I was simply making is just like a whole spending more time with more friends and family with Miles is weird of a thing to say when he's going to be Spider-Man more often, because Peter's not being Spider-Man for like at least a bit.
Yeah.
The game ends with Miles garnering more Spider-Man responsibility.
Yeah, there's no alternating like responsibility. There's no shared responsibility. There's no compromise there. It's just, no, you're having it all for now. And by the way, that's not even a good reason. Taking time to work out balance issues. You can work out balance issues by spending the time in your personal life to work those issues out.
Yeah, wait, how do you work out balance issues by not engaging?
It's balance to get rid of one entirely. That's how you work out balance issues.
That's not balancing issues. I'm gonna work out balancing issues by removing one of the objects from the scales. No.
If I want to work out balancing issues, I do the things I'm meant to balance.
Yeah, you have to do the things you're meant to balance. Otherwise, you can't find the balance for it.
Yeah, what is this
How
point?
you find a balance for something you're not doing.
Yeah, delete that comment. I said.
But after going through the story again and talking a bit more about it, I think that this article was just the product of MJ not knowing what to do to keep her job. The job
that doesn't justify that.
Potentially put this guy on the manhunt because of a dishonest article, because I need to keep a job.
Well, like, we're supposed to want MJ and Peter to be together. Why would I want Peter to be with someone who's just so easily willing to be a snake if she's just put under stress like that?
Why don't you work for the Daily Globe or something?
Well, even ignoring that shit, it's like, it's really unlikable, and the game never really fully, like... The game just keeps doing this with her, because in the first game, I was fine with it, where she's like, oh, you treat me like glass or whatever, and then, you know, she's being kind of... unfair to Peter at times, because like the game addresses that and she learns to grow, right? But like one time is fine, but if you keep doing this every time she's in a story, I'm gonna start thinking she's a bad love interest now. First time, okay, it was conflict and like, you know, she genuinely is there for Peter and helpful and all that stuff, but we do this again, she's a fucking problem for him. She's always a problem every time we see her in a story. Like, you know, people are going to start not liking this character more and more if you keep making her an issue for Peter. Like, I remember hearing this from someone. Like, the reason why we don't like MJ in the Insomniac games is because we really like Peter Parker. And if she's nothing but, like, a fucking obstacle to Peter, then we're not going to like her because she's a problem for him. And that's the thing. She's a problem here. Again, she just lied about him. Like, are you kidding me? Why would I like her? I like Peter a lot, and he's getting shit on by this person for fucking no reason.
This game made it a problem that Peter got accepted in Spider Society.
Yeah, bro.
Job which she believes is holding their financial situation together, and she's really stressed about this, and she also kind of just went through a traumatic event with Peter, but now she wanted to get feedback from
Which
Peter
she knew
about
wasn't
the
his fault.
Yeah.
Article, but we obviously know
how there's the doc.
That turned out. But the reason I was willing to concede on this was because of this cutscene from Spider-Man PS4.
This is all my fault.
No, not this song
Such
again.
a good scene.
You are not alone anymore, Pete.
See?
But this article doesn't really contradict that. MJ is still here for Peter, and I don't-
She blames
No, she's
him.
not. She fails to get him out of the black suit multiple times.
And she blames him.
Yeah, literally, she makes the article that blames him when it's not
lies
his
about
fault.
him.
By the way, that is the problem. In the first game, she understands Big Peter's biggest problem is that he puts the weight of the world on his shoulders and he blames himself too much. He's too harsh on himself.
And then she blames
So-
him in front of the world.
Yeah, then she literally puts more weight on his shoulders when she knows that's a problem of his.
Exactly. This proves
That's
my
such a
point.
contradiction.
And I don't think that an article written from a news establishment run by J. Jonah Jameson is changing.
That is cope right there. That is cope. She literally did that about Devil's Breath in the first game. She's still considered reliable. What are you talking about? She did an Oscorp expose.
It's still against
to be
her
fair,
character
and then
that she
nothing
cares
came
for
of it
Peter
because
and like she
of
understands.
jail. So
it's still bad that she's supposed to care for Peter and she knows how to help Peter and she knows what Peter struggles with because they have a deep, intimate understanding. And then in this game, she betrays that trust and gives him more shit for stuff that she knows he like has problems handling, which is blaming himself. And then now with the symbiote shit thing, where it's literally not his fault, he's being manipulated and controlled by this alien. It's just really bad on her that she even indirectly like makes it his fault.
To be fair, if because Jameson is in charge, it wouldn't be surprising if Jameson twisted her words. No, that is
That's
not in the game. She
in
would
the
have said
game.
that. She would have said that.
She even says it was the truth. Remember?
Yeah, she said
You're
it was
supposed to write
the
the
truth.
truth. It was the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's trying to like she's like trying to like 100% like reaffirm to Peter that this is his fault and he's in the wrong for this and he did something
this
really
is
bad and it's actually
this is
not.
really bad.
Yeah.
Jameson didn't run the bugle in PS4. That doesn't matter. She has credibility.
Well, I don't
supported
care.
him.
The problem is that she still betrayed Peter's trust and then she still did something that she wouldn't do.
This could cause
it's
a
very
manhunt
out of
against
character. Literally, that could happen. But yeah, whatever.
It literally happened in the first game.
I will say that's actually another thing I don't like about the game. MJ does nothing but just make Peter worse in the black suit, and I think that's kind of gross. I think that's just kind of disgusting. It's like Miles is the one that gets him out. If a character were to get Peter to take off the suit, why not like Mary Jane Watson?
Yeah.
Why not like Peter's like most beloved love interest character? The one that everyone knows is like there to help Peter, truly understands him like no other character in like most media, even in this game series. Like the first game had that idea that she's the one who really gets him, that knows what he goes through and knows how to help him and shit, knows what to say. You know, when when her head's in the game as well and all that shit. That's how it's portrayed. But in this game, like she does nothing but just reaffirm why he's the black suit Spider-Man. Like this article makes him worse, not better.
Public opinion against Spider-Man really the best option right now here for Peter, and I don't think that an article written from a news establishment run by J. Jonah Jameson is changing that. Now, is turning public opinion against Spider-Man really the best option right now with how Peter is acting? Probably not, but I think that can just be chalked up to her making a mistake.
Oh, she made a mistake. Luke Skywalker made a mistake.
Luke Skywalker made a mistake. That's why
he's old. He made a mistake. He made a mistake. It was instinct. It was instinct.
This is not just a mistake though. I don't think he understands that. It's like this is a core element of her character.
Yeah, is that she's supposed to help Peter and not make things worse.
Guys,
and she's the like the angel on his shoulder that tells him that he's not always at fault. It's not his fault this happens.
Guys,
like when Peter's feeling a certain way about Ock, he calls MJ because he knows MJ can help him.
Guys,
but then she does this.
Karen in Born Again just made a mistake when she forgot about Wilson Fisk. Oh, that's just a mistake. Oh, she left Matt Murdock when he's trying to connect. Oh, that's just a mistake. That's just a mistake. That's all this is.
I made a mistake.
He was trying to say because Jameson.
I made a serious and continuous lapse in judgment.
He was trying to say because Jameson didn't run the bugle at the time in the first game, there's no way Jameson would go to twisted her words. So yeah, it was her own volition, and it doesn't seem out of character. Dude, it doesn't matter if he ran the bugle. It is still her word.
She admits in the game that she did it. I thought you were supposed to tell the truth. It was the truth.
Yeah. You don't get to say that.
If I did it, but the if is really tiny in the book.
The game says it. The game basically just tells you it wasn't Jameson rewriting it. If it was, I feel like she would have told Peter that. She would have said, yeah, it was Jameson who wrote it this way. Yeah. She doesn't.
Exactly.
But let's see what he's gonna say.
Because just like in the first game, it's not out of the realm for MJ to not make the best decisions at all times. With her,
that is such a broad statement.
Okay, but the reason she
and also
the
she is being
here,
smart here. She's being quiet. What?
Okay, so the reason why the mistake here were like how she like kind of you know, is like, I'm not made out of glass, and she does the Grand Central shit. The reason why that works is because it's justified under her character flaws. They make it very clear in the game that she feels insignificant compared to Peter, because Peter is this big superhero and she's just regular old Mary Jane Watson. So she feels that she's not good enough to like be with him in a way. So she has this need to prove herself, right? And that gets her into trouble. That's established in the game that's a flaw she has. Her insecurities drive her to make bad decisions or irrational ones. Because of this, like she says in the game, I just don't want to be the one to get saved all the time. She doesn't want to feel like she's like some useless damsel that can't really like contribute to the life of Spider-Man or Peter Parker. That's literally it. That's her whole arc there. So when she does the stupid shit in that game, it's justified by character flaws. The reason Spider-Man 2 fails is that they like ignore that her character strengths is that she is very good at understanding Peter, reading what he's going through, and understanding what he struggles with, and is there to reassure him and help him with that. The last thing she would ever do is make Peter feel like he's at fault for things he's not at fault with, because she knows Peter treats himself unfairly, which we see in the first game. Oh, maybe I should have not arrested Fisk. But like, what were you supposed to do, Peter? Keep letting him play Godfather? It's a good thing you took in Fisk. Not this song and dance again. We're here for you, Peter. Like, those are showing that she knows Peter puts the shit on him unfairly, so she tries to like give him that reality check that it's not always his fault. It's not always up to him. These are just things that happen, and it's out of his control, and you know, she like helps him with that. So the last thing she would ever do is like make Peter feel like he's at fault for something he's not at fault for, which she does multiple times in this game.
You know, I find it funny
this is the big one.
How he simultaneously tries to act like she needs to go to the Bugle to have this job, but also says, oh, but their reputation's bad anyway, so it's okay. It's like, so then why does she need to go here versus other news platforms?
News places.
Yeah.
Well, it's the thing with Colin in general, like, whenever you give a criticism, if he can't properly counter it, he will just downplay it like that. Like, it's some weird downplaying.
People are getting hurt.
Like, canonically, the Bugle is still a respected organization. Like, what are you talking about? The Daily Bugle isn't like some rag people don't trust. Well, even in the real world, people listen to fucking CNN and Fox News, and they've been caught lying. Like, what kind of bullshit is this?
Exactly.
Their character flaws or internal struggles. And the article that she writes isn't even that bad. And
reports are flooding about the city.
You see what I mean? Downplaying? It's a downplay of everything.
Let's read it. Listen. Carlton Gant taught us the art of reading. So why don't we? You like to read? I like to read. Reports are flooding about the city's veteran wall crawler acting very un-Spider-Man. Reckless property damage, violent outbursts. Is he causing more harm than good? I don't know. That looks really bad.
That makes him sound like he's an unhinged psycho, and
that makes him sound like Man of Steel Superman.
Literally.
Yeah.
An unhinged psycho that goes through violent outbursts and shit.
And you know what? This is actually worse than Man of Steel Superman, because yeah, there's reckless property damage, but Superman doesn't do violent outbursts in the movie. So that's a whole new thing.
Yeah, guys, he's unhinged. It's all in his head. He's crazy.
Like, it's not that
Spider-Man Ashton. Well, that's Colin's classic, like, deflection of criticism, is just downplaying it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just really dismissive and disrespectful to the criticism at hand. Because it's like, guys, she didn't call Spider-Man a pedophile. Okay, it's still bad.
Yeah.
We're not saying it's the worst thing in the world, but it's still bad writing. This is still shitty that she did this and out of character.
Mm-hmm.
It is the truth. The only thing...
It is the
No, it's not!
No, it's not. That's not him. It's not him.
It is the slimy truth. It's some lawyer-ass truth where it's
it is a lie by omission. It is a lie by omission.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, sure, I left out major context, but I didn't say anything incorrect. It's like, sure, but she still ignored the fucking point that the symbiote is making him bad.
Mm-hmm.
Which she herself believes, because she says it's the suit. You gotta take off the suit. So she knows what she said is wrong.
Yeah.
Oh my god. He's so fucking stupid.
The only thing she leaves out is that she believes there's an alien suit changing him.
Oh,
But
something
if she
so...
something
oh, you mean the
that
thing that
changes
changes
the
the entire context?
Holy shit. There's no self-awareness.
She only leaves out the most important part of the story, guys.
The thing that completely changes the degree of fault and intent.
Guys, Fox News just left out the crimes Trump has committed. That's
Yeah,
all
they
they left
just
out.
left
Like,
it
come
out.
on.
They
Like,
just
what?
left
Isn't even that bad. And it is the truth. The only thing she leaves out is that she believes there's an alien suit changing him, but if she mentions that in the article, that could lead into other problems. And
a manhunt would happen anyways, because you just said he's unhinged and unstable.
Also, you don't have to say it's an alien. You can just say it's a parasite that's doing this.
Also, wouldn't it, like, if people are under the impression that Spider-Man needs help, wouldn't people try and help him more often than just manhunt him? Wouldn't they be like, take the suit off?
Yeah.
That's what would actually happen. Like, there would be a lot of people like that at least. Versus this article, which makes it seem like Spider-Man's an unhinged psychopath, so they need to take him down.
If he does reckless property damage, you do realize that's a crime. That's a crime.
You know, I'm actually
right
gonna go further with this. Spider-Man's a flat-out superhuman that can fight armies of armed men. Like, if the government, like, has a whiff of the story, wouldn't military intervention start being in play that there's an unhinged superhuman in the world, and a very experienced one?
And again, she's alleging that he's committing serious crimes right now.
Yeah, he goes through violent outbursts.
They only overlook the
outbursts,
vigilantism
guys.
element. The reason they overlook that is because he's using it for, like, helping people. You know, kind of like a good Samaritan type deal. Whereas here, you're framing him as using his powers like supervillains do, to commit serious crimes.
Yeah, we're Sable International. We might need them again.
And I think
Like in
that
the first
anybody
game.
even reading the article, that everybody in the city knows that Peter is wearing a new suit. The Danicast also mentions the new black suit multiple times, and they state that's the #1 podcast in the city, and Spider-Man is already always all over the news. I think if people don't...
So, that doesn't, just because you read one news source doesn't mean you're reading the rest. That's not a good point. And also, it doesn't matter, because the narrative it gives off is that it's all his fault. It doesn't matter if other people say otherwise.
Yeah, especially when, like, the Daily Bugle...
You see, Aunt May will tell him that it's not his fault, so I'm gonna say it's his fault. Like, that's not a point.
Well, it's insane, because it's like... The Danica cast and all that don't have any context either. They don't know it's she doesn't know it's an alien or anything. And all that she says is, I have a sneaking suspicion about the suit. I don't like the suit.
That's a suspicion. That's speculation. So you're banking on speculation to help exonerate him. That's so stupid.
Yeah, could MJ not get any eyewitnesses of the fight in the neighborhood where he's, like, roaring like a literal monster and he's clearly not normal, like he's clearly not acting human even?
Yeah.
Can, like, she get no quotes like that or anything just to prove it? Because, like, no one else can actually prove it.
This is cope. Fuck off.
Also, it doesn't matter. She still lied in her article. Just because there's people that are not liars about the fucking symbiote shit doesn't mean she's, like, not a liar. She still lied. She still omitted that context.
Man.
People don't put 2 and 2 together that, oh, Spider-Man started acting weird. Oh.
What is this whole thing of, no, just bank on the public putting 2 and 2 together? You know how dangerous of an idea that is? Bank on the public putting 2 and 2 together.
You know how many people believe Fox News and no other news organizations? You know how many people believe CNN and no other news organizations?
You know how many people believe the eating the cats and dogs thing? Kronos reads this shit all the fucking time. He could jump in here.
Literally.
Yes, I can. They were eating the cats. They were totally eating the cats and the dogs. It's absolutely not. And Colin is guilty of this too. The one argument I had with a certain
forehead
Ardo individual, where Colin was there.
Oh, true. Yeah.
He brought up the news source of, like, some random fucking guys about some random Kamala quote that they misconstrued. Yeah. And Colin, for some reason, was interjecting when he clearly hadn't even read the quote.
Yeah,
Samuel,
Colin also
what
had
the
this
fuck he's talking about?
misconception.
The general quote. So the general public is fucking stupid.
Yeah, this whole thing about like do you know how many people watch fucking Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, the dude who said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna sell the houses to people when it's drowning."
Listen, one of the most fucking top streamers of all, like in the whole world, is fucking Asmongold. I don't want to fucking hear it about the general public.
Yeah,
Fuck the public.
What a stupid argument. This is one of the stupidest arguments I've ever heard.
Oh, he's got
There's
a
probably
new
a lot of
suit.
people that only believe the Daily Bugle. I'll just let that be known.
Also, Colin believed that Trump would help the economy, so.
That's kind of on them. And again, MJ doesn't even
Yeah,
all
wait,
over
hold
the
on.
news.
The man famous for bankruptcy at a casino.
People don't put two and two together that, oh, Spider-Man started acting weird. Oh, he's got a new suit. I think that's kind of on them.
It's kind of on people
That
who are
doesn't.
just outside
Having a
viewers who
new
don't
suit
have
doesn't mean
context.
it's an alien that controls your mind.
Yeah,
Who's gonna
are you
just
insane?
assume?
Are you insane?
Yo, like who's gonna assume? Yo, you got a new you got a new drip. Oh my god, you got a new drip. You must be evil now. Like
Yeah,
what the fuck?
What are you smoking right now? Are you stupid? Or
Guys,
something?
Spider-Man's drip has changed. Is it an evil alien that controlling
Dude, the
him?
anti-ox suit, he must be evil now because anti-ox.
Guys, he's wearing a black and yellow suit. Is he evil? He literally has a suit that looks like Doc Ock's arms.
Dude, Iron Man has nanotech
the Dr.
now. It
Octopus
feels
evil
so
man.
lifelike. He must be evil now.
Yeah, what the fuck?
What is this?
Who's gonna
brain
just
rot
jump to that
argument?
conclusion? It must be controlling your mind, guys.
Yeah.
When Spider-Man starts wearing the advanced suit after the classic suit, it's like, oh shit, is he being mind controlled by an evil suit?
No, that must be Superior Spider-Man. You know, it's new
Look,
suit.
it's Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah, this is just embarrassing. The fuck is this? And it doesn't matter. You are feeding them false information. If you give them false intel, then holy shit. It's kinda on them, even though you fed false intel.
And again, MJ doesn't even want to.
Never liked him. Enemy of the state. Used to think Spider-Man was cool. See, I used to think Spider-Man was cool, so dumb. She convinced people to hate him.
Literally, yeah.
Go cause problems
Also-
somewhere else, Spider-Man. That's not what I... Look! It says, this is not what I'd expect from MJ Watson. See? Right there, in the comments, someone's saying, I wouldn't expect it from this reporter. Are you serious?
It's also wild that's like, oh, she's not fully doing this because Jameson. It's like, Jameson didn't ask her to be disingenuous on Spider-Man just to make a story that's worth telling.
Look at this doc. Look at the doc right here. It says, contributing writer Mary Jane Watson. There's no credit given to Jameson, so anybody saying that Jameson did it is bullshit.
And I'm gonna be honest, under Jameson's character, he would definitely want the credit.
Yep, exactly. If he was writing something like this, he would want credit. So
Spider-Man's a psycho who's like unhinged and violent. He would totally put his name on that shit.
Exactly. But it doesn't. That was her writing this insipid document.
Wild.
To do
what
this,
a wild
but she felt
defense.
like she had to keep the job that again is the only thing she thinks is
Also,
keeping.
it's not even like she had to either.
job.
Pause. It's not even like she had to either.
God.
Keep in mind, Spider-Man is being controlled. Even if you want to say it's an alien, you can fucking say it's an alien. Spider-Man is being controlled by an alien creature. Is it planning to invade and like infect anyone else? Who else is being controlled by alien creatures in your everyday life?
Yep.
Fuck it.
How
You
would
don't have
that
to
not
lie
just keep
about
her job
Spider-Man
right
things.
there? Well, that's the thing. How would that just not keep her job if she just said that a fucking alien is taking over Spider-Man? You think that wouldn't sell papers?
Yeah.
That shit would sell out quickly. Especially because you would have people that would believe it. You'd have people that say it's a conspiracy and Spider-Man is just a maniac like Jameson. Shit would drive up sales instantly.
Yeah, oh shit, Spider-Man's being controlled by some supervillain alien thing? That's wild. And you're not gonna tell me that New York wouldn't believe that? This is the same universe with massive giant sand monsters and a fucking lizard running around.
Gaming Griff said, even if JJ changed the fucking article to slander Spider-Man, he'd be speaking the truth considering other characters also picked up on Peter's changes in behavior, and MJ said it was the truth anyways. Yeah. So she earnestly believes this, apparently.
She's disingenuous.
She is disingenuous.
their financial situation afloat. And after this, Peter isn't answering calls from anyone. And when she sees—
Oh no, he didn't answer calls.
He didn't answer her calls. What a piece of shit. Time to slander him.
Scene where she's trying to help Peter, but Peter is being a douchebag and is not accepting anything from anyone. And she's
being a douchebag, because he's like clearly upset that the article lied about him. He's like, you're supposed to sell the truth, and she just smugly goes, it was the truth.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, he's like this scene where she tries to help him. It's like, how does she try to help him? All she asks is, do you remember anything about last night? And then he gets mad and then leaves. She doesn't tell him what happened. She doesn't tell Harry what happened. Just fucking
Peter, you tried to kill me in the black suit.
She asked him a question. He gives an answer, which shows he clearly wasn't in control of his action. He fucking leaves. That's it. There's no further discussion of him almost killing her in that scene.
This Mary Jane sucks. This Mary Jane is not a good love interest at all. And I don't know why Peter stays with her. She seems like she's just a problem.
Just a problem, yeah.
Yeah, she's just extra work at this point.
Call him after this as well. She's still trying to be there for Peter. But later in the game, when she gets a promotion, she doesn't feel anything from it. It's like playing a game of Fortnite using aimbot.
Oh yes, because lying about someone is the same as cheating in a video game.
It's wild how many comparisons Colin makes to fucking video games. I wonder why that is. I wonder what could be an influencing factor. So why so many comparisons are fucking stupid. He's comparing actual shit that affects people's lives to a video game.
This reminds me of Fortnite.
I wonder.
Guys, you know, when someone left a situation where the genocide of their people was made fun of, that's the same as that person rubbing their nuts on somebody's chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
It reminds me of this time at Fortnite.
Lying about someone, which would potentially get them in like actual trouble with the law because they're an illegal vigilante and you're painting them as unstable. That's the same as cheating in a fucking Fortnite match. You know?
Yeah.
It's exactly the same. It's totally the same situation.
He's hacking. Yeah, sure, you won, but you don't get any real personal satisfaction from it. And then during the Scream boss fight, we get what MJ, just like Peter, has been holding in for so long.
MJ, just talk to me!
No,
I'm
please,
done
Mercy.
talking! Done begging for validation!
Yeah, she's been done begging for validation in the first game, so what are you talking about?
No.
From anyone! Validation? If this is about your job! It's about me! Hey! Not my job in this stupid house! And for once, not about you!
That is not at all what their dynamic was like after the first game. Did you play it?
About me! MJ, what do you mean?
Who did the Symkaria story? Who did that? Wasn't Peter.
Well, it only sold like a few books, even though that's kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Stay out of this! I'm finally in control!
Why does she only now whatever, we talked about it.
Don't listen to those voices! They aren't telling the truth! And I heard them too! I know how it feels! Always about you! You can't keep a job! You can't pay the mortgage!
Shut up, Gabe. Stop it.
He literally said he could handle it. He literally said he'd handle it at the beginning of the game. Did you play it?
And he did. And he did. He got a job at EMF.
I think she's actually talking. I think she's actually talking to Colin right now.
True.
I have a job with Harry. We'll be okay. And for how long? There's only one job you care about. Spider-Man.
She would never.
How
think
dare
this.
you?
If you're saying that
How dare you care about saving lives over just money and personal profit? How dare you?
If this is stuff she had pent in, then this is not within her character. She would never think any of this.
I always
it's wild.
Second. I live in your shadow where my dreams turn to dust.
She does not think that after the first game. That was the whole point of that plot.
Yeah, that was literally the point.
Remember your book? You said you want to help people. Nobody read it. Nobody cared! I read it! It helped me! All
Did you read it?
I do is help you! MJ! My life is constantly interrupted by you! Looking for answers! Please! Because you lost a job or can't pay a bill!
Alright, I'm skipping.
Never thought for granted!
so painful.
I'm sorry.
I need someone check. Can someone check? Someone eventually fucking check. What percentage wise of this video is just scenes from the game and
I
not
have no
them
patience
talking?
to check. If someone wants to do like an edit,
Yeah, that's
like
what
a
I'm saying.
supercut,
Someone in the chat.
and they want to calculate.
If anyone in the chat would like to calculate what percentage of this video is spent just replaying scenes from the game unedited, and then how much of it is actually Colin speaking, it would be much appreciated.
Yeah.
What you want? How do you know what we want? You're Mary Jane Watson. You want
a dickheadish way.
Yes. I want the truth.
And sure, these things come out in the most dickheadish way possible.
Okay, but it's not just the delivery. It is the meaning.
It's
the points.
Yeah, it's
behind,
it's the problem she has, which is really annoying.
Yeah.
Already been established, already been addressed, or it's just some stupid shit that's just not even true at all.
Yeah. This doesn't work. Pay attention.
Possible, but there's an element of truth in what she is saying.
There is no element of truth. What is the element of truth then? You know what? Let's see if he answers that question. What's the element of truth?
Just like with Peter when he had the black suit on. Even I felt offended by some of the shit she was saying to Peter.
Always about
So, okay, he doesn't explain the element of truth.
you. You can't keep a job. You can't take a
I wonder why he felt offended by that.
By the way, even canonically, you can't say this, because remember, he didn't get fired from the Daily Bugle, he quit.
Yeah, true.
The first game, they explained this. The only reason he's not working at the Daily Bugle is because Jameson lied about Spider-Man being a murderer, so we thought that was too far, and he quit.
Mr. Mighty said, did that kid ever show up? No, he didn't, because he's grounded, so we had to pay our respects at the beginning, so... It's unfortunate.
Damn!
I'm sorry. Because it was a thought. No.
Okay, thank you.
No, seriously, it was a thought. It was a thought, and I blurted it out.
Okay, skip it. It might be like from a movie clip or something. It's not funny.
Yeah.
Man, honestly,
It's an SNL skit, I'm pretty sure.
In the beginning of the game, she felt like she needed to make a difference from the inside, and by the end of the game, she finally realizes that she is lost in achieving her goals and dealing with her internal struggles.
That does not follow.
The fucking scream symbiote just dies for no reason.
Yeah, wait, did it just despawn?
Goodbye.
She just stepped on it and it despawned. It didn't latch back onto her. Didn't latch back
But
onto
also,
Peter. Just fucking died.
Yeah, literally, it's just a Gmod map. They're just like, okay, I'm done playing with you, and it just despawned. Goodbye.
Just hit it with a despawning tool.
Did he just not have a connection between the 2 points? Listen.
In the beginning of the game, she felt like she needed to make a difference from the inside, and by the end of the game, she finally realizes that she is lost in achieving her goals and dealing with her internal struggles.
So she felt she needed to make a difference, but then
from the
she
inside
was lost. How does that connect? You see how like he's failing at like basic sentence structure?
Because this game fails at basic writing structure. So.
Are you?
Am I?
Just yap.
I'm okay. I think
Why do you need that?
I'm okay.
Why is this in the video, bro?
Wait.
I don't even know what the point is. She had a conflict and she learned it. Wow, that's such good writing. Let's ignore the inconsistencies. Man, this is such a great analysis.
Kiss my ass. I quit.
Her job bad. She learned to leave her job. That is such good. Well, wow.
Fucking and then everybody clapped.
So good.
The symbiote likely died because they no longer had a host, just like every adaptation with a symbiote is an antagonist. Yeah, but they don't die right away.
Name one symbiote that actually has died with while lacking a host. Because remember, it's spectacular. For months, it was buried in cement. It didn't die.
Yeah, like did you watch these things? Did you read any of these stories?
Yeah. But not to mention, when it got to Earth, it didn't have a host. It was just on a rock. It didn't have a host until it met Peter.
What universe
How did it survive all that long?
Just die because it's not attached to someone? Like none.
Especially when does it just die? Not even like there's not even a body afterwards. It just fucking disappears. It like shrinks and then just disappears from into thin air. It just fucking despawns.
How did
like
it
a
survive
Gmail
to begin
bot.
with? How did it survive to begin with if it just dies immediately without a host?
Yeah. The reason it needs a host is because it's weak by itself, and it's weak. It's weaker, so it'd be easier to kill it if it doesn't have a host, and it can't really do much besides crawl
I
around.
said popular adaptation, not every. No, not any. This is not in anything.
Wait. I just said one of the more popular ones.
Spectacular is
popular. Yeah. If you think of the most popular symbiote adaptations, Spider-Man 3, 90s, Spectacular. None of them die when they're just away from a host.
Yeah, because that doesn't make sense.
Remember what happens in Spider-Man 3 when Eddie gets removed from being Venom? It turns into a giant monster.
You see, here's the funny thing, comic.
It lands in a meteorite from outer space without a host.
I know. It's like, here's the funny thing about all of this, right? Is that with Spider-Man 3, the reason it looks so much better than this execution of the symbiote saga is because it gets basic things right. So like basic cause and effect, how things work, it is understandable on a base level. Whereas with this game, they can't even get like the basic stuff right about why things happen, why they work. So it's like, it makes Spider-Man 3 look expert level compared to it when it's not. It's a bad story arc.
At least Peter actually did like fucked up things, like he bombed his best friend.
At least they showed the addiction, you know. At least they
actually
understand how.
At least he actually like attempted to kill Sandman.
At least it's consistent with how it changes people.
And it's consistent in his motivation.
Yeah.
At least I understand why Eddie Brock became Venom. At least like that arc could like make sense, even if it sucks.
Yeah.
At least when he has the symbiote, he feels more powerful. Like, he actually feels stronger.
You know that scene where he's first upside down and then does crazy flips, jumps around? This is something else. It's like, yeah,
he beats
that is
the
crazy.
Piss out of Sandman effortlessly.
At least he's a badass in the suit. At least I believe he's actually scary.
Yeah,
I mean,
bro.
just as a good comparison, right? He
You're
was
gonna pay Marco, and he like shredded half his face off from like a fucking train.
He was struggling with Harry earlier, right? And he's just bodying Harry in the house fight. And you compare that to how much he was struggling against Norman. Look at where he is now. Isn't that like a good way to show progression, to show how much more powerful he is now?
Also tried to kill his best friend. Like he threw a bomb at his face.
Yeah.
It's just, whoa, that's actually terrifying. Yes, the dancing Spider-Man is scarier than this shit.
And he also didn't go, oh, that wasn't me after he threw the bomb. No, he just did it.
Yeah,
so
man.
yeah, like this is what is the
or after he
dancing one is
kills
scary.
fucking Sandman, after he thinks he kills Sandman, he literally just goes, good riddance. That's cold as shit.
Yeah. Exactly.
Alright, continue. Let's see what else is said.
I think I've been lost for a while now.
Why?
Not just to the symbiote.
Why?
For months I've been...
Why does she dress
trying
up
to
like
be
an
something
elderly
I'm not.
woman?
Trying to be something I'm... Okay, they don't explain that. They don't explain that.
I'm glad you're back.
Sorry.
It wasn't you. And I wasn't me earlier.
And in the ending, she starts from the beginning with her own podcast.
Okay, so the solution is to create EFAP.
Peter being Spider-Man and not getting his life together.
No
or the
wonder why Colin
relationship
likes this
with Order
arc.
is
The
taking a
story,
toll
the story arc is to learn to not get a job and make money on YouTube.
both of them. But the
say
truth
it.
of the
That was too
matter is,
perfect.
she needs Peter just as much as he needs her. And I hate how people read this boss fight as
Wait, what?
kinda not getting his life together or the relationship in order.
And
I gotta hear this.
wasn't me earlier.
And in the ending, she starts from the beginning with her own podcast. Peter being Spider-Man and not getting his life together or the relationship in order is taking a toll on both of them. But the truth of the matter is, she needs Peter just as much as he needs her. And
Isn't that great that they've already established this in the last game? Guys, I think you're having a hard time understanding that piece of dialogue right there. Just confirmed that the city was exaggerating to feelings she holds deeply inside. Okay, but again, we just established that it doesn't make sense for her to think those things. It doesn't work.
It's inconsistent with her arc in the first game.
And I hate how people read this boss fight as, oh, MJ's just being a dick to Peter. Look at this feminist rant. But when Peter is being a dickhead to people with the black suit on,
You know what? Fuck it. They're right. No, I'm partially joking there.
Oh, I want more of that. It's like, obviously there's some truth to what MJ is saying, just like...
No, there isn't.
Well,
There's zero
here's my take. I think both are really cringe and shit. I think like Peter's rants are stupid.
They're both stupid.
Just as much as MJ's. Yeah, I think they're both lame. I think the reason why the MJ one's more annoying is because of the fact that a lot of this shit was resolved already. And people like can just recognize that. You gotta also keep in mind, it's just such a bad decision at all to make, because, like, you know, a lot of people hated MJ in the first game, so, like, Insomniac obviously knew this, even from a character standpoint, people didn't like her. Why would you write a story where she's, like, even more toxic to him, and more, like, problematic?
Because reasons.
Shouldn't you just tone that back and make sure people like her as a character? Because now everyone's under the same opinion. Yeah, she's a bitch, we don't like her. Because they just kept doing this. It's just such a bad decision.
Right. They proved my original perception right.
Yeah, it's confirmation bias, because now it's like, yeah, look at her, she's being a bitch again. It's like, well, it's the symbiote, sure, but it's like, we're sick of hearing this out of her mouth. Because we heard this in the first game, and now we're hearing this here.
Exactly.
Just like Peter, but of course, it's gonna come out in a terrible way when you have a fucking symbiote controlling you. And the symbiote in this game amplifies emotions. But to get back to the fridge criticism people have been throwing at this game, yeah, I got no defense for that. Wait, hold up. It actually says here on the back of the box that the fridge is 500,000 pounds, so yeah, it makes sense now. On a serious note, though, this is like literally a nothing burger of a criticism. It's a nitpick at best.
Okay, why don't you talk about the more consequential stuff like the cane?
Well, it's death by 1,000 cuts. This is like the problem. This is the problem with the nerfing of Spider-Man that people don't understand. Usually a lot of them aren't big. A few of them are big. Most of them aren't big moments. The reason why people notice it is because it's so like many. Yeah. And it's literally the death by 1,000 cuts problem. The fridge is like symptomatic of it.
That's the thing. It keeps happening.
Yeah, he gets hit by a vulture droid. He gets hit by a vulture droid for no reason. A normal human is able to plow him with the black suit like twice to introduce a new enemy type. He gets hit by like the fucking like the dog struggling to lift up a roller coaster car, even though he's like way stronger than that. Like he fucking gets defeated by nets.
I like how you said Insomniac Peter in his Advanced 2.0 suit gets hit by the dog, and just as soon as you say that, Jack Kentner returns.
I know, right?
Yeah, what I was doing didn't take that much time, so I'm back.
Awesome.
I'm on my phone right now, but I'll get back on my laptop once I get back to my house. But I saw that you guys were on the infamous fridge scene from... And I gotta say, like, isn't it convenient that Colin avoids addressing how Mary Jane or MJ tries shielding Peter, even though she knows that won't do anything?
Well, and also that she reacts faster than him.
Yeah, why is she faster than Peter?
And it's like, well, there's so many examples of nerfs that were talked about, and like he's just you're stuck on one. That's it. Like, what about the cane thing? That's the big thing that causes.
Yeah, he got hit by a cane essentially. That's the thing. There's a lot of big ones where it's like the fucking cane, Craven stabbing Peter because Peter's being a dumbass,
and Spider Sense doesn't
Peter
work.
Getting defeated by nets
not work a lot.
Shit.
Yeah, and it's
like there's big ones, but there's a lot of small ones too, like the fridge getting hit by the fucking vulture droids, a normal human plowing him twice, being afraid of a tiger in one scene. Like there's a lot of those like little moments too, so it's just so distracting.
What you can kill like, or you can destroy like a mechanical lions or dogs or whatever, but you can't web up a tiger. What's wrong with you, Peter?
Yeah, you literally have to do a little like objective thing to like take down the tiger when he could have just shot him with webs and it's over.
Brainstorming said, "It's me brainstorming, I'm not gone. I see you are doing a tribute of me, but I want to say a few things." Is he online? No way. No way. Alright, brainstorming, tell me you're on Discord. Please tell me you're on Discord. Let me check. I will add you ASAP if you are on.
Kinoflex, get in the call.
I need you to defend your god, Colin.
We gotta hear this. But while we wait for him to give confirmation, I do want to mention, right, that obviously nerfs can happen in media, but again, it's like there's a scale to this, right? In Raimi's Spider-Man 1, I love the movie, right? But he does get nerfed in one scene where he goes up to the Green Goblin when he's doing this whole trick on him, and then his spider sense doesn't go off when he gets punched. Yeah, that's a problem. But how many other times does he get nerfed in the movie? None, right? You can't really think of anything.
Yeah, like that moment, like you could say is a bit of a nerf, but even then, it's like that one is just so small and insignificant and doesn't even affect the plot at all, and it's never happens again.
One time.
Hell, I would even argue this. I don't even think it's that ridiculous that Green Goblin's able to hit Spider-Man because he's still a superhuman too. I would agree the spider sense should have warned him, but I don't think that would have stopped him getting punched because Goblin's right next to him.
That's fair. I guess
it's not out of the realm of possibility that, Goblin can hit him because he's also like a really powerful superhuman, and this is Peter's nemesis. It's like the Joker set. It's like if the Joker stabbed Batman. It's like, yes, of course he can stab Batman. This is his arch nemesis. Obviously, he can fight the hero. Yeah.
Oh, so he says, I can't use Discord for months, sadly. Oh, why is that brainstorming? Why is that? Also for Colin, I have to agree to disagree on that. So I came to say I am not gone, but I won't be on Discord for a bit and X. Yeah, I heard your mom took your privileges, so that was unfortunate. But we made sure to give a tribute to you. We made sure.
You'll be missed.
The video.
You'll be missed.
I did want to say I am sorry for the rape stuff I said to you, which is why I deleted it. Well, I'm glad you've deleted it, and I hope that was a learning experience.
I hope you grow and change as a person.
Yeah, I mean, hey, hang on. Guys, this is a whole lot more than Colin has ever done, okay? You gotta give him that.
This is better character development in the entirety of this game, so.
True. So, I'm not even gonna, bother making, I'm not even gonna bother making fun of brainstorming. If that is the case, I do appreciate that. But, things happen, so, hopefully things will be better moving forward.
This video is such torture to go through, I'm gonna be honest.
It is.
That's true.
If
We're not
Peter gets
even
the
in a
fridge
very
off of him quicker, literally nothing about the plot changes. Next, we have to take a look inside Peter's
It makes
head
him look
and
less like a bitch.
Yeah.
That's what our problem is. When people say Spider-Man's nerfed, they're not talking that it ruins the story exactly. It's just it's annoying and kind of feels disrespectful. That's the main thing. It's like,
It makes him look lame.
Does it create a plot hole that the Vulture droid hits Spider-Man? No, but it's just why are you making him look so fucking stupid?
It makes him look lame.
Yeah. It's like it's
just
weak,
and I don't want that because Spider-Man's cool. Yeah, you should only make your heroes look weak if they're fighting something that's supposed to feel like a major threat. Like when Spider-Man gets beaten by the Sinister Six, it's like, yeah, of course he doesn't look strong. He's getting his ass kicked, but the reason we don't mind is because he gets beat by a genuine, legitimate, big ass threat, not fucking fodder robot droids that in gameplay you beat like nothing.
Well, Miles beats him like nothing. He just punches them and boom, they're dead.
Yeah, you could easily just shred them apart.
Mm-hmm. And it's like
Peter doesn't even need to hold back. They're robots.
I just want Spider-Man media to start depicting Spider-Man as a clear badass once again. I mean, the last time we got that was Across the Spider-Verse, where Miles was able to do the I'm gonna do my own thing as he shoves Miguel against all those spider people. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to do this. I don't hate to do this actually. I'm if you look at how Arkham does this, because obviously the intention of the Vulture droids doing that, or the big thug hitting Spider-Man in the black suit, is to introduce a new enemy type and go, whoa, shit, look at them. But the thing is with Arkham, how they do it is they never fucking make them hit Batman. Like, remember in Arkham Knight where you're in Stag's airship, you grapple up like the chute, and then
Where the
immediately,
Cloudburst is?
yeah, and then like there's like the the brute with the sword. They're introducing the sword brutes. Batman doesn't get cut by a sword. He zips up and he does this badass fucking flip dodge, and he like avoids getting hit by those swords. And it's like, oh shit, here's the new enemy type, and you like fight it. That's awesome. Or like you flip the switch in Ace Chemicals, and like the ninjas just flip all over, and they show off their swords and shit. They don't need to make Batman look pathetic to show off a new enemy type.
Yeah. Thank you for the 2 Karses. Or Karses. He said, this person says, are you guys saying Spider-Man 2 is bad? The story, yes. I haven't played it.
Gameplay's a downgrade from the other 2 games.
Okay, who are you bullying in the background, Kronos?
Oh damn, yo can still hear them shit. I'm like 3 stories up.
Kronos, keep your child abuse till after the stream.
Yeah, we're not the 110. We don't stream these. We don't stream these. We're not the 110.
Yeah, we don't stream our crimes, dude. What are you doing?
And see the things that have been affecting him so heavily laid out bare.
Where are we anyway?
We are inside Spider-Man's mind. You've seen what those creatures do to people around the city. They get in your head, twist your desires.
He has a stronger hold on him than I thought.
Where do we start?
We have to find the source of his pain. Follow me. Try and lead you to where it's darkest.
Is this?
Oh god, second chances.
Makes sense why Spider-Man.
Wait, this is the chapter title? Second chances?
Yeah, this is gonna be about like the theme of second chances and how it's handled. And I'm gonna say this right now. The only Spider-Man media that does it worse than this is No Way Home, and that is it. This is pretty awful.
No Way Home. I'm actually here's what I'm thinking. I think these 2 are kind of on the same level. They're just really bad for different reasons. And here's why I think this, right? Obviously, No Way Home is bad because it basically just tells you like even the most fucking evil characters out there, you could just change them because you take their powers away. It's like that. Okay, you had to misunderstand characters, you had to destroy characters for this. But in this, not only do they additionally destroy characters, but like with Martin Lee, they basically tell you, oh yeah, he just served time in prison, that changed him. It's like, oh, so that's the message, just serve time? Yeah. PJ says, as soon as I come back to the stream, I see No Way Home slander. How disheartening. Green Goblin. Tombstone. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Hold up. I don't know why it keeps switching like this. It's psychotic. It's fixed.
It's disingenuous. So, like, there's like 3...
Scorpion,
I wouldn't even agree with Rhino. Like, Rhino just wants to take off the suit and just fuck off.
Yeah, but he's still a fucking villain, though. Like, he was still a criminal.
He's a villain, but it's like, he's not irredeemable. Like, if Rhino got his way and he took off his suit, he'd probably just fucking,
still do crimes.
Screw off.
Yeah.
I don't even think so. Because he's like, no more Rhino.
Really?
Yeah, he doesn't want to. I mean, if you want to do crimes, obviously
you think he would just retire?
Maybe he could steal from a candy store from a bit. Like, he'll just put a lollipop in his pocket and move on. I can see him doing that.
Well, if you still want to do crimes, wouldn't you keep the Rhino suit because you're indestructible?
Well, I think no, because when you're like bonded to the suit for so long, I guess it'd be like a case of extreme body dysmorphia, where he like kind of feels like an animal because he is the Rhino. And he wants that shit off. Because it would be annoying having like a suit glued to you at all times that you can't take off. The lack of ability. Like, I think he would absolutely not want to take the suit off if he could put it on and off again at will, right? It's the fact he doesn't have a choice in taking it off.
Wouldn't he push more so for that then?
Honestly, I can imagine him being.
Yeah, well, he wants
like,
to suit unbonded to him. Yeah, so like we don't. Besides that, we can't infer one way or the other if he would put it back on or not. If he had the choice to take it off.
He pronounces no more Rhino. He doesn't want to be him ever again. He's like, no more. I'm not being Rhino anymore. He even says to Spider-Man in the boss fight, "You should be glad because I'm not gonna be this anymore. I'm not gonna be Rhino anymore." So he's like, he has no intention to be Rhino again and like do crimes. I'm assuming he's an idiot, but he wants to, like, in at least the first game, he wants to take off the suit. He wants to take off the suit and do something else. Yeah, I think he's sick of being the Rhino.
He wants to retire.
He's not enjoying it.
He's doing crimes so long. He's sick of doing crimes. I get you.
He's just sick of it. He doesn't like being the Rhino, and I think like that's
it's
the
boring
point
now.
of taking it off.
I think
Scorpion, I agree. Scorpion is a piece of shit. But here's the thing: with all the villains, like Cletus Cassidy, Scorpion, Tombstone, and Kraven, there's like, so Kraven dies, Scorpion dies. We don't really develop like any second chances with them, or if it's even possible. We don't talk about it. Cletus Cassidy, they try to put an attempt, but they don't really say much. And Tombstone, they character assassinate him to make him change.
Same with Martin Lee.
Off screen.
Yeah, but at least with Martin Lee, he always could have changed. There was a part of him that was always good. So at least like these are the 4 characters that I feel like are irredeemable, and they don't really explore like how Spider-Man has to confront something like that. Not meaningfully.
The only thing I would say is that I guess No Way Home is slightly worse in the sense that it assassinates more characters to do this. But in terms of like the actual messaging in and of itself, it's like I think both of these are just as ineffective and lacking in depth.
Well, they both don't want to tackle what's so hard about this no-kill rule and giving bad guys second chances. The hardest thing you have to challenge is the villains that don't want to change and never will change.
Where do you draw the line?
Yeah, because like...
Where do you draw the line to be redeemed?
Yeah.
Arkham City is like... Arkham City is about like the no-kill rule, right? A lot of that game is exploring Batman not killing the criminals versus Hugo Strange, who's going to slaughter them like cattle in Arkham City. And what's interesting is like they flat out confront the fact that Joker should die. And in the end of the game, it's ambiguous if Batman is like, would have let him get killed by the disease or not. He's like, you'll just break out and do it again. And then Joker, destroys the cure. So we don't know what Batman would have truly chose. We don't know if he lied, if he said, I would have saved you. So it's like, it makes you think, right? It confronts the fact that there's evil fuckers like the Joker that maybe you should let die. Maybe you should kill him. But in this game, this game's too afraid to talk about it. It's like, oh, should Spider-Man kill Kraven? He doesn't need to think about that because Venom killed him. Venom got rid of him. Don't worry, guys.
Right. Yeah.
Kraven's not a problem anymore.
It seems to me like, with the Arkham games, right, I think they're written a lot more, with a lot more care, because they try to answer difficult questions. Whereas this, they don't seem interested in it. They're just like, no, you could just reform. Just like that. And something that I like about how the Arkham games handle it is when they don't, when they can't reform, when they can't change, they show why they can't change. They clearly establish why. And when they can change, they try to focus on their strengths, their merits. They focus on why they could change. So,
yeah.
That's just...
I think if we're looking for a great redemption story that really delves into who and who should not be redeemed, you will find a novel by the great Chad M. Brooks, Shadow of the Conqueror. Great movie. Everyone, check it out.
No.
I love the story of Super Hitler's redemption.
No.
But yeah, jokes aside,
everyone go read Shadow of the Conqueror by Shadow Brooks.
Yeah, literally, that's way better, bro. But
thank you for the $2, Kay.
But yeah, like the fucking, it's just not tackled well. Cause it's easy to go, oh, Spider-Man shouldn't kill Mysterio because Mysterio's just some loser and he's not really that bad, right? It's easy to say that. It's hard to say, oh, Spider-Man shouldn't kill Carnage. Yeah. Spider-Man shouldn't kill the Green Goblin. It's like that is way harder. It's like, really, you shouldn't get rid of them?
You want to know what the redemption story reminds me of?
What?
Has Been Hotel. If you've seen that,
I haven't seen it.
Oh, I have seen it. I've seen it.
The main premise of the show is that you're supposed to be reforming sinners in hell, and the show just kind of goes out of its way to just say, oh, well, actually, they're all misunderstood. Actually, the people in heaven are the bad guys. They don't know why.
Well, I think the problem with the show is that it tries to have it both ways, where it tries to say, like, everyone deserves a second chance, like a chance at redemption. But then it also kind of fucks it up because there's like plenty of characters who just are given the chance, throw it away, but then the show insists that they still be given yet another chance.
Yeah.
Like, I would agree with it if it was just, okay, you have a chance, oh, you threw it away, well, then you don't fucking deserve to be redeemed. But the show keeps giving these people chances.
I think something that's really important to talk about in stories about second chances is why you should give it to them. Why do they deserve it?
Well, it's like, because like I this idea that everybody deserves a chance. Why does being alive inherently earn you a second chance?
Think about this place. Most of us are here because of him. I think.
Miles!
Oh, look, it's the water again. What's his name? Brian? Carl Young?
Seeing the scene?
Genuine question to you guys.
Isn't this? I was like, this reminds me a lot of the remember like that cinematic that was for the first game where he's like fighting them all on the construction site and they keep like knocking him down.
Yeah, this is a homage to that.
The
scene is so horrible because it's just reminding us of all these cool
homage.
that
I would just
died
say
on
it's
screen.
fucking. I don't feel the homage.
Yeah, look at Electro. I love Electro. I love being reminded that he's dead. Thank you.
Yep. But yeah, someone in chat just now just questioned. Genuine question: Do you all think most Spider-Man media is bad? In recent years, yes. In recent years, obviously we have good older ones like the first two Raimi movies, the '90s series, Spectacular, Unlimited. Obviously a lot of the comics back then. Someone's asking, do you think most Spider-Man media is bad? The new animated series, not as great as the others, but still pretty solid. Yeah, you compare that to like fucking the new stuff today.
Spider-Man.
What's up?
Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man as an example.
Friendly Neighborhood is really bad. This game, pretty bad. No, we got some disagreements on Across an Edge of Time. But I'd say for the most part, like I think we agree that most of the bad stuff is recent.
But also, like the comics aren't that.
Yeah, the
aren't
comics
really
are
doing
bad
well
now.
either. I like Ultimate Spider-Man, but besides that, you have they're scrambling for ideas. You have Paul, like some random guy named Paul, cucking Peter with MJ. MJ's Venom now. Why?
Yeah, I
Bunch of
checked out
stupid dog
on
shit.
all the new stuff. I just don't care for it.
Yeah.
I just stick with
Literally, if you want to enjoy Spider-Man, read older comics and kind of just that's it for now.
I'll say I did like the it's relatively modern, but not really. But the Ultimate Spider-Man in the 2000s, I think there's a lot of good stories there.
I mean, yeah, like just read stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's continue. Let's see what else is said.
What was that? Nothing's working! I can't slow them down! You have to keep fighting! Everyone he puts away, they keep coming back!
Must be frustrating. Putting criminals away just for them to escape and cause more pain.
Dude.
So on the nose. I'm pulling a Ryan
not just
Kittle. That's on the
but
nose.
This is literally what Black Adam did, where Black Adam explored the concept and threw away dialogue like this, and then moved on. This is what Black Adam did.
Part of the job. He knows that.
It's part of the job. That's his response. That's your argument. Guys, what you're doing is going to cause more death. Well, it's part of the job. That's not a response. You see how they're just not exploring this at all?
Wow.
They're not answering these difficult questions.
Compare that to, once again, Arkham City, where besides the Joker, they make an effort to show that even the villains that are kind of genocidal and really bad, they have like qualities that mean they could be redeemed. Like Ra's al Ghul has like that moment of humanity where he's like, every time I go in the pit, I'm afraid of what will come out. And he used to be a good man. Or like, you know, Victor Freeze, he seems like a cold-hearted piece of shit, but then he's like, please, I just want to save Nora and all that shit. And he like helps Batman and all that shit in the game. It's like, it shows that there's nuance, that some of them can change for the better. It's really interesting because once you get to Arkham Knight, Mr. Freeze is not a supervillain anymore. He's blatantly just not a bad guy. He doesn't really do anything but defend himself and his wife.
Yeah.
Believing in second chances.
Why?
It's like they never stop.
Oh, we won't respond.
That's enough.
No response.
I get it. Did you do that?
See, you see what I mean? This is just the message. This is not like anything in depth or of
Colin's
substance.
P-brain just like it's this confused with good stories because it's like there's a message, the message.
What themes?
And there's like no real like discussion of it. Oh, they keep coming out and they die. Well, that's part of the job, I guess. Okay.
Man.
Miles has nothing nuanced to say about it at all. Well, I'm Spider-Man and I'm not supposed to kill people, I guess.
Killed them all.
Yeah, that's literally not a response.
That's not what Pete thinks.
No, but it might be how he feels.
Yeah.
All these villains.
Interesting how they barely touch
You
upon
really
this,
thought
I'm
the
gonna be
suit could
honest.
solve it all.
Is that me?
You caused a lot of pain, man.
The debt I will spend the rest of my life repaying. May's house.
I haven't asked Pete about her in a long time. What's wrong with me?
When you get caught up in one part of your life, it's easy for the rest
Well,
to fall away.
Thing too, because this is weird, because like the value system I feel with a character like Batman and Spider-Man is they genuinely, even deep down, believe a lot of these villains can be redeemed. This is why, like I say, I don't like it when I see the Lizard being killed by the symbiote there, because it's like, why would he even deep down want to do that? When like these are people that genuinely can change. The Lizard's like completely like out of control. It's not even Connors' fault really. He was trying to do something good and something bad just happened.
Dinosaurs are
Like that's just unfortunate. Like, does Peter genuinely deep down feel that anytime there's a problem he should just kill it? Because that's just stupid. What human being thinks that? Who has a basic form of empathy? It's so dumb. It's just like, obviously that's just not interesting. But like with once again in Arkham City, what's interesting is the fact that Batman doesn't have the deep-seated temptation to kill every villain, but he does like have it for a few, like the Joker. He does feel it sometimes when they're really bad, right? So you can get it. It's like, okay, like Batman is not, he doesn't like deep down want to kill like Mr. Freeze ever in the game. But it's like with the Joker, he literally goes, you know, if I save you, you'll just break out and do it all over again. Like there's a point where he thinks about this shit.
Apparently, that pattern is irredeemable.
Yeah. So it's like, if they explore that, that's interesting. It's like, okay, of course they're gonna think, maybe I gotta kill the Joker, maybe I gotta kill Carnage, right? Fine. But then when you go, maybe I gotta kill the Lizard or Mr. Freeze, I'm like, are you stupid?
No.
That's not interesting. That's just obviously no. It's like a weird straw man. You're straw manning the killing argument, because that's the problem. It's a straw man if you go, why don't you kill the Lizard? Man, I wonder why we shouldn't kill the Lizard, guys. What a question. Like, shut up, moron.
Why doesn't Captain
It's stupid.
America think he should kill Bucky Barnes as a Winter Soldier?
Yeah, why doesn't he kill a mind-controlled innocent man? Like, stupid. Shut up. Not a good argument. But then if you go, why shouldn't he kill Red Skull? Then that's a question. Why doesn't he do it? Red Skull's a fucking Nazi, and he has no good bone in his body.
Yep.
That's when it's hard. It's really hard to answer why you really shouldn't kill him, even morally speaking. That's why it's, like, interesting to talk about.
Like with
That's
the
why,
Kingpin.
like, Batman talks about not killing the Joker. Yeah, Kingpin is another good one. You can't even put him in prison, and he's not redeemable. So
Yeah.
should you just kill him?
With Dex, you can argue that Dex is like he suffers from mental illness and he has tried to help himself. He actually has tried, but that opportunity was stripped from him because of his ties to Fisk.
Yeah, but then it's like, why not kill the Kingpin? And it's really hard, and there's not really an easy answer. That's when it's interesting. That's how you explore this message. You gotta challenge it, and if you don't challenge it, then I don't care. Guys, everyone can just turn good. Venom turns good. Venom's a good guy. Harry's not a bad guy. Harry's just confused.
Okay.
Tombstone's just confused. He's a good guy now. It's like, I don't care then. Then you're being a coward. You're not like exploring what's hard about this message.
Yeah, I don't know if my memory's just foggy on that, Batnick. But I'll look out for that in the next watch. When I watch the rest of the... Well, I'm planning to watch all the Mission Impossibles again, and then rewatching The Final Reckoning, which I thought was quite enjoyable, in case people were wondering. I'm not thinking, like, too critically about this one. I would have to, like, look at it again to really have a critical stance on it. But I thought it was, like, just solid and fun. It's Tom Cruise action, so I love it.
Oh, so you enjoy Tom Cruise slop? I see. Wait, what do you call it again? Cruise slop? Was that the descriptive term?
I guess so. I don't know.
Cruise slop. That's what it was called.
Question: how do you feel about the Amazing Spider-Man films with Andrew Garfield and its writing? Trash.
Because I want to say this, like, about the thing. You know, we all know the common issue with these Insomniac games is that they do write it that most of these villains are all sympathetic, right? Every single one of them are like misunderstood and whatever.
To varying degrees.
Besides like 3 or 4, maybe like 5. I can think of 5 at most, right? But for the most part, that's it. And the main villains are like that too. There's a sad thing about them. I think the failing of this game is if you do that with your villains, you write a story about why you shouldn't kill them, you just kind of you set yourself up for failure.
Yeah.
Like, if you go back to the scene where the symbiote tendrils is killing all of them, if I look at them critically and use my brain, 90% of them don't deserve to die. I don't think Doc Ock deserves to die, because, like, as far as we know, maybe it literally is just the neural interface fucked his brain. He's a victim. He could be a victim. I'm not comfortable killing him. Same goes for Dr. Connors. He's literally just a victim. Even, like, the Shocker, it's like, the Shocker's like a petty thief. Why does he deserve to be executed?
The Shocker was literally redeemed. He only went back into crime under duress from Martin Lee. He was literally redeemed already.
Even then, he's just some bank robber who doesn't even want to hurt people. He even says it when you're chasing him. He's like, leave me alone, Spider-Man. I don't want to have to hurt you.
Thank you for the $5.
He's not like some malicious murderer or anything.
And it's like, and even if you want to say, well, he was because he was doing crimes, like he's already had his redemption. He's already stopped. He already gave up crime. He became a hardworking American citizen, paying taxes, all that good shit. He was put back into crime under duress, against his will. He did not want to. He was forced to do crimes.
Rhino wants
to retire to Russia.
Stop being a bad guy. The only ones I can understand was like this is like the Scorpion, right? It's like, fine, yeah, I can see why you want Scorpion dead. Scorpion is scum. But it's like they don't explore it at all, and this is the problem. Like, if you like, that scene isn't that impactful because it's just dumb. It's just Spider-Man. Why do you want to kill Dr. Connors? Oh, he's a threat to the city sometimes, even though it's not his fault. It's like, what the fuck?
Thank you for the $5, Kay. He said, or they said, if you kill a murderer, the number of murders stays the same. Batman.
Exactly. That's why you gotta kill 2 murderers so the number goes down.
Statement.
I mean, yeah, not.
Yeah, continue.
Entirely mathematically sound, but you know.
Sound.
It's not murder if it's self-defense, by the way.
It is her.
She's dead because of you.
I never meant for her to get hurt.
This is your chance to make it up to her then. Looks like we're at feast.
I built my life around this place. This will probably be the closest I'll ever get to seeing.
I'm sorry, pause. I find that hilarious that he's like, I never meant for it to get to her. And then you go to like the city, the fucking Grand Central Station, where he puts it in a dispersal device that will force the clouds to rain devil's breath on everyone.
Yeah, if he didn't want her to get hurt, why not just move her out of the city?
He obviously didn't value her enough. Like, Mr. Negative didn't care enough. Like, Martin Lee probably didn't want her to get hurt, but Mr. Negative doesn't give a shit.
Martin Lee thought Mr. Negative would just force it.
Not that I deserve to.
Lee, why did you do it?
Revenge. Norman Osborn's the reason my parents are dead. So I dedicated my life to making his hell. Instead, you lost your father. Peter lost May. I was too stubborn to see I had
Pause. The lack of nuance is so just insane. You know what else happened? You know what else happened when that Devil's Breath shit happened, Lee? You got Norman out of office. He's not mayor anymore.
I mean,
you also almost got it. You almost got him. You almost killed him.
Yeah.
Well, that's a lie, actually. Remember, him being mayor is what pushed him over the edge that Mr. Negative came out, because he gained too much power. You depowered him. He has less influence with Oscorp. People hate him around the city. Public opinion is negative towards him, and he lost being mayor. And he already accepted he was going to kill a lot of innocent people, and he didn't care when he was Mr. Negative. He caused a fucking bombing. He did a terrorist bombing and purposely killed innocents. He ordered the demons to literally shoot any survivors.
Yeah. Exactly.
He was merciless. He doesn't care. Why does he care now?
Why would he change?
He got close. He almost destroyed Norman. He fucked up his business. He depowered him for being mayor, got him out of office, and the public hates him. You almost did it. Why would you not try again?
True. Yeah. True.
This guy killed your mom and dad and traumatized you as a kid. And you almost got him. Like, it's ridiculous. This is not enough to justify the change at all.
What I despised most.
This is Joker Fatadoo. The people are getting hurt. Oh my god.
If this is my last chance to say anything to you. I won't forgive you. It's just not in me. But I can't carry this hate for you anymore, man. So let's set things right. You and me.
Isn't that literally what forgiveness is, though? To stop feeling angry or resentful towards a person? It's kind of weird dialogue.
It's also funny because it's not earned. Mr. Negative didn't earn his forgiveness at all.
I'm sorry.
Well, he did off screen, I guess. He just changed.
They didn't even give him the right suit. Come on, bro. At least do that.
They couldn't. They have the model in the game.
Yeah. Which is actually some attention to detail I would have enjoyed if they actually got the suit right for this. That shit is cool.
And while we're here, I want to touch upon this aspects of Peter's character, and how this game tackles and touches upon the themes and the concept of him killing. In the
Wait,
game,
is that Taskmaster? What did Taskmaster do?
What?
I think one of them was Taskmaster.
And while we're here, I want to touch upon this aspect of Peter's character.
Let's look at this. Okay, an innocent man, Dr. Connors. Who's that hanging up? Oh, that's Oh no, that's Mysterio. A guy who literally already reformed. He wants to kill a man who is not a supervillain anymore, I guess. This is so nuanced, guys.
Upon the themes and the concept of
he wants to kill an old man who's suffering from cancer.
Man.
Two moments where both Peter and Miles are willing and about to kill people. Miles with Lee and Peter with Craven. In the boss fight with Martin Lee, Miles is still thinking of Martin as a terrible person and nothing more, as I showed earlier. And just like Martin, Miles in this moment when he's willing to kill Martin for vengeance...
Pussy shit. Pause. I gotta say this. That's the problem. This is that you can't... the fucking redemption, second chances shit is not interesting because it's like we all know Mr. Negative isn't irredeemable. We know he's Martin Lee and he helped poor people with feast and shit, and he was a kind-hearted man. He was a good person. But then when he's Mr. Negative, he became evil or whatever, right? Like, we all know this shit. So it's like, it's not interesting to dive into, so should we forgive Mr. Negative? Should we kill Mr. Negative? It's like, no, we shouldn't kill Mr. Negative. Why kill him? He's not a bad guy. He's not irredeemable. So it's just stupid. But what
into
about
the very
Cletus?
thing that he's
What about
fighting
Cassidy?
against,
You talk
just
about
like
him?
Martin Lee
Talk
with
about
Norman
Norman?
in Spider-Man PS4. And I love the parallel between the two. And I really like this insight that Kraven gives while watching the two fight. He notices this as well.
You don't get to walk away from what you did. The inner demons, Devil's Breath, the City Hall bombing.
Don't recount my sins to me. I know what I did.
You have no idea. Did Kraven bring you here, or was this voluntary?
Save your superiority complex.
We already heard this.
We're both in disagreement.
Looks like serving time didn't change you at all.
He's replaying.
We awakened something in Spider, and you in him. Show me more.
And I already went over the other stuff earlier in the
Nothing.
video.
Oh,
at the
they
end of the
have
fight, Martin is
conflict.
accepting his death and feels like he deserves to die, as opposed to the beginning of the fight, where he didn't want to die as the man he became in Spider-Man PS4.
Why? Why does he want to not be that guy anymore?
Please.
And later, when going through Peter's head, he gets inspired by both Peter and Miles' ideals of believing in second chances, despite something the people may have done. And when going through Peter's head to help him, he wound up helping himself as well.
Guess I should thank you.
I spent years of my life consumed with vengeance and lost everything for it. You two reminded me that that's not who I am. When you help someone, you help everyone.
Yeah, but how did they help him? How?
Yes, what do they do? Miles just went, I don't forgive you. And Peter did try in the first game. He's like, I see the light in you, Martin, and all that stuff. Don't let it win. And whatever. This isn't what your parents wanted. But that didn't save him. He still ultimately chose to try and kill Spider-Man in the final fight in the first game.
You want to know a good representation of, you help someone, you help everyone? Aunt May helps Peter accept the sacrifice he has to make, which, and in doing so, helps the whole city.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Then you go to this game, it's a bunch of nonsense. This is nonsense, bro.
Don't you guys see that Miles and Peter taught him a valuable lesson? There are consequences to his actions.
Yeah, your
This
actions
shit
have
just
consequences.
this kind of storytelling bugs me. It's like the same thing with like something like The Last of Us 2 or whatever. You people gotta understand that you can't reform a villain or a bad guy with like feeling empathetic to people being hurt when that is when they were evil, they didn't give a fuck about it. And that's what's weird, because it's like, Mr. Negative here, it's like, I got Aunt May killed, I got these innocent people killed. It's like, dude, you're a fucking terrorist bomber and you had no regrets being that. You forced someone to kill themselves for no reason. You just did that. Like, I don't buy that you feel bad that innocent people died and that's why you're turning good. I don't believe you.
Yeah.
It's stupid. This is literally like if Darth Vader, instead of his son being the reason, it's just, the people are getting hurt. It's like, what? You blew up a planet!
Jack, did you watch my debate with Colin on Disagreement Day on Joker Fata Doodoo?
No, I don't think I did.
Oh, okay. I'll link it to you at some point. But that's something
You gotta show him that.
I
It's so
recommend
funny.
watching. It is funny. That's where we're getting the meme from. At one point, he's just like, and the people were getting hurt, just like in the most whiny manner when I'm making a point.
Is it unlisted or what?
No, I still have it up. It's still up on my end, so I can link it later on.
But yeah, like the Last of Us 2 thing. Like Last of Us 2, Ellie doesn't kill Abby, and the reason is like ridiculous, because it's like, she learns forgiveness, or Joel didn't want it, or blah 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 blah. But like the biggest criticism that everyone will say, and it's true, is she's killed so many people that at this point, like, why would she not do it?
Yep, I say that in my video, in my Joker 2 video too.
Well, yeah, it's the same problem with Joker Fatadu. It's the idea that fucking, like, Joker is so desensitized over hurting innocent people at this point that it should never be a reason he goes back. He does not have that empathy.
The people were getting hurt.
Martin Lee does not care for innocent people dying.
The Joker 2 debate happened in January or something, I'm guessing. Or it's December.
But people need to understand that, like, if you're going to perform like an amoral like act, your sociopathy doesn't go away afterwards. Once you realize that you hurt people, you're just gonna be like, you're going to find a way to self-rationalize it.
Yeah,
So
that's
literally,
kind of the idea behind these
which
characters.
is what Martin Lee does. He self-rationalizes it. And Osborn has to pay. Osborn needs to be taken down. He's a bigger problem than I can ever be. It's worthy. It's worthwhile to cause terrorist bombings if it means Norman gets taken out of power. It means I get to kill him. Shit like that.
Ends justify the means. That's the mentality. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I think you could have had it that him being responsible for Aunt May dying changed him, but they don't show that in the game. They don't like explore that or like why that would change him really. Exactly. Especially like once again, I'm pretty sure he was accepting Aunt May could die because of what the things he was gonna do as Mr. Negative. Yeah, continue.
Where are you gonna go?
Man, is this so lovely he gets redeemed.
Set things right.
Time to go back to prison for life, terrorist bomber.
Your way.
Man, isn't redemption so valuable? He's gonna go and suffer in prison
and
for the rest of his life.
And to move on into Peter's head,
that was beautiful.
He sees killing as an easy way to stop the problem, and a way to keep everyone safe. And the symbiote took this thinking and twisted it.
Did you do that?
No.
The symbiote. He killed them all.
The problem solved.
All I wanted was to save everyone! MJ! May! Now the city thinks that I'm the problem!
You think I'm the problem?
But I'm not anymore!
I'm the solution.
And after this moment with Lee, we
That's
see
so
Peter
cringe.
start to forget about that thing about
Pause. I want to say this about the symbiote twisting it. Like, that doesn't justify the whole wanting to kill Connors or anything either. Because the symbiote's own motivation is based on the fact it wants to make people into symbiotes. So why would it want to kill people? Why would it want Dr. Connors dead? Wouldn't it be useful if Connors turned into a lizard symbiote? Wouldn't that help its goals? So why would it twist Peter's like desire into that?
Because reasons.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Man, I would love it if Electro was a symbiote, get a bunch of electric symbiotes like Web of Shadows. Like, wouldn't it want that instead of what it's doing? No, man, just kill people, even if, like, despite context now, Peter. You should totally do that. It's like, why would you do that? Why would you twist it that way?
Yeah.
Second chances.
Reminds him of me. He doesn't even know me. Or Miles. A little bit of help, now all of a sudden he's a good guy. As soon as Miles is safe,
Peter's
Lee's going back
criticizing the script.
in a cell. Not now, MJ. Is Spider-Man doing more harm than good?
Why is he playing this? This is irrelevant to the second chances thing or the thing he was talking about.
Yeah, just once it says back to his cell, just cut it off.
Now who needs the old Spider-Man?
Oh my god,
What's so
dude.
great about the new Spider-Man anyway? He can't even stop some
This is
hunters.
pain.
They destroyed the EMF. Destroyed my life. I'm going to lose May's house because of them and... Craven.
Hey, a second. I gotta go.
And he starts thinking.
Oh, okay. I mean, this whole part, it's like, I don't know why he didn't cut out the call thing. I don't know why he didn't cut that out. And I don't know why he didn't just cut to the part where he's justifying why he should kill Craven. That was just a waste of time there.
Yeah. Again, like he just needs like a not even a minute, just half a minute to quickly explain what he wants to show on screen.
Exactly.
Yeah, but he wastes our time by just playing a unnecessary minute for a cutscene.
Yeah.
All out from the game.
Heading off for the night. Have a good one, all. See you later, Gaming Rift. Have a good night.
Later.
Is this or Edge of Time? I'm gonna put Edge of Time below it. It's just Peter does not do that game much service. That's what I'll say. But yeah, we'll just wait for Comic Legend to come back. And
thinking of all the things Kraven is doing to him again. And the symbiote takes those internal thoughts and again twists them. And I've already gone over Martin, but we get shown this theme of second chances with multiple other people as well. First, let's talk about Sandman. He gave up being Sandman for his daughter, but when Kraven's goons started tracking him, he notices this, and that's when things get—
What's so deep about the whole second chances thing here? He already quit being Sandman at the beginning, and he got forced back
there's no discussion.
There's no
discussion.
Because it's Kraven, yeah, he was just forced into it.
Yeah, this is after.
Like,
messy.
The whole no-kill rule, like, everyone understands by a baseline. One of the reasons is because they can always become good again and change their life for the better. We all understand that. That's why cops aren't just allowed to just shoot any criminal with, like, no cause. We know this. Everyone agrees with this. That's why it's just useless to put in the story. You gotta tell us why they don't kill the big ones. Why isn't Norman dead? Like, the Green Goblin, for example.
I think an interesting
That's like when it's hard.
I think an interesting angle as well, as far as, you know, whether or not you choose to take a life, is the fact that you could easily get it wrong. And I think especially when you're working with someone like Mysterio, you have the potential to explore that. If they wanted to make it different, but they didn't even do that. Like, there's just nothing here.
Yeah, there's no discussion on why like, you know, Carnage deserves to live.
Mm-hmm.
See.
So I tell the cops that someone's out to get us, but they don't listen to me. No one...
I'd argue that the whole healing the world invasion thing would have been a little better if it was Carnage instead of Venom. You could have either played as Eddie's Venom or Peter or something like that. I don't know about Carnage, but a different symbiote, I suppose. Because with Carnage, like, well, it's in the name, right? Carnage. He is... We know what he's about, right? So it would be weird if Carnage was the guy who wanted to heal the world. That's even more... that's even worse.
But you have to write it that he would want to cause chaos. Like, it would be like a maximum Carnage thing with a symbiote invasion. That's the only way they would do it.
Yeah, you can't have heal the world. That would be the only way that would work.
Well, that's what's weird. So we already did Venom, and he did the invasion shit. What are they gonna do with Carnage now? Because it's just weird now. Is he just gonna not do as big shit as Venom?
Well, also, it's like, we've already had, like, symbiote invasion so many times, it's just not interesting. Like, we had that in Spider-Man Friend or Foe.
Well, here's the thing. I want to say this. It would be interesting if it was Carnage instead, because Venom, like, Venom, like, has, like, a code. Carnage is straight up evil. It would actually be scary if Carnage tried this. Imagine, like, a Carnage Web of Shadows, where it's a slaughterhouse. Everyone is getting fucking ripped apart by these symbiotes.
True.
Like, Carnage just creates an army to cause chaos, death, and destruction.
Like,
That'd be
like
horrific.
A post-apocalyptic world, you know?
Yeah, he would probably make it that they start killing each other. They're just unhinged animals, the symbiotes. Yeah.
That's what I mean, basically. His world of healing the world could be maximum Carnage. They could have done that, and an excuse to have Venom properly used. That is a good point. Matt Hodgson says, I'm heading off, SK, going to vacation tomorrow, so I'll catch up on the disagreement days if something happens. Awesome. Hope you have a good vacation.
I feel like it would have been smart if Spider-Man 2 didn't have an invasion. You set up Venom properly, and then when, you know, you do the Venom stuff, you do a story with Venom and Spider-Man trying to take out Carnage, and we make Carnage do something that big scale because it fits his character the most.
Yeah.
And it would be different.
Yeah.
Because we all know it's scary if Carnage does it. It would be terrifying.
That would be his version of healing the world. That would be interesting, because Carnage fucking hates humanity, right? He clearly doesn't, he clearly gets enjoyment from killing humans. So, yeah, that would actually be his way of I guess, healing the world in his eyes. It's a world that he wants.
Imagine if the Flame, like this crazy death cult, just turns into a bunch of symbiotes and they're just literally just causing ruckus and chaos and shit.
You know what would be cool? If we had a story where Spider-Man and Venom team up to take down Carnage. Imagine that.
Quite literally, that'd be insanely cool.
That would be, that's just maximum carnage.
Yeah, it'd be a cool twist on Maximum Carnage. It would be Web of Shadows mixed with Maximum Carnage, and it would be like unique and like really cool. It'd be a neat adaptation of the story without it being like, one for one.
Honestly,
you also get
go on.
You also get a bunch of niche villains like Carrion, Doppelganger, the Demo Goblin, Shriek.
A good Scream.
Oh yeah.
Well, imagine doing a bunch of Carnage versions of other villains. Because like imagine this, like Electro with Carnage's mentality. That's wild. Imagine if they did something like that. That'd be fucking cool. That would be just unhinged psychopathic murderer Electro. Or like Sandman. Dude, he could literally turn the sand particles into like sandpaper or some shit and like literally just rip the skin off your bones. Imagine that as Carnage.
Yeah.
Even though I think it's kind of dumb that a symbiote could take over Sandman, but like, you know what I mean. Vulture as Carnage, like sadistically like flying people up to high heights and throwing them off rooftops and shit for sport. That'd be fucking gnarly.
But you just give Venom wings, so.
Oh my god, yeah.
I wouldn't even mind if Carnage had those wings, because like Carnage is not supposed to just be a Spider-Man variant in a way.
He's kind of a devil figure, if we're being real. Like with all the
shit. It's not as bad if you give him wings. I still wouldn't like it, but still a better choice.
I think Carnage is cool when he has obviously he adapts some of their abilities, but what I like about the Tendrils thing is that it's really a distorted version of it.
Yeah, he's like a really distorted Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Instead of webs, it's
Venom
just
that.
Absolutely. Yeah. It also shows that Carnage is more alien than Venom. He's less human.
Yeah.
And he acts less human.
Because
he embraces the alien. Yeah, he embraces the alien side of the symbiote. He just embraces like the things that are like inhuman about it.
Someone said this or Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. Fuck.
Your Friendly Neighborhood is more tolerable than this because Your Friendly Neighborhood didn't destroy a continuity that had potential.
Sure. Well, hang on. Just you wait. Just you wait until Friendly Neighborhood tries their No Way Home and they pull 90s Spider-Man and Spectacular Spider-Man and they ruin them both.
SK, that's the day you never get into a VC call with me because I literally would have just fucking ended my life. I'd pull a Craven's Last Hunt, bro. It's just over.
Liam's last
rage.
Time to take matters into my own hands.
Marco put Sandman to rest years ago, and Craven woke a sleeping giant.
I'll throw a bone here. I do think it is kind of neat. A commentary, even though it's in the side mission, where Sandman's reformed and the police won't help him because he was a supervillain. Like fuck you, that kind of like bias that will be there in society after you reform. I like that. Wasn't done well. It's done through exposition, but I think conceptually that's neat. I'll throw a bone there.
He tries to take matters into his own hands, but Craven's goons were waiting for him. He managed to escape the first encounter, but when he arrives home, his daughter isn't there, but the hunters are. And they took him to a base, and desperate to know where his daughter was, he turned into Giant Sandman to escape and try to scour the city to find where she is, and in the end, we get this.
I tried to be the best dad for you, Kimia. I really did. All I can do is hope they didn't hit you and that you're safe at your mom's.
Credit, I do like Sandman in the game.
I love you so much.
This is good storytelling, but I don't know what this has to do with the second chances angle.
This storytelling here is really good because I'll admit this. There's some good stories in the side missions, right? Like, I'm not gonna act like all the stories in the side missions suck. Like, fighting Grandpa's a shit side mission because you don't do anything, but the story's neat. He's helping he's helping an old guy. I think he has what was it again? Wasn't it like dementia or some shit?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and then Peter Miles has to just find him because granddaughter's worried about him, whatever. Good story. No problem with that. Like the writing. The Howard mission's neat. I like the story there. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, stuff like that's okay. But it's like, we're talking about the main story here. The main story's dog shit. Yeah, is this Sandman thing cute? Sure. It's not the main story.
We have to pull at side missions to justify how they did a good job with the main story.
Literally. Also, this commentary isn't in the game. It's in the side mission of the game.
We'll be together again one day. I know it.
Spider-Man. Sorry for my welcome mess. Thank you. You helped me get my mind right.
I'm sorry for not listening. Guess I never got to know the man behind the sand. But I think Kimia's at her mom's. On my way there now.
If she's there.
I do have some criticisms, like, you know, with this shit. I want to say, pause. Two, like, I want to bring this up. I think most of this is fine. I think the only issue is they kind of don't discuss this at all. Sandman probably killed a lot of people in that beginning mission.
Yeah.
I get, like, I know he's not fully right of mind, but, like, he still did that. Why is that not talked about?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Sandman, I didn't fully understand you. It's like, dude, there's so many families that are fucked up now because of him. Because he had to crash out, bro.
Yeah, that's true. This and Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man both take agency away from Peter in making big decisions for himself. Remember when Tombstone had to stop Peter from killing Scorpion? Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta stop taking agency away from Peter. It's really annoying.
Agreed.
It's not a good story when you do that.
Remember me by.
Of course. Take care of yourself, Flint.
And I like how all this stuff connects to the beginning of the game.
Sandman!
I always hated that name.
I know you're angry at me!
This has nothing to do with you. Leave me alone! I just wanted to live normal, like everyone else.
This isn't the way, Marco.
For a guy like me, there is no other way.
You gotta calm down, Marco! Innocent people are in danger!
We care about them, but not me.
Because Peter didn't know why Sandman was doing this, and he thought Sandman was doing it to get him. But once he realizes what it was for, we get that great conclusion to the side mission. Then we go to Mysterio. Quentin wants to use his—
so he didn't say anything about how this ties into second chances. He just said, this is the plot line, moving on.
Weird, because it's like, yeah, no shit, he deserves a second chance. He's not even evil.
He's a father.
He's just some dude at this point.
Yeah, and that's the same thing with Mysterio. He's like the fall guy.
Yeah. I'm the brains of the organization.
Well, that's why you named yourself that, you piece of shit. Now I know.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, I fucking hate you, SK. You're a walking movie reference.
It was a big joke back in the day in 2020, that's why.
The smell era.
Good, and keep his past mistakes in the past. And the people he's working with just keep pressing him on the Mysterio matter. And continuously throughout the story, his past just keeps holding this weight on him. They try to get a break and pitch their technology to a company, but they are unwilling to make a deal due to what Mysterio has done and the name that he made for himself. One of the people he's working with, Betsy, takes out a loan because no one else will take a chance on them. But with this, she again tries to use Quentin's past as a way to promote what they're doing. But he slowly starts to pick up on what Betsy and Cole are doing. Betsy is using Mysterio's genius as a way to get money, treating him like he's just an object to be used for money.
I think he's on to us. If so, there's only one solution. We need him alive. What do we do? Just tie him up? Or something? Yes! Good idea. We set him up as the fall guy in case anyone catches on. Yeah, like, tell everyone he went full Mysterio? Exactly! He would be the one most likely to steal money, not the two women who aren't former supervillains. Now we just need to figure out how to get the richest people in the city into these Mysteriums.
Okay, but there's still some code that I haven't figured out, and
the Spider-Men will help us with that.
Okay, like, pause this one. Like I said, the story here is fine too, as far as I remember. I think it's just kind of lame that we kind of don't use Mysterio as a villain, but whatever. Mysterio here is fine as, like, the story-wise. Here's the thing. This doesn't challenge the second chances thing either, because Mysterio, once again, is just some innocent man.
What is so deep
The commentary here This reminds me of like how BTAS handles this shit with like, you know, the reform villains and stuff, and most of them are genuinely trying to change, but then society does something unfair to them because they used to be criminals. Like, that's kind of what they're doing here, but the problem is the commentary there makes it clear that they can't actually, even if they reform, they can't really do it because of their past, in a way. Like, one of my favorite episodes is, I think it's called, Birds of a Feather. It's one of it's the only good Penguin episode of the show, and the whole point of that one is Penguin's sick of being the Penguin. He keeps failing at doing his crimes. Batman keeps beating him, so he reforms. He's like, "Fuck this! I'm just gonna live a normal life." You know, like I'm smart, whatever. I can just do a normal life. But then, like, because he's like a known supervillain, and because of his appearance even, and how society treats people like that, he gets manipulated by like these like rich like fucking snobby pricks to like make fun of him. They invite him to like a high society party, and it's to turn him into like a joke. They're just using him and mistreating him because they have this like preconceived notion of who Penguin is. He's just some ugly gremlin criminal, and they don't see past that, right? Even though he's trying to change. And the end of the episode, and this is what's compelling about it, he goes back to being a supervillain, and he never tries to reform again. Because it's a commentary that people out there, like when like the people out there mistreat the reformed, the whole, you know, you have a criminal record thing that does hurt you, and it will like ruin like any chances you have of living a normal life, even if you do decide like what you did was wrong and to make it better. A lot of people don't get out of that scot-free. You were a criminal, you can't work here. You're a criminal, I won't even allow you to work at fucking McDonald's. And it's like, okay, I can't make money. The government's not helping me. People treat me like shit. They use me for entertainment, or like because like I used to be a criminal. They like report that stuff, but they don't want to actually help me. So how am I gonna live my life? They want to treat me like the bad guy. I am the bad guy, and they just go back to it. That commentary fails if you don't do that, because Mysterio isn't the bad guy. He got like two people that he thought he could trust, like abused and manipulated him and tied him up and tried to frame him to be a bad guy. Why would he ever like just continue being a good guy? Is like, even after like him doing that, just gets people to treat him more like shit. When he just go, fuck you guys, I'm done. I tried being nice, not anymore. But that's not in the game.
Nice.
Yeah, it's the Lucas quote. It's literally, you want me to be the villain? I'll be as villainry as I can, or whatever he says.
Yeah,
it's wild.
Okay, so
that's not in the game.
So
it's just, redeemed people get mistreated. It's like, yeah, and usually that causes them to be bad again. It's almost like a systematic problem.
So Stark stars here and says, Colin is the least of your problems, just randomly.
Stark Star threatening us.
Stark Star, I'm gonna play FNAF gameplay if you keep this up on the stream.
Okay, let's continue.
Heroes always looking to help. And if all goes to plan, we'll have millions in the bank before anyone catches on. And when they do, Quentin goes back to prison. And we in style.
In the boss fight, you understand that Betsy and Cole are creating these illusions just based on how they perceive Mysterio. And Miles also even falls for this, because it's so easy to think badly of someone who made a mistake, even if they appear willing to change. Remind you of something? But by the end of this, we get this really cool moment between Miles and Mysterio. And I think how this ties into Miles' character arc is really well done.
So can I tell everyone Mysterio's a good guy now?
Mysterio will always be a villain. Just as Spider-Man will always be a hero. It's when you start looking at the people behind the masks that things get messy.
Tombstone as well is another villain who has...
Okay. So that's it. What do we get out of the Mysterio section?
People will assume you in bad faith if you change. That is the message.
That's the message.
Yeah.
People will assume.
That's the message.
Okay, so
now, what does he have to say about Tombstone, this vile murderer?
Yeah, remember, I just want everyone to remember, something that stood out to Spider-Man is that every time in prison, he wouldn't be like angry and shit. He just smiles, all creepy, showing his sharp teeth.
He's literally a sociopath.
And literally after Peter defeated him, hit the side mission, he says, "Threat of death just ups the thrill." So just remember that.
This is Tuco Salamanca with unbreakable skin.
After some time, and while he doesn't really have much in regards.
Bobby Robertson, how come he isn't trying to kill him anymore?
Well, wait, are they connected?
They usually are. I don't know if they are in the game universe.
I mean, he has he doesn't have the sauce for that, so.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Regards to like depth and how they go into that, especially when compared to Mysterio or Sandman, he still is a piece used to show that theme of second chances. Then we
yes, by straw man.
Then we move. Wait, look at how much time he spent on that. Hold on.
At the people behind the masks. That things get messy.
Tombstone as well is another villain who has redemption after some time, and while he doesn't really have much in regards to like depth and how they go into that, especially when compared to Mysterio or Sandman, he still is a piece used to show.
They don't even go into it with
chances.
Mysterio or Sandman. They never. They don't even explain why Mysterio and Sandman became good. They just did it before we ever touched the video games. Sandman was a good guy before we even knew the Insomniac universe existed. Like that's just what happened. They won't explain anything
about what's good about this. He literally just said, "Oh, he changed. That's the theme of second chances. Moving on."
Yeah, people can change. Like we all know people can change. Well, talk about the ones that fucking can't.
Why would they change? How would they change?
Or even if they want to change or ever will.
Yeah.
Like the Joker, he will not change.
Carnage
will not change. Answer that, fucko.
This is seal clapping right here. This is seal clapping. Guys, he changed. Second chance.
Guys, not everyone is literally just pure evil with nothing else.
Guys,
okay, what about the ones that are?
He changed, so it gets a point, because he changed.
Then we move to Lizard real quick. Connor's wife left with his son after the first incident with the Lizard serum. They left because they were scared of him and what could happen. When going through Connor's house, we can see that he still has his son's room in what looks
chances doesn't work for the Lizard because there's no need for a second chance. He didn't do anything wrong. It's involuntary.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, man, you need this here. I believe you deserve a second chance. He doesn't deserve a second chance or a first chance, or whatever. He doesn't need it. He didn't do anything wrong. What?
Chances.
Guys, villains can be redeemed. My example, a villain that is not even evil.
Cop Wiseau said, guys, give Colin some change. A mistake committed multiple times. Yeah.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a straight up fucking blue-faced lie. He didn't commit it multiple times. He injected. They say this in the first game, by the way.
I don't know. I thought he was talking about Tombstone.
Well, if it's a Lizard, I'm gonna say it anyways. He injected the serum once, literally not to hurt people, to just regrow his arm so that he can, improve medical science for everyone, not just himself. Everyone, by the way. He turned into the Lizard involuntarily, right? The other times he turned into the Lizard is because Spider-Man has verbatim said the cure is never permanent. He made a cure for Lizard, and it's not permanent. He just reverts back out of his control. That's not his fault.
Yeah.
He didn't expect his serum to do that. Also, that's not even true, because in Spider-Man 2, apparently he's just permanently cured, because, he had to be injected again by Kraven, not him. So he literally did find a way to not do it ever again. And he has no intentions to become the Lizard again. So that's just a fucking lie. No,
what you posted there is a fucking lie. Fuck you.
Yeah. Lizard is absolutely innocent. Connors did nothing wrong.
Man.
The same condition it was when his family left, and you can tell that this incident traumatized him, and he feels very remorseful and most likely depressed from the things he's done in the past. We also know that he had multiple episodes.
You know what? I'm gonna pull a Kino flex and just be like, yeah, we're not getting into this. Let's skip this shit.
No, the flame. Go back to the flame.
Yeah, I know.
Disingenuous.
And of course, Kraven brought the Lizard DNA back into his body, or, brought the genome out of him. And we, of course, know how that plays out. Then we get to the flame side mission, which is...
Alright, this is the only time we can actually have nuance, because Carnage, Cletus Cassidy, is an evil piece of shit that arguably deserves to die. Because these other examples are awful, because besides Tombstone, where they character assassinate, every single one of them is not only already redeemed anyways, one of them literally like doesn't need redemption because he didn't do anything really wrong. This is just ridiculous. No shit. We all agree, Spider-Man 2, that people that are not even that evil and are confused or complex don't deserve to die. We all agree purse snatchers shouldn't be shot by the police. We're talking about the serial killers. We're talking about the murderers. We're talking about the terrorists. What about them? What about like fucking Carnage? What about the remorseless pieces of trash that like are in the Spider-Man universe? Or any like superhero universe or even the real world? There's just people out there that are evil and they just don't give a fuck. And there's no reason why they're even that evil. They just are. That's the one we should be talking about. Because it's harder to answer why we should just kill them. But yeah, let's go.
Which is another big component of this theme and how it's tackled in the game. In the DLC for Spider-Man PS4, Yuri gets fed up with the law not being able to stop terrible people from breaking out and doing it again. And this is what's also pushing her to kill Cletus in the side mission. As soon as Yuri sees him, you start to see how she feels. And I really like the dialogue between her and Peter here, showing the two conflicting sides of this ideology.
Okay, first things first. How does he know who you are?
My voice. When I was chasing that cop, he enjoyed it. Learned who I was so he could always tell me how I failed.
What else do you know about him?
That group he ran with before, when we got close to capturing him, he told them it was finally time. He killed them so nobody would talk to him. And they let him. He's a monster.
You're going to have to kill him, Yuri. My prophecy says he'll never stop. Just like you.
I'll finish you when I'm done! The flame makes me die, Spider-Man! The longer he lives, the more people will get hurt!
There are other ways to stop him! Less traumatic ways! What about the Crimson Hour? We still need to learn more about it! This path you're on never ends well, Yuri. Trust me!
Trust you? What about you trusting me? You weren't there the last time he escaped! You didn't find the body! You didn't see his face!
No, I can't even imagine! But that still doesn't make this right!
I am not letting you get away again! I can't!
Well, that's too bad, Yuri. Because I don't die. It's not like I want to free him!
No! You just want to go halfway!
Congratulations. You get to live out the rest of your life behind bars. And I owe it all to you. I'm trying to do the right thing!
As if you have any idea what that means! You hope and try! I act!
And you're never wrong!
You care more about being good than doing good! You always have!
You used to believe we could do both!
Yeah! Then I grew up!
Talk like I've never saved anyone!
Oh, and nobody died under your watch? I doubt that! You're a fool! And you're not the authority on justice!
And I like how this ending plays out as well between the two.
So he's just saying, I like how this plays out. I like how this plays out. Here's a whole bunch of clips I got on YouTube of it.
Alright,
now here's the next
so
set
we
of
played
clips.
all the scenes. I want to say this. This is lacking nuance for a lot of different reasons. And the first one I want to bring is firstly, Yuri's obviously automatically in this situation just objectively in the wrong. Because she's not just killing Cassidy, she's executing him. Which is just flat out immoral no matter what. She was also going to torture him. She extended suffering. Like, if you watch the beginning of the fight, she, like, stabs him on the side, and she's, like, going to torture him. Once again, the problem with this shit is that it's straw-manning the fucking discussion. Because, like, once again, when we talk about, like, Cassidy deserves to die, obviously you don't have to fucking torture him and be a sadistic serial killer yourself. We're saying you should stop him, and if he keeps breaking out, and under the right circumstance, you should just kill him. Like, Batman shouldn't just, like, break into Arkham and shoot Joker in the head. But he could kill him under self-defense. Reasonably. Yep. And, like, that's, once again, something that Arkham City does well. Remember what happens in the Monarch Theater? Talia doesn't just torture Joker. Joker has a gun to her head, and in self-defense, she stabs him with a sword. That's self-defense. She is legally in the right for killing him there. You know, the Clayface Joker.
Mm-hmm.
And she makes it very clear, problem solved. He's dead, and I didn't do it immorally. I just fucking killed him. That's harder to fucking, you know, that's harder to challenge right there. Like, Batman doesn't even really have a response, right? He's like, you didn't have to kill him. There's always another way. And she just flat out goes like, you never do it, so here I am. It was self-defense. I fucking killed him, right?
Yep.
That's harder to fucking discuss right there. That's way more, like, nuanced. Here, it's not nuanced. If, like, Spider-Man's swinging into a room, and she's, like, cutting him up, stabbing him in the side, clearly getting ready to torture him and shit. She's acting like a fucking psycho herself. It's a straw man. It's stupid. It's like, yeah, no shit, you shouldn't do that. But it's like, why are you, like, out of, like, any, like, out of no circumstances, like letting him live? Like, even when, you shouldn't. Like, why are you even, like, swinging him away and bringing him to, like, the hospital and shit when he's clearly, like, this crazy cult leader and all this shit?
Yeah.
That's the problem. Also, another thing is, like, Cassidy isn't a recurring villain. He's introduced into the universe, right? So, he doesn't break out of prison constantly or whatever. So, it's really hard to justify killing him right now. Because if you could just throw him into prison, right? And, like, you know, there's no reason to kill him under even self-defense. Then, like, why not just do that? If he's in prison for the rest of his life, the problem is solved. And if anything, that could be a worse fate than death if you're just stuck in prison forever, right? That's a horrible existence, anyways. The reason why we question it with someone like Batman is Joker keeps breaking out. He says in the game, you just break out and do it all over again. That's when it starts becoming a problem. It's not a problem if you just don't want to kill him immediately.
Starkstar
So
said
it's, once
nobody
again,
believes
no
in second
nuance.
chances.
What?
He said nobody believes in second chances. I don't know what that means.
In second chances.
No, he doesn't. Peter said that he doesn't believe in second chances for Cleus Cassidy. He said he can rot in prison for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't think. He even, like, says it. Like, even Spider-Man there goes like, you know, Cassidy's not gonna be redeemed. He's a serial killer. He just expects him to rot in prison forever. And it's like, does the game ever question, hey, Spider-Man, you know, that's just kind of an awful existence. Why not just let him die at that point? He's basically a dead man no matter what. He's either just gonna be stuck in prison with no free will for the rest of his life, or he should die.
Yeah, Malik,
or he's gonna kill other innocent people.
About Mysterio, I know. Copwise says Yuri is written like a completely different character in this game compared to the previous game. Like, who is this? No, that's well, you see, they have DLCs that explain the change, so people are just gonna be missing on that when they play the game, but they haven't played the DLC. But yeah, essentially what happened is that some of her fellow cops got killed by Hammerhead in the Maggia or whatever, and she decided that she was done, like she was ready to start killing, and Spider-Man would try to stop her, and that's why she's mad at him. That's the basic catch-up for
Well,
her.
the DLC handles it better because Hammerhead is, like, immune. He can't go to prison. He'll just keep escaping. He has too big of an influence, all that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And before maybe the end where she kills him in DLC 2, like, there's no real proof that Hammerhead did this. Like, you can't exactly prove it. Like, she saw Hammerhead kill people in, like, the warehouse, but, like, you know, that's all you have. You gotta, like, prove without a benefit of the doubt Hammerhead is behind the turf war. It's like, people can suspect it, but, you know, he still has lawyers. He has a criminal enterprise, right?
He has.
And the game, like, says this too. Yeah, he's too influential. He's too powerful, and, like, it's hard to put sicken onto him. Like, when Hammerhead kills, like, a bunch of people in a police station before she crashes out, it's like, you can't prove that's Hammerhead. All you can prove is that there's these criminals that did this. You think it's, like, everyone knows it's under Hammerhead and his orders, but you have to prove it through the legal system, which is why she lost faith and tried to kill him. That's actually, like, nuanced, right? Mm. Like, that discusses it. Because it's like, yeah, Hammerhead can't be stopped, so you gotta kill him. But, like, with Carnage, it's like, okay, just if you put him in prison for obviously being a serial killer, and you have a lot of evidence, he literally has videotapes of himself acting like a serial killer, and he's in prison for life, like, problem solved. Why are you, like, just murdering him there? The nuance just dies. Spider-Man's right, guys.
No nuance.
There's no discussion. Spider-Man's right.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone. He'll go underground just like last time, but I'll find him.
You could have killed him, but you saved me instead.
I told you, I'm trying to save the most lives. And you still do that pretty well. You gonna turn me in now?
Yes. She's a murderer. Awesome.
I'll let you know when I find him.
That's character assassination, but
That
Colin's
is.
gonna conveniently ignore that.
Yeah.
Spider-Man just let a serial killer go.
Yeah,
and
this
yes,
is
by
bad.
definition, she's a serial killer.
Mm-hmm.
You can also you could argue she's a sadistic serial killer too, because so once again, third DLC, she tracked down and literally like stalked like some sociopathic Magia member, and like she literally preemptively planned to murder him, and she successfully did it. She killed him and all that shit. That's a murder, and she has a pattern of doing this now. That's a serial killer.
Exactly.
And then especially, and I would argue sadistic, because remember, she stabs Cletus in the side to make him bleed out and shit. She's trying to slowly kill him. She's very sadistic.
It really reinforces the themes of second chances for her character.
Yeah, guys, let a serial killer go.
Yeah.
Let her go and not give other people second chances.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Right,
And
thanks,
when
Pete.
Peter
Let a serial
asks
killer
if
go.
she wants help tracking them down instead of waiting for her to find a lead, she says she needs time to herself, which I like to think is Yuri pondering her thoughts and that Peter got through to her, especially after she saved him instead of killing.
Or don't get in my way while I kill these people.
Yeah.
Yeah, she literally says that. And then here she never says, I'm not going to kill anybody or anything. She literally just says, yeah, Peter, you're good at saving lives, I guess.
Yeah.
Cletus?
Do you want help tracking down the flame?
Thanks, but I need some time to myself. Besides, we've taken down a good chunk of his operation, so he'll be going back to the drawing board. I'll start checking his old aliases. Archie Abel, Walter Wackman, Cletus Cassidy. But this could take months, maybe even years.
I'll be ready when you've got something.
Thanks.
What if she's lying?
Yeah, what if she doesn't come back to you and she goes and kills Cassidy?
Yeah.
Good job, Spider-Man.
I couldn't turn her in after she saved me.
What?
You're a fucking moron.
This is dumb as shit.
What a weak-willed bitch.
Yeah, so I
Guys,
can't
she
turn someone in
guys, she
because
saved me, so I'm not gonna fucking kick her in, even though she's, by definition, a serial killer.
Maybe she saved you because you're a help to the city, not because she actually has changed. Like, what is this point?
Maybe I...
And I like that Peter is conflicted on turning her in. Or
I want to bring this up.
She...
Pause. Sandman just wanted to be a father. Why'd you send him to prison?
Yeah.
I'd actually argue Sandman's more deserving of not being jailed than her.
He tried to
Because
quit.
Sandman literally is just a dad. He just wants to see his daughter.
Warren Lee said that he was sorry. Why did you let him go to prison?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's literally a serial killer. She's okay with murdering like bad guys and shit, which you're vehemently against.
Exactly.
She's like the extreme opposite end of the lesson, which is like just she's sadistic and horrible with it, and she does it for no good reason. It's just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Like the prison complex can hold him. There's nothing to prove that it can't, besides just outside comic knowledge that Cassidy escapes jail all the time.
I find it funny that this is supposed to be an improvement over her being a cop when it's much, much worse. Because she just completely ignores due process now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
She's literally
Well,
just
hey,
a vigilante
it's
that will go around becoming a serial killer. I guess that's better now.
It's no propaganda, so it's good now, right?
Yeah, it's good. Hey, hell yeah. Right, let's continue.
Knows she's a risk of killing Cletus potentially, but he still sees that chance for good in her. And at the
that's so fucking.
Oh
Can I say
my God.
retarded?
I would mitigate that.
Very special.
Like
special.
Like,
Yeah, that is very special of him.
That is just really stupid. That's like, oh, well, there's good in... Or it's like...
There's good in Sandman, he just wanted to be a dad. Why'd you throw him in prison?
Yeah, there's good in Lee. He saved you at City Hall. Or the White House.
Sandman isn't a serial killer. He's not even a terrorist. He's just a fucking dude who steals stuff. Like before, even when he was a villain in the first game, all that we heard is that he just steals things. He doesn't really kill anybody.
He's good and Craven. He's just hunting criminals.
And at the end of the day, she is saving lives just like him. But now I want to wrap up Peter's
wow.
arc throughout the game.
Wow.
That's so
when
cool.
When Peter gets the anti-venom...
At the end of the day, the police are saving lives, so I guess we should, like, fight against police corruption now.
Yeah, exactly.
Something that I think is interesting about this is something that, again, Rainey explained really well in his video.
Peter rises again, but instead of a black suit, he's dressed in white. You see, when Lee used his powers to free Peter, his energy negated the harmful effects of the symbiote, granting Peter the anti-venom suit. The anti-venom suit and the symbiote suit have deep psychological and symbolic meaning. Both explore the duality of human nature. The fact that these suits are organic just drives this point forward. They aren't made by Peter, but both arise from within him. This symbolizes how the duality of human nature exists within us and isn't something we can just fabricate.
Whoa, people can be good and bad? Whoa! What about Cassidy that has no good bone in his body?
Symbiote inside
what about Hitler?
As a way
yeah, apparently, yeah.
What about Hitler? Let's use real life examples. What about Stalin? Is there good in Kim Jong-un? Yeah, should we let Fidel Castro just live?
By the symbiote. This ability reveals the dual nature of poison. Under the right context and quantity, poison can be a cure. But the opposite is also true. If abused, medicine can become poisonous. This duality is also embodied in the character literally called Venom and his desire to heal the world by infecting everyone with the symbiote.
It also makes no sense. Okay.
Next, let's talk about the designs of both the anti-venom suit and symbiote suit. Notice how both designs act as the inverse of each other. The main color motifs are black and white. The color black often represents darkness, death, and power. White usually symbolizes purity, light, and new beginnings.
Oh my god.
So with this context in mind, when we look at the symbiote suit, we see that Peter is covered in black. The symbolic meaning behind this suit is made manifest in its power and in how it corrupts its user and their relationships. But the white spider emblem shows us that despite the outer darkness of the suit, inside is a form of purity, that the person in the suit can still be salvaged despite their corruption. This is in contrast to the anti-venom suit where Peter's dressed in white but with a black emblem. To me, this suit represents Peter's integration of his shadow. All of the things he has repressed have now been confronted and brought to light, making him
even
more
though he didn't confront
and
any of that,
whole.
and it was
but we can
Miles,
view the black spider emblem as the
Miles,
dark
like, went in his
nature
head,
that's still
told him
present
it's all
within
right.
Peter. Just because Peter has dealt with his darkness, it doesn't mean it's gone. He just has a better understanding of it and knows how to use it to serve the good. To Young, darkness is something we have to engage with for the rest of our lives.
And after this, Peter is faced with the hard fact that
yeah, Pyromaker 3 has a really good video on Marvel Spider-Man 2 and why the game story's bad. I would
Peak video, yeah.
Yeah.
That he might have to kill Harry to remove the symbiote from him, and those thoughts of losing someone close to him start to creep back up. Peter's new power allows him to free people of the symbiote and their darkness, but for Harry's case, it means killing his best friend.
What happened, man?
No, it doesn't.
Harry got the meteorite. I couldn't stop him. Connor said we can't save him, so we have to... I can't lose him, Miles. I can't do this again.
I saw May when I was in your head. It's not your fault, Pete. She wanted to save you. To save all of us.
She never thought about herself. Even when she was struggling to breathe.
If May, my dad, if they were here, they would want us to stop thinking about them. They'd want us to help people. Okay. To fight.
Yeah, I would tell you to.
Harry's still in there. And we're gonna fight like hell to get him back.
Thank you, Miles, for the pep talk. So glad Peter
I'm
can't
sorry,
learn
what
his
is this
arc by
bitch
himself
shit,
anymore.
like, right here? There's an invasion right now. What the fuck are they doing? What the fuck are they doing right now? Just sitting around.
Dude, they're having therapy. Leave them alone. They're having therapy
Have
about
a
their
therapy
feelings.
session during an alien invasion. It's like
I'm just
By the way, why I'm gonna say this right now. Why is the least experienced Spider-Man have more to say about dealing with loss than the one whose uncle died years ago?
Huh.
I'm just imagining New Yorkers running around in terror, just like, get these watchers away from me! It's
Help!
Spider-Man! Spider-Man,
Help!
help me!
Help!
What are you doing?
Help!
Your mask off! Stop taking each other! Help me!
Bro's just crying.
Yeah, don't be harsh on Rainey. We're not being harsh, we're just saying this doesn't really say much. Do y'all like the first two games? I definitely do. I think they're good stories.
Yes. I loved the first game, and I like Miles' story. This one just sucks ass and ruined everything.
Oh my god, what is wrong with you guys? This is literally showing how much Miles has grown from the first guy. Well, no, the point is, why is Peter being such a bitch? Why is he...
Yeah, why is
he's
Peter not
there's
growing?
no mental strength here. The fact that he's crying over Aunt May while the city is corroding or whatever, it's like, is this it? It's like, so he
The
has to
whole point of him being Spider-Man is that he had this tragedy of Uncle Ben dying,
And he overcomes it.
formed.
Makes up
He
for it.
overcame it, formed into a hero, and literally fucking has that inner strength to move on from it. Spider-Man's a form of moving on from trauma and tragedy. That's why he's Spider-Man. He caused Uncle Ben's death, so he makes up for it by being a hero. So he already has the idea of not letting the past define you, because he turns it into something powerful. So he's been doing that for 8+ years.
And then he
Peter,
cries
you're a
and
grown
doesn't-
man.
Yeah, he cries when people are dying right now, and doesn't do anything.
Peter, you're a grown man. Why do you have some 17-year-old explaining your moral code to you? Your worldview to you.
Yeah,
He's
literally a
emotionally nerfed.
17-year-old has to talk him out of He has to talk him into just being a man and fucking trying to save the city.
I know. That's why he's weak now, emotionally.
Yes, it looks really bad. I don't even care. You can argue, well, it technically makes sense under the... I don't care. This is just
I don't
such a
think it
bad
does.
framing of this character. You made Spider-Man look like a whiny little bitch here. He turned into a crybaby bitch.
It's like Skid said, more cry moments.
Literally, it's ridiculous.
Like, this is so random, genuinely. And I want to, since he plays the whole cutscene, I can just look at how this started.
Killing his best friend.
What happened, man?
Oh, so Miles starts it up. Why is Miles starting up this whole conversation? No, get out, go. Get moving.
Harry got the
I mean, I want to
movie
bring
right.
this up. Everyone
can't do
says this, and it's just true thanks to this piece of filth game. Yeah, pause it.
Yeah.
Everyone says this, and it's true because of this piece of filth game. Fucking Arkham Batman is way more mentally strong than Insomniac Spider-Man, and that kind of bugs me. Remember when Barbara died? He thought his fucking daughter figure just got killed herself. He was sad for a few minutes, and he got his ass back up, and he went Ivy, and he thought about saving the fucking city, even though a family member just killed herself in front of his face. Why is Spider-Man such a weak-willed bitch compared to that?
Isn't that being... Starkster says, isn't that being insensitive? No, this is a fictional character.
No. This is supposed to be a mentally strong superhero. Spider-Man is probably... If you're fighting crime like this, realistically, you probably saw so much horrible, tragic, and sad shit in your life that you shouldn't be this anymore after 8+ years.
One of Spider-Man's strengths is his resilience.
Yes, literally.
Yes, Starkstar. If Peter were a real person in this Discord call, we would be bullying him and calling him a bitch.
Let's go.
You got it, Spider-Man.
And the thing I also like about this scene is how it's a callback to
Also,
this
I want to
scene.
say this right now because it is fiction. I actually feel more bad for the character if they don't cry like that.
Yeah.
I feel more for Batman in Arkham Knight than I ever will in Insomniac Spider-Man 2. because he doesn't cry like a bitch. He saw his daughter die, and he just like sat there and he was like mourning her, and he got right back up. I feel more bad for him because he's like holding it in.
Yeah.
And it's hurting him more because he doesn't let it out because he's not because he's trying to be a man because he has to be.
Also,
the city's in danger.
Also, that just happened. You see the big difference there, right? It just happened. This happened years ago, and although it should still affect him, he still should have like basic mental strength when it comes to situations like this.
Exactly. Especially if he has a job to do. He has a responsibility right now. He can't spend time doing this at this moment. It's inappropriate. It's just an inappropriate time. Like with Batman, it was technically an inappropriate time, but it literally happened in front of him and he got up. He got up as soon as he could.
Yeah.
Even when Alfred's like trying to get him back, he's like, the city's in danger and all that. But then just eventually it was quiet. Then Batman just goes, Ivy, I could do that to save the city. He just tries to move on. Because he's a fucking hero, and that's inspiring. I want inspiring superheroes, please. I don't want little losers that cry like a bitch when people are fucking dying. I'm sick of that. Superhero, not anti-hero. I'm not watching The Punisher. I'm not watching goddamn Jason Todd or fucking Homelander. This is Peter Parker as the superhero. Get your ass up and save the city.
This is the person who gives up.
Cry when you're done.
This is someone who gives up someone he loves to save an entire city.
Literally.
Spider-Man PS4.
MJ, if it weren't for you and Miles, I would have been
as dead as I would have been the last 8,500.
And notice how this is like after the action is done, and they're literally about.
Notice how he's literally physically like exhausted, and like he pushed himself to his outer limits with multiple broken bones, and he's not crying.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Notice how immediately after this conversation and he gains 2 useful allies to save the city, he gets up and he saves the city immediately. He gets the fuck up.
Yeah, I like
Nobody tells him to, he just gets up.
I like the dynamic here where like Miles just shows up, he's like, hey, am I interrupting? And he's like, yeah, we were just talking strategy. And he gets right back to it.
Yeah. City's in danger, we gotta save it. And he fucking swings away, and he beats up a bunch of supervillains, and he's really cool, and I really like him.
Yeah.
Remember, he thought Aunt May was dying during the whole Doc Ock fight, and he doesn't cry or anything. He just goes, I gotta stop him. I gotta take down Ock.
Mm-hmm.
There's a city in danger.
Yeah.
He only cried in the game when it was all over, when he did it. Which it makes you feel for him, because he was holding it this whole time. He was stressed out. He has tons of betrayals. Lost a lot of people he cared about. Friends became enemies. His mother is fucking dying. All this shit. He doesn't cry. He only does it when he's done, and he did it,
Well, this Spider-Man might not be for you, Legend. If you don't want a relatable character that is supposed to be the everyman inspiring to be the best for himself and others, I'm sorry, but this is what Stan Lee intended when he created the character. Yeah, you do realize when he created the character, he was a teenager, right? You do understand that. He has been at this for 10 years.
I mean, I'm gonna say this right now. I think it's more relatable that you don't cry like that, especially for men. It's not relatable that people turn into crybabies when stressful things happen.
Well, if anything, the stressful events they give you the adrenaline rush to start acting. I thought that was the whole thing with these heroes. It pushes them to act.
He's not being human by just crying all the time. That's the point.
Yeah, it feels like a manufactured cry moment. It's like we have to fill the checklist. This is a 23-year-old. This is a 25-year-old PJ. So, yeah, it's actually 25 at this point.
Sometimes you saved me. Pretty sure I still owe you a few.
I'm back.
That's smart.
I want to go back to what I was saying, because, I had to mute. And that does piss me off, because it's like, I'm going to be straight up. I don't think it's relatable. I feel disconnected when Spider-Man turns into a crybaby like that. Maybe when he's, a kid or a teenager, it's better. Spider-Man 1. I don't, that's a good example, because we all like Spider-Man 1. Remember when his uncle died? He cried immediately, because, he died. But then he got mad. He got rageful, vengeful. Went after Dennis Carradine. Then Carradine dies. Then after the job is done, then he cries on a rooftop. we can relate to that. And I think like what's interesting is like, yeah, you know, immediately, obviously, you're gonna cry when you see your dad die. But when he actually like feels upset and wants to cry, he goes to somewhere no one can see him.
Another thing I like is
that's actually relatable.
You know, we have another scene of this where, after graduation, he just wants to go upstairs alone in his room. That's where he starts crying about Uncle Ben, even though he was thinking about him at the graduation.
Held it in that whole time, yeah.
Like,
that's what men do. That's what boys do.
He has
you know the
emotional
whole
strength.
classic. You know the whole classic saying that like boys do not cry or whatever, or they should not cry, whatever. That is a thing in our society. So when we see a guy named Peter Parker, like if you want him to be relatable, he should have those tendencies we do. No one cries in front of people intentionally if they're a man or a boy even. They don't. They find a place private. That's what happens. Especially when you've been
obviously
doing this
it's not the same for everybody,
years.
but like, you know, that is often
Commonly,
what is practiced.
very, very commonly, more often than not.
It's like culture here.
Very, very common. Yeah, is there a few people that aren't like that? Sure. But notice how those people are usually oddities, and people find that weird. Have you ever seen like a guy like get upset and start crying in public? It feels weird.
I don't see that. And I only see, well,
it's weird.
I only see
it's
that
really
in
awkward.
extreme situations, right? Only extreme ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a good example, PJ. He just said Daredevil crying at the beginning of Born Again. Yeah, he starts crying and throws his mask off of the roof. That's really stupid.
Yeah. It's just stupid, especially for someone this experienced. It's harder for it to believe, and it's not relatable. I'm sorry, but like most of us are like grown-ass adults at this point. We don't do that.
And I don't really care about like grown-ass adults. Spider-Man's meant to have more resilience than we can even imagine. More resilience
it's like
and willpower.
It's like, is Spider-Man supposed to be relatable? How did he like lift that rubble in If This Be My Destiny? Because most of us don't have that inner strength to push our limits to the absolute maximum like that. Can any of y'all do that? Well, what a stupid thing to say.
Yes, I have seen men crying in public when life is going to shit. Yeah, but you don't know why. You don't know why. And you see our point that usually it has to do with something extreme. And it usually is right after it happened, not like years later, when it's not even like a big focal point right now.
Well, soldiers
and he has
in
something
the
to focus
real world.
on.
What about like soldiers? Like usually like soldiers, when if they're in the middle of like a mission, right? No one's crying. Even though it's way more stressful than anything we can think of. People will be like killed, maimed, murdered. Most of them don't cry until after it's done. I don't know why, because they're so uber focused on the mission, because it's more important. And that's just how their minds work.
Yeah, if you're a soldier and just crying all the time, you're gonna get discharged.
Neither do you. Oh my god, that's wild.
He doesn't deny it. He doesn't deny the accusation.
That's wild. That's wild. No denying at all.
That's crazy.
But yeah, it's like, yeah, I just don't want to hear that shit. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Stupid.
I don't know.
Nobody does that. Very rarely do people do shit like that. Also, once again, there's a level. Is Spider-Man relatable? Sure, but he's also not only his own character, he's also a superhero, and there's also just that level of like, you gotta like, you still want to like be him, and he's supposed to have this like level of like resilience and stuff that makes him like iconic and memorable and shit. Because you need that level of resilience if you're a superhero. He's not literally as emotionally vulnerable as most people even in this call right now, because he can't be, because he's literally fighting serial killers and shit. Like, if you're doing that for 8 years, like, dude, like, even the first game, we see him deal with terrorists and shit. If he's dealing with that much stressful, harshly emotional shit going on, people dying, even people he's friends with dying, like, he had a relationship with Jefferson Davis, immediately got brutally bombed. Like, if you deal with that shit enough, it's gonna be harder to make him cry.
Okay, I need to shut this down. Someone just said, damn, this is a general lack of sympathy, even if it's a fictional character we can relate to. Okay, I'm gonna shut this down with one example, and hopefully we can move on from this, because there's no way I have to explain this again. So, just imagine, we've all seen the original Star Wars trilogy. just imagine that Darth Vader, in the final act, right? He's fighting Luke. Luke says, "I hate you," and then Vader just he throws his lightsaber, goes on his knees, and starts crying. Do you think that's good writing, that Vader would do that? No, we expect a level of emotional strength from these characters. That's an extreme example I'm gonna use, and if you still can't understand our point there, then I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to move on. I don't want to go on much further. Damn. Damn. He's doing it while people are dying. This is our point. Our point is he's doing it while people are dying. That is our point. Oh shit. Fuck. Hold up. Pause. Alright, fixed.
It's an inappropriate moment is what we were saying. I don't know if they got that. But like the problem is it's an inappropriate moment for the experienced Spider-Man to fucking cry like this in the middle of the city needing to be saved. And it's worse when the fucking 17-year-old is more put together than he is. I think that's just really disrespectful. It makes him seem really weak-willed.
It's not the internet. It's funny, right? So I don't know why it does this, right? But every time it just cuts the desktop audio.
Internet.
It cuts the desktop audio just for some reason. I don't know why it keeps doing that, but it does that, so I have to reestablish it. It's not about internet, because obviously you can hear me.
It's been out for like 2 minutes.
Oh fuck. All right, well, Jack, I think you had a counter, and Comic Legend, you had a bit of a counter as well, or like an example. So like we'll let Jack go first, then Comic Legend.
Yeah. I was just reading off Cypher's comment of, I believe as men we should be more in tune with our emotions. That being in tune with your emotions means you don't cry uncontrollably. Like, yeah, you can be sad, but you have control over it, and you don't let it affect you.
Yeah.
One of them is it's not stupid because you simply disagree with it. The reason why I'm saying you're stupid for the fucking or whoever said it, I don't even know who said it, about the fucking average Joe superhero shit is because of the fact that the reason I'm saying this is because of the utter lack of like awareness of this character for like years at this point. And also it's kind of insane. It's like you're saying we're lacking empathy for this fictional character, and like it's so not right. So yeah, I'm gonna call you stupid if you keep saying that kind of nonsense. I think this is ridiculous. This is just kind of dumb. It's not that we're lacking empathy for Peter. It's that how they're doing it is really, really, really poorly handled. Yes, it doesn't make sense. It sucks how they're handling it. Just because something sad happens to a character doesn't mean I have to feel bad for it in a fictional setting, especially if you're not presenting it right and making it feel unnatural. This doesn't feel like something Peter would do. I don't think he would ever just start crying in the middle of like the city being in danger like that. It's an inappropriate thing to do. And I think it's worse that he does that, and the 17-year-old is more put together than he is when he's been doing this for 8+ years.
Just imagine in Raimi's Spider-Man 2, if like after, Harry's like, you killed my father, instead of trying to extrapolate information from him, he just starts crying.
Literally, yeah.
It's like, we would all laugh at that.
Yeah, even like Tobey Maguire, which people are like, he's like the bitch Spider-Man or whatever. That's like a thing people make fun of him for. At least like when he feels sad, he always has this tendency to try and do it when he's alone. Because that's kind of realistic. That's actually average Joe and relatable. It's not average Joe to cry in front of your 17-year-old like buddy or whatever. Dude, it's actually weird. I'm gonna say this right now. If any of you are like a grown-ass adult, it's actually kind of hard to let yourself cry in front of kids. because
It
you know
is.
just how embarrassing that would feel, no matter what it is.
Yeah, like it's like the reverse. If you're in a extremely stressful situation or like dangerous situation, is it out of character for Peter and Miles to not break down crying during those moments? No. Then it doesn't make sense for them to break down crying here either.
Yeah.
Literally. I'm sorry, after Peter sees some horrid shit, like Mr. Negative forcing someone to like shoot themselves in the head, and like seeing terrorist bombings happen,
It
and
pushes them.
failing to save
what I said
people from
earlier.
getting murdered. Yeah, like it's the whole thing with like Batman and like any superhero. Eventually, you're just gonna start being desensitized over these stressful moments, especially if they keep happening. It's been happening to this guy for like 8 to 9 years. He's not gonna feel it the same way. It's not gonna be as easy to make him start crying like that. It's just not. Aunt May died, it was like a year or two ago now. It's not even a fresh wound anymore. And like this guy is dealing with serial killers and shit. His brain is can just cope with that stress and would not make him cry. You gotta really push him now.
I like how we had a whole tangent about crying.
Yeah, there was a cry moments section, bro.
It's cry moments, yeah.
I'm sorry I screwed things up.
Yeah, Pyro makes a good point. It makes
hard
sense
being
for
the
Peter
one-
to cry in the moment when Harry dies right in front of him. Like, that's a moment I can agree with. Like, I can understand that. Like, yeah, your best friend just died in front of you.
Yeah.
Who always gets
Once again, I'm
saved,
going to compare this to Arkham real quick. I think, like, a detail that no one really notices is, an Arkham Knight, Bruce never cries through the whole game except for one moment, and you could literally just miss it. It is so hard to find. And it's, when he goes back to Panesta Studios and Scarecrow kidnaps Robin, you can't tell, but if you go to photo mode and zoom up to his face, you can see his eyes are red and he's crying. Yeah, you will not be able to know unless you genuinely pay attention. That is so much more emotionally resonant than anything you can do by making him just cry on the spot like that in this game. Like, you can feel for that because he's trying to hold it still, because he's trying to be Batman. It's wild. Like, that's so much more effective. I don't give a shit if you throw a character on screen and make them start crying. I don't have to care. But if you really build it up and make it feel real, then yeah, I'll actually start giving a shit.
Yep.
No. Sometimes I want to do the saving.
I'm sorry I made you feel like you couldn't. Still partners?
Always.
Hey, so I didn't know if, you wanted sparkling or flat or...
I'm gonna skip this, I don't care.
Oh. Miles is able to bring
of our help.
All right, well, call the play coach.
Okay.
But to move on...
Wait, so just to show the call the play coach reference, you had to play that whole thing.
Which is already weird, but it's
To the
kind of
ending.
fucking... It's also just dumb, because like people are like, oh my god, it's a parallel. It's like, yeah, but it's unearned.
Yeah.
Miles didn't earn the call the play coach at all. He's just better than Peter, I guess. I guess Miles won't cry when he's a 17-year-old kid versus this fucking adult during a stressful shit.
Peter
Bullshit.
winds up having to kill Harry, but Miles is able to bring him back. But Harry is pretty much brain dead with a very
Remember,
slim
guys,
chance
Death
of
of Gwen
surviving.
Stacy, he didn't cry until after the goblin died. He only cried like literally at the end of the book.
But in the end of the day, what Peter realizes is that pushing himself as Spider-Man so much, and not letting his life
How did he push himself?
get any sense of balance will not bring anybody he lost
He
back.
pushed
And
himself
he
by
even
planning to quit and, be a part of EMF.
starts donating
even
some
like
of May's
in
old
Act
stuff
1.
to clear out the house like he wouldn't do in the beginning of the game. And with how Miles has proven himself, Peter now feels like
Also, he still cares about his position at EMF even in the black suit. He mentions that when he's about to confront Kraven. So, you understand that he still intends to keep that. If you really wanted to go for the angle that he's focusing too much on Spider-Man, then why didn't you just have him say, I don't need EMF?
That would be cool.
bring anybody he lost back. And he even starts donating some of May's old stuff to clear out the house like he wouldn't do in the beginning of the game. And with how Miles has proven himself, Peter now feels like he can finally take the break he needs to take those steps in getting his life together.
Okay, how does that help though? That's not balance. You see
Yeah,
what
that isn't balance.
It's so
It's just
weird.
getting rid
It's
of
like he did
one
this
part
thing
of
to
your life.
balance. It's like quitting is not balancing. That's giving
it's just
up.
going to one. It's just going one side and giving up the other aspect.
You're giving it up to one person who's younger, less experienced.
The character arc for Peter is done absolutely fantastically in this game.
No.
This is the most I've ever been attached to a Black Suit storyline with him ever, and even—
I told you.
You're an idiot, Colin. You're a fucking idiot. You're a dumbass. I'm sorry.
outside of the
no.
Black Suit and what he, develops
Spectacular's
from
way better than this dog shit.
It's way better. It's not.
No
it's-
Eddie Brock, but this is the best Black Suit storyline.
Wild.
This is just, well, I mean, even Spider-Man 3, with its shittiness, is way better than this.
I would much rather Spider-Man. I would much rather the 2017 version of it.
Miles being unmasked in straight daylight in the middle of a neighborhood is funny / wild. Yeah, I get annoyed when that happens.
with taking the Black Suit off, I still love just his overall arc for this game, especially with where I'm at in my life right now and struggling to balance a work and personal life thing.
The jokes write themselves. That's all we need to say.
That's all we need to say.
The jokes write themselves.
Yeah.
My only real issue with this is that with Peter, I just literally wish that we had a bit more time with him in the Black Suit. The only thing I really wanted was more
This is
interactions.
something Sheev said, by the way, during the response to Colin's video on Sheev, and I agree with this. The tendency of someone like Colin has is they'll only give the most pedestrian ass low tier criticisms to make it seem like they're being fair when they're clearly biased. This is one of them. Well, they could have been more time on the Black Suit. It's oh, why? You just proved that the story's so amazing, right? Isn't it so amazing? What do you mean we need more time?
Yeah. Batnick just said...
I was in that stream too.
Yeah, you were. Oh, that was funny. But yeah, it is good. It is funny to look back at that and look at how things are now, because pretty much most of the things said, between us has been pretty much resolved. So it's just kind of funny to look back at it.
It's wild.
Yeah.
This is just wild.
Batnick says Batman falling to his knees almost in defeat after Barbara dies in Arkham Knight resonated with me more than anything in Spider-Man 2 that was supposed to be sad.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Between him and Miles while he has the suit on, so that things like Peter saying to Miles, "You're not better than me," I think things like that would have hit harder if we had a scene that touched upon that before. Now there is scenes where Miles saves the day and Peter needs help and shit, but I think if we got a bit more scenes with the, between those two while he was in the Black Suit, I think that would have been just made the story just that much better for me. But other than that, I have no problems with his character in this game. And for Miles, I've seen people say that he's kind of absent for a lot of the story, and I guess that's kind of true to an extent. I would have liked to see more interactions between him and
just admit the flaws of
just
a fucking
say it's
story.
bad. Accept the fact that it's bad.
It's shallow.
To an extent. Well, in a certain measurement, they're right. No, they're right. Miles has no time in this story. Everyone agrees with this.
Any time, yeah.
Oh my god, man. He barely does anything.
His biggest hurdle is finding a way to write out what makes him appealing to a college. That's his arc.
Fucking Christ.
But outside of that, I do think we get enough scenes in this game between the side content and the campaign of his character flaws and his internal conflict and how he grows from them. My only issue is that I wish due to pushing Haley and some of his family and loved ones and friends away, and Spider-Man
you could remove
being
Miles
in the way
and the
of
story would play the same. I'm gonna be straight up. You could remove Miles and you could still make the story just play the same.
The plot line is basically the same.
It's basically the same. The only tweaks you would have to do is have Peter take off the suit by himself, which is actually an improvement, right? Have the anti-venom suit be a little stronger to beat Venom. That's the thing. It's but meaningfully the story stays the same. Miles' thematic purpose is pointless. He doesn't need to be in here.
Personal life, it would have been nice.
The day he admits the flaws is the day Colin says Deadpool and Wolverine isn't peak. I mean, I just give that a 7. I don't think it's top tier. I think it's got problems for sure.
To see Haley reject Miles being her boyfriend, but still being yeah, we can still be friends. I just realized I said Haley should friend zone. But on a serious note, it would have been nice to have something like that, due to him being Spider-Man and not always being
actual
on them
fucking
in,
conflict and development? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
that kind of relationship, I think that would have been a nice way to have like a bittersweet ending to that arc. But overall, while I think Peter has a stronger and like more interesting character arc, I still think Miles had a really
Racially
good character
motivated
arc as well. But now, let's talk about some villains. First, we gotta start off with Harry / Uncle Terry and the symbiote. When we first initially meet the symbiote in Spider-Man PS4, I'm assuming the symbiote didn't want to...
Starkstar said, without Miles, Harry would die. I mean...
Good. He's basically dead already. He's still dying from the
That
disease.
Said hyena-ass laugh.
It is a hyena-ass laugh. Turned into a hyena, bro. Oh, Harry would have died. Good one, Starkstar. He's already dead, basically. He's literally... So he not only is he basically brain dead, he's still dying from the disease. The symbiote's not in him anymore, so he's dead. He's basically dead.
Why are
if
you
anything, what Miles did it.
that?
If anything, Miles is just a bad person for bringing him back at this point, because all that you did is extend his suffering, bro.
Someone just said, "Why are you guys going so hard on this?" Because it's bad. It's fucking shit.
This is dog shit.
Also, let's just point out how for the next game, assuming Peter doesn't act. Assuming Peter stays gone, the main villains will be Norman Osborn, Otto Octavius.
Harry dying would actually be an improvement, by the way. If he died, then like Norman has a better reason to be the Green Goblin. It's actually just better if he dies.
Yes.
Yeah, and Cletus Cassidy, all characters Miles has not met or has not really had direct conflict with, while Peter has. So he's just taking his leftovers.
Norman can find a nice cope. Nice cope. Nice cope.
No, he can't. They made it very clear he couldn't.
Nice cope.
Remember Devil's Breath, guys?
He cried to Peter and gave him a big old hug, saying that at least you're my son's friend.
Want to bond with Harry at first, because why would it want to bond with a sick and dying regular person?
Because that's how symbiosis works.
What?
I help you, you help me. That's symbiosis.
Do you not know what symbiotes are in concept?
Well, another thing is...
Do you not know what a parasitic relationship is?
Well, another thing is, it's like, what exactly is so... Like, what is the drawback of bonding with sick old Harry anyways? Because near the end of the game, when he's Venom, he's just overpowered. And Harry's still a sick, dying man. What exactly is so bad about bonding with Harry specifically? If anything, Harry would like need it, so it's less likely to reject it.
And Colin, you spent like 30 minutes praising the symbiote being bonded Peter when he died.
Yes, it was literally gonna bond with a corpse.
Exactly.
It most likely wanted a more ideal host.
It bonds at the
What's more ideal? What does that mean in this context?
Yeah, what is more ideal? And here's the thing, I remember discussing this with him, and he's like, well, Spider-Man, because he has spider powers. Like, why does it want power? And then, like, literally, I just tell him this. Yeah, the only conclusion you can bring is that it wants Peter, because Peter is stronger. So it is just an evil parasite alien that wants to take over the world. It's power hungry. That's the only conclusion we can logically get to at this point.
If that's the case,
the game
you should have
doesn't
bonded with
allude to
Kraven.
anything else. Well, yeah, even then it's a problem. Go to Kraven.
None of this makes sense. None of this can work.
Why didn't it bond with the lizard?
What's up?
Why didn't it bond with the lizard when they were fighting?
True.
Yeah, literally.
Like, this comes off as toxic, so wait, if I like the story and game, you guys have the right to shit on me. I get you hate Colin, but goddamn. No, we're shitting on his bad arguments. He's saying this is defensive, and it's bad. And also, we're being, like, kind of, you know, we're throwing jabs and shit, right? But that's how he does his responses to people. Literally, go watch his video response to me, or go watch his video response to Sheev, go watch his video response to anybody else.
Yeah, is SK not allowed to not like Spider-Man PS4? Like, we can direct that back at him and everyone else.
Yeah, he literally is okay with insulting people in his, like, responses, so it doesn't matter. He doesn't care.
Also, like, the thing is, like, with this video, I think the problem is it's just the idea that it's just so anti-criticism for shit like this. If you just fabricate such nonsense, which is why people respond to videos like this. It's the same reason, like, it's the same reason why people like responses to Last Jedi defenses. It's the same reason.
Hey guys, no offense to Charlie, right? But he's a fucking idiot.
Wow.
Subcellular level with its host.
You can tell you really like
in our
the video.
case, Harry Osborn. He gave it to you?
Not exactly. I was hurt,
And it chose you. Which means it's more dangerous than I could have imagined.
But it obviously eventually says fuck it and bonds with Harry, most likely probably, you know, to get out of the cage. And when the symbiote and Harry first finally...
I want to bring this up. Where is that in the story?
That's not in the story.
Where does it even imply that the symbiote's like, I didn't want to bond to Harry, but fuck it, I want to get out of the cage?
Yeah, that's not a thing.
Just
but also,
we're gonna play a game. We're gonna play a game called Where Is That in the Story?
Yeah, we'll just do that.
Keep
Where
going.
is that in the story?
Finally bonded, it was in the post-credit scene of Miles Morales. And when they finally bonded, Norman wanted Harry out of the cage.
So if someone else is toxic, you can stoop to that low. Would you want to be better than and make it professional? So the problem is that the energy you give is the energy you should be okay with getting in return. You understand that, right? Does that make
Well, not only
sense to you?
that, it's like, once again, I'm gonna make this very clear. Not only is Colin very disrespectful when people genuinely criticize this game, anyways, like it's done that to me and everyone else. I want to make this very fucking clear, these arguments are genuinely frustrating.
Yeah.
And like, I don't think it's wrong that we're making fun of them.
Yeah, it's like we're mostly just making fun of the arguments.
It's frustrating because, you know, we've been watching this for nearly 2 hours now, and it's just more and more obtuseness. But we're calling him an idiot sometimes, but we're mostly just talking, like, pointing out how stupid the arguments are.
Yeah, we're not just
At
saying
least that's
he's
what
an
I've been
idiot for the
doing.
sake of it. Bring these people on as, yeah, you know what, okay, Trumpinator, why don't you come on the stream if you've got a disagreement? And obviously, since you're not...
Not now, we're in the middle of
I
continuing
know.
the video, though. Let's
Tomorrow
continue.
on Disagreement Day.
Because,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, whatever. We'll wait.
Pills are good, circulatory system healthy, brain activity normal.
He's been in there long enough.
Mr. Osborn, I understand he's your son, but his disease could...
Kurt.
But we may be underestimating the potential danger.
I said, get him out!
Yes, Norman Osborn.
Now!
Known
And I'm
to
assuming
be
this was close to the-
impatient and not play the long game.
Beginning of Spider-Man 2, and when we're first introduced to Harry, his goals and motivations perfectly align with who he was established to be in Spider-Man PS4, with the research stations. And he feels great, he's happy and graceful of the future, and wants to use his mom's dream and share it with his best friend, which he feels like he needs with him in order to accomplish this goal. And he takes Peter to the same place where his mother died, and he's now taken that memory of her, and her vision of the world, and turned it into something that is a bright future, and something to be hopeful about.
Lots happened in the last 10 years. It's a miracle I'm even sitting here now. I got
I'm
a
back.
second chance. And I'm gonna take advantage of that.
Second chance.
But I need
Oh,
you
what is he
with
talking
me,
about,
Pete.
Harry?
Oh, I don't know. We'll have to
Wow,
see
this
where
is
it leads.
a lot to process.
Why don't you come by the lab tomorrow? Check it out.
You have a lab already?
I'll show you some of my ideas. And we can talk about it some more. Deal?
Wow. That's wild.
Sure.
And at this point, the symbiote has only been bonded with someone showcasing these kinds of emotions. And something that's important to note is that the symbiote is intelligent, but we have no clue what kind of experiences it's had, or if it's even been bonded to another host. So I think that given it's an adaptation, the best faith interpretation that I think I can have with the symbiote is that it's like the comics, where it has no...
The definition of adaptation literally disagrees with that notion. Also, the game has went out of its way to tell you that it doesn't operate the same as the comics.
Yeah, like Venom isn't affected by fire.
Yeah,
Like
that's
the
like the
comics.
most basic one you can think of. Well, another one is like it's not accurate to the comics because the comic book version doesn't even, you know, exacerbate your emotions. It doesn't even do that.
Starkstar said, I bet Peter can cure Harry's disease with anti-venom. It explains why Insomniac Spider-Man doesn't use the anti-venom to catch Miles and Across the Spider-Verse. Okay, this sounds like ChatGPT, first of all. And second of all, the whole why does he doesn't use why doesn't he use anti-venom to catch Miles and Across the Spider-Verse? You know what? That could be a problem if they don't explain that in the third game. That could be a problem. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and this just came to me, but when everyone's like a part of the symbiote hive mind, they should have like knowledge of Peter being Spider-Man, right? Or is
They
that
should,
not?
but I think the most you can say is that because they would also have to know Spider-Man freed them from it, then they would have to know, okay, he saved us from being like, enslaved like that. I think we owe him a debt of gratitude. That is what I think would be the best faith interpretation.
What about the criminals that were infected by symbiotes?
The criminals. Yeah, the criminals.
Okay, bro. Okay, fine, that's at Freddy's VHS, I got you.
And learns these kinds of things like complex emotions and morals from its host. And then like every form of intelligence.
Pause. Where's that in the game?
Isn't this from Null? I know they don't say Null, right, but they come from some fucking planet that has all these wider plans, this wider hive mind, something that was like, designed.
Stop. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear this shit symbiote lore stuff. Stop. Thank you. I'm good. Well, I want to say this. Okay, so the symbiote learns its emotions and stuff from the host or whatever. Where's that in the game? Where's that implied in the game?
That's not implied anywhere.
This is a game theory.
Also, what do you mean it learns from the host? Like, neither hosts are saying you should go and abandon your friends. Neither hosts believe that. So
yeah, that's a good point. That's a contradiction too. But even ignoring that stuff, once again, where is it even implied in the game that the symbiote takes traits off of its host for its personality?
So does that include evil? Yeah, that's what...
Well, shouldn't that include both good and evil, by the way? So wouldn't it also just be nuanced and not evil? And if that's the case, then, like, why does it kill people?
Yeah, that's what doesn't work about this interpretation.
That's just stupid. It's headcanon. He's using headcanon to justify poor writing.
Venom literally gaslights Harry into taking over the whole world. Exactly. That's his idea, not Harry's.
Exactly.
Life on the planet.
Again, he said that this is the best black suit storyline he's seen.
Insane.
And he has to outsource like to other stories to explain plot holes.
Exactly.
Or to explain things away.
Also, what's weird is like he says this is like the comics. The comic book version of the symbiote doesn't copy its host's personality or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
It learns some traits from its host's personality, sure, but it clearly has its own thinking mind and opinions and stuff.
It doesn't use ChatGPT.
I mean, the reason it wants vengeance on Spider-Man isn't because of Spider-Man's emotions, it's because it has its own emotions as well. Because it feels rejected from Spider-Man.
Right. Which I think Spectacular did a good job of portraying.
Like the comics, where it has no real life experiences and learns these kinds of things like complex emotions and morals from its host. And then like every form of intelligent life on the planet, which is just pretty much humans, the symbiote takes those things and it makes its own interpretation of them. And I'll explain why I think there's a few things that support this as well in a bit. But to move back to Harry discovers that Peter is Spider-Man.
I'll prove it later, guys.
Someone who both Harry and the symbiote don't know is Spider-Man. But before this, what they do know about Spider-Man is one thing that they share in common, and that's wanting to use their power to do good and help people in the world. And in the beginning of the game, Harry is even very happy to help Spider-Man.
Where does the symbiote want to do good?
What is all this stuff?
Yeah.
Environmental study by a
Prove the symbiote has good intentions right now.
For high altitude weather sensors.
And this startup gave us permission?
Yes. I checked with the head guy. Super nice. Seemed excited about helping out Spider-Man.
And as soon as the symbiote sees Spider-Man, the perfect host, it starts trying to latch onto Peter, even putting a symbol on Harry's chest like he's a cheating girlfriend blowing a kiss at another man. And at this point, Harry has become a cuck. But anyways, on a serious note, right after Peter dies, the symbiote then feels an emotion come from Harry that it hasn't yet felt before. Rage. At least not to this extent.
No!
Prove it.
Not this venomous.
Why do you need to show this?
Show this at the very beginning, Paul. Why are you showing it?
We already know. okay. You saw it get angry.
What are you doing? Not
I'm sorry,
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Do it then.
Always so busy.
We're doing this again.
I hate this game so much. How can we have such peak music for such trash?
I know.
Get up. Harry!
Exactly, that's the reason it was 2 hours, because they played these clips for so long. No one
And they
replays
clips.
video.
Come on.
Oh!
And to And it also feels the full extent of what it's like to feel the emotion of loss when it's still in the early stages.
Pause. Prove that's the case right now.
Bullshit.
Prove that in the
He
game.
lost his mom, so it already knows. It already feels.
Well,
would know what he knows.
Well, no, this thing he's saying about what it does, prove that in the game right now.
Yeah.
And I don't believe you.
And to
I still
anyone
don't.
that
I
has
don't believe
lost
that the symbiote copies its trace from its host. Still, there's nothing in the game that implies that.
Yeah, you made that up.
Anyone in their life, you know what that feels like. For some people, the full extent of that pain never gets easier, and for other people, that pain does get easier. But in this moment, what it does is save Peter, a person who's been holding in and suffering through these exact emotions for 9 months, and his whole life. And fresh off of feeling helpless to save people, yet again, like I went over earlier in this video, this is what we see next from Peter.
I'll handle this.
This is good. Carlos, you live. Guess your boss needs better aim. Show him what offense he's given.
I've already seen this.
And I feel sorry for him.
How long does he spend?
Oh my god, this video is so bad.
Two of the things that I think backs up what the symbiote learns from its host is the fact that the suit never made Harry burst into a fit of emotion before Peter died. And
Because Harry had no reason to himself. What is that point?
Yeah, what makes you think that's the symbiote? What makes you think the symbiote only learned this now?
Stupid.
Does the symbiote not know rage beforehand? Because I don't believe that, because it was kind of aggressive and rageful against Connors for no reason.
And even when it did,
angry.
those
It wasn't also angry when Norman was experimenting on it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
wouldn't
he
it feel
should've.
rage by just being abused?
By being trapped for years.
Yeah, like this. Like what I assume is that the symbiote does have its own thoughts and feelings, and all that. I just think what it does is when it's on the host, it exacerbates the host's negative traits, like the most basic generic symbiote stories do. I think that's all it's doing.
Those emotions are very clearly coming from Harry, and the symbiote started to amplify them. And another thing is that Peter notes that the suit knows how he likes to fight.
How's the suit?
Weird. It's like it knows me.
And as I said earlier, the symbiote seems to amplify the emotions.
Yeah,
that
that's
the host...
because it can literally go into. That doesn't mean it's copying Peter's personality or anything. It's because it can literally access his mind.
Yeah.
It literally reads him like a book, like every version of the story. It knows him.
Chronos said, keep in mind he says all this shit about the symbiote not knowing rage, meanwhile its main motivation is still to be super evil and take over the planet with the space rock.
And learning from them as well. And since there are two different consciousnesses within one person, the symbiote
Shut
can
up.
cause the host
Shut
to
up.
do and say
Shut up.
things that might
No.
have an element
No.
of truth to
No.
them, but it might cause the host to do
No.
them in a way that's not
No.
suited to them as a person.
No.
Those creatures do to people
No.
around the city.
No. No.
Who's that in the game?
Twist your
No, that's just no.
And
Even
given
if it's
everything
true,
we
no.
see,
Twist your desires. Twist your
I
desires
like how-
doesn't mean anything about copying the traits or whatever.
I like how Chronos he literally left the comment, literally debunking what Colin's about to say, and he literally says exactly what Chronos just responded to before we even played it. Crazy.
I know. Well, what's so wild about this is like, okay, it twists your desires. That's the only admission that gives is that it manipulates its host.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's taking traits from its host or anything.
Yeah, that's
and here's
that's
the
shit you
thing:
assumed.
what trait does Venom have from Peter Parker? Like when the symbiote becomes Venom with Harry, when does it really act like Peter, personality-wise?
When does it act like Harry?
Even then,
It acts
yeah.
like no one.
It's just evil McBad guy.
And it says he at the end says it will kill you, it will kill the rest or whatever.
Well, even then, Venom is contradictory to Harry. Harry is mad at Peter and doesn't like him. The symbiote still possesses him and wants him to join.
Yeah. Stupid.
In the game, I think that makes the most sense. And how does this play out?
Hey, S came back for a
Hey,
few. I
S
never asked, but
mate.
how shocked were you when
Hey.
you saw me in chat? I mean, I wasn't that shocked. I knew like you could still potentially show up, so I don't know. Doesn't really
Don't
matter.
dignify him with a response.
Go
That's good.
go play go do your homework or something. I don't know.
Play out? Well, what
It's
the
almost-
symbiote
it's
learns
almost,
from
bedtime.
Peter, and some parts from Harry as well, is violence, the pride that comes with power.
Shut up. Did it learn enslavement too? Because that's what it does at the end. Like, shut up. This is cope.
Yeah. Which
is
ideology
cope.
made the symbiote think slavery is okay?
This is cope. This is pure cope.
Wait,
pain that comes
well,
from-
SK, this is really scary to think about. Who's pro-slave, Harry or Peter?
Oh, Lord.
Severe mental and physical trauma, how selflessness and selfishness can affect someone in both good and bad ways.
You
And
mean like how it makes someone okay with slavery? Like, stop. Just stop. This is cope.
the concept of killing people, and how if Peter killed, that's an easy way to let go of the source of majority of the pain in his life, and an easy way to keep people safe from people coming back and hurting them again. And of course Peter knows that him killing is bad, and that's why he doesn't do it, because he believes in second chances. The symbiote twists those desires. Peter changes the symbiote just as much as it changed him. And I want to take it back a bit
but why
to
would
Harry
it
now.
twist his desires to want to kill those villains, when if
Why would
anything
it
those
make him
villains
wanna enslave
would be
people?
useful to him? Well, like even the symbiote, why would it twist it so that you kill like Dr. Connors, even though Peter cares for Connors outside of being the lizard, right?
Yeah, this is just... Honestly, we should just... We'll let it roll over. Let's just let it get to the next thing. Because this is just... We've already basically dissected this in full detail.
Well, it's just
When giving
stupid.
up this-
You literally just say, where is this in the game?
Yeah, where is this in the game?
Symbiote to Peter, at this point, everything for him starts to take a downward spiral. Harry is dying, and when he lost the symbiote, he's felt helpless ever since, just like he did before he had the suit, because the chance he had to realize his mom's vision is slowly slipping away. And we see this through a moment where he calls Miles.
Harry? Hey, you with Pete? Hey.
Scraps he has to get to make
No.
this have any kind of like story, like a
I
phone
saw you
call that you
chasing
could just
that robot
ignore.
bird around on the news. Do you need any kind of tech support? Like running the app or something?
Actually, I got a friend doing that already.
Gotcha. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm just feeling useless, and my mom would always say.
Ah, yes. I find that kind of funny. It's only one guy can handle like so many crime reports.
Yeah.
That's like having one operator for the police in an entire country. Like,
Just
what
be
the
like...
fuck?
Yeah, you can be an assistant. You know?
Nice to know I'm not alone. Thanks. And good luck out there.
You too, man.
And after the EMF gets destroyed, both Norman and Peter are treating the Emily May Foundation like it's just some thing, and you can tell that Harry hates this.
That is not what happens.
Are you hurt?
I'm fine.
I mean, Norman
The
does,
Foundation-
I don't
not
care
Peter.
about that right now. Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah.
What is this showing? I don't get it.
Get in
I
there.
mean, listen to what Peter says.
See what you can save. I want a detailed report of the damage.
Your dad's right. The Foundation doesn't matter. What? This was our dream, and it still is. But right now we have to focus on finding Dr. Connors and getting you healthy.
This is inconsistent. Firstly, the EMF is used to help Harry, so this is just a dumb point. But also, he literally uses the destruction of the EMF to justify killing Craven. So,
again.
Well, not only that, Peter right there is saying, like, it still is our dream. We just gotta focus on the innocent man who's a lizard monster right now. That's all he's saying. It doesn't matter right now. Like, the dream matters, not this location. Who cares? It's a bunch of stuff. We can rebuild.
So then it's just like, I don't know what he's trying to prove here. I'm so confused.
Another moment is when MJ calls Peter, and Peter tells us that he can tell Harry is getting sick of the reassurance that people keep giving him.
Hey, Pete, you should check out Connor's house in Elmhurst. I still have his phone, and something just triggered the silent alarm.
It has to be him. I'm on it.
Wait, what happened to the Foundation?
The hunters attacked while we were finishing up the antidote. The Emily May's destroyed.
I'm so sorry. Are you guys okay?
Harry's getting sick of me saying everything's gonna be all right, and I'm just focused on finding Connors. I'm not losing Harry. We just got him back.
We'll get through this. I know it.
And after the lizard chase, we see this sense of Harry feeling like he can't do anything once again, as he continues to slowly die mentally and physically.
Harry.
Did Harry's character become interesting yet?
I haven't heard from you in a while. I'm close to finding Dr. Connors.
This is just saying the conflicts he has, and it doesn't really justify him being Venom, so I don't care.
Right back to you. Okay. Let me know when you find him.
Oh, he's sad. He's dying. I got it. It's Doc Ock again, guys. He has a disease and it's ruining his life. Man, so sad.
And then Peter comes in acting like a dickhead to him after putting Harry in the backseat and ghosting him for a day. And even when they do talk,
nice
all it's
omission
ever
of
about
context.
is saving him. Then Peter walks out and goes to talk to Norman. He sees Norman talking like he's unsure of himself about saving Harry's life, talking as if it's about to be the end.
Don't worry, Harry's gonna get better.
Thank you for being his friend. Watching you two
Every second of this.
grow up together.
Why?
Watching YouTube, by the
You're
way.
like a son to me.
Yeah.
I am so proud of the man you've become.
Oh, he's mad now.
Oh, he's upset that Harry, Norman cares about your friend as much as you, I guess.
Go. Please.
This is one of the most boring versions of Harry I've ever seen, by the way. Whoa, it's broken glass. It's like a shattered mind. As Norman said, "Hey Peter, I like you, dude. You're a great friend of my son."
And Peter is being fine to Norman, despite just acting like a douchebag to him. Peter is also starting to give up on him, or abandon him. And you can see the broken glass.
Fine to
between his
Norman.
face
Norman
and him
didn't piss him off. And it doesn't even matter. The only reason he's addicted to Harry is because of the fucking black suit that MJ sends in the scene. What is he talking about?
Looking at Peter swinging away, which I interpret as a rift in their friendship growing. And one thing that I do think is
a rift because Peter was mean once. Years of being brothers destroyed because Peter was mean once under the influence of like an evil alien.
This is
insane.
Worse. This is worse than You're a Fraud Spider-Man from THUMPCAST 2. Because at least that
This is way
makes
worse
sense.
than that. At least there he felt like Spider-Man was gonna let him fucking die.
That's a better motivation. So So
yeah, what's the motivation here? Oh, he was a dick to me while under mind control, so I hate you.
TASM 2 Harry's way better because one, he has a good reason to turn evil. Two, they actually showed how Norman was negatively influencing him. Like, they gave him better characterization than this game.
He got betrayed by his own company.
Yeah.
And he was like sickly ill and shit, and like Spider-Man won't even help him.
Bannock says, I interpret it as a rift. No, that's literally what it is. Sob.
Important to mention is that, like I said earlier, the symbiote seems to amplify whatever emotions you're feeling or have pent up. With Harry, he feels like he has a new beginning, and so on top of the symbiote making Harry feel energetic due to the obvious physical enhancement and second chance that he just got to realize his mom's vision, it also makes him feel even more happy and optimistic. So when he had the suit, it never changed him the way that Peter was changed, and Harry never changed the symbiote the way that Peter
You just said it
changed.
did change him. It
So
made
when-
him more optimistic and happy. That's still a change, you fucking... Okay.
Knob.
MJ is telling Harry the
Literally.
suit is changing Peter. How is he supposed to believe that? All he sees is his
Oh, here it
best friend
comes.
treating him like shit and abandoning him while he's on the brink of death, but then simultaneously...
That's
and he also hears from his other trusted friend that he's met ever since fucking kindergarten that it's not him, it's the suit.
Exactly.
Also, if you care so much about this person, this is your best friend, years of knowing him, and he does something this out of character, why the fuck would you just not
Why would you
consider,
trust
hey, maybe there's something wrong? That's weird.
That is weird.
He is telling Harry the suit is changing Peter. How is he supposed to believe that? All he sees is his best friend treating him like shit and abandoning him while he's
I
on
don't
the
know,
brink
having
of
faith
death.
in your best friend you've seen ever since childhood, and Harry in this game doesn't seem to be jealous, spiteful, or biased against Peter like every other adaptation.
Maybe
I would
'cause
understand
MJ
this.
literally says it in the conversation. Did you hear
I would
it?
understand this if this was like Raimi Harry, right? Because in the Raimi verse, Harry doesn't listen to reason for why he shouldn't hate Peter. But the reason there is because he clearly has some deep-seated resentment and jealousy that they built up in the first movie.
Which they didn't
right?
hear.
Huh?
Which they didn't hear.
Who didn't hear?
This game didn't do this. Like show any jealousy
Oh.
or any reason to be
Okay. I'm being slow. But yeah, like they built that up. So when when Peter's like, Norman killed himself, it was in the glider, da, da, da," he goes, shut up, I don't want to hear it. He doesn't believe him because he always had that deep-seated resentment, and he always did kind of treat Peter unfairly. He doesn't give him that good faith because he's not really a good friend, because there's a lot of like flaws with him, right? So it's like, I can understand that. The problem with this is they're nothing but best pals, and they have nothing but good faith to each other. Peter lied to him about being Spider-Man for years, and he just immediately forgives him.
He didn't care.
No resentment. Yep, no jealousy, no resentment that he has powers and da-da-da-da-da. Doesn't care. Oh, you lied to me for years? I bet you had a reason. Still love you, pal. That's the character you just established. So when he puts him under this much bad faith, when another trusted person is telling you that the alien is turning him into a bad guy, then it's just out of character. It makes no sense.
It's dumb.
But then simultaneously acting friendly to his father. And after this, Dr. Connors
His
gives
father
Peter
didn't
his
ask
phone
him
number,
to
which
take
means
the suit off. That is obvious. Use your brain cells, Colin. Why would he not be mean to Norman? Because Norman didn't go, you gotta take the suit off.
Yeah.
Dr. Connors is free, and Peter is still not trying to give up the suit.
Hello? It's Dr. Connors. Sorry, I asked Harry for your number. Please, come back to the lab. We need to remove the symbiote. The hold that it's already taking on your mind, it's only going to get worse.
I'm busy.
So again, this just adds to Harry's feelings.
Don't know. Maybe he knew about the adventures they're having. Starkstar said, dude, he's dying. It's making him act irrationally. That's not how
That
that works.
doesn't justify him at all. That doesn't justify it at all. That's stupid. Are you more likely to hate your family members because you're dying? Is that how it works?
He wrote to MJ and Peter because he was dying.
Yeah, literally. That's stupid.
And
I
after
don't.
this,
the irrational shit isn't justified at all because I don't care that he's dying. It doesn't make sense in his character and how he acts that he would put like someone like Peter in that much unfair bad faith when he's done nothing but the opposite. It's not consistent. Dying or not doesn't just change your character. I mean, Starkstar, using that logic, Luke thought that everyone in his Jedi Order was dying, so that's why he tried to kill Kylo. So you're a Last Jedi Defender. Thank you. Same kind of level.
Even when Peter got the suit off, he's still unwilling to stop Harry's anguish. And the symbiote also just got that feeling of abandonment as well. And what does that mutual feeling of abandonment create?
He felt abandoned because Peter was mean to him once in the entirety of the game.
Feeling abandoned once and coming back, that makes him Venom.
That's insanely stupid. Every single other time, Peter keeps calling him, reassuring him, being his pal, joining the EMF stuff with him, all this shit. He is like always there for Harry, no matter what. The reason he even did most of this before the suit took over was to save Harry's life and get the suit back on him and all this shit. But no, he feels abandoned because Spider-Man was mean one time.
Peter is barely doing anything to help him by not giving him the symbiote. That doesn't change what we said, though.
Yes, but that's not Peter. That's the suit doing that. Yeah, and MJ said that in the goddamn scene.
Did he hear it?
MJ should know that. Miles fucking knows this. Well, Miles isn't there, but you know what I mean. There's like people know this by that now. Even the THUMPCAST, even like news reports are saying Peter's acting different. The new original Spider-Man's acting weird. He's not acting the same. Something's changing him.
Yeah. Showing the whole thing, of course.
Harry, are you?
Oh, this is one of the worst like Venom reveals I've ever seen. Compare that to like Spectacular, where he's literally like fucking. He like just remember that like compared to like Spectacular, where it's so fucking cool that like the symbiote brings Eddie into like his inner subconscious, and then he's just so vengeful and hateful of Spider-Man that like. You just get this awesome scene where the symbiote's like, accept the gift, yes, and all this big ass speech before he goes, we're Venom. That's so much better. Dude, look at the one in like Spider-Man 3. That one's awesome. It's like a fucking horror movie. Like the suit's like dropping down on Eddie, and it's like scary looking and shit. This is lame. That was boring.
Yeah.
That was just Sony exclusive effects than Venom.
Boring. Peter and Harry and the mutual feeling of abandonment.
The combined rage. Where's that in the game?
The combined rage?
Yeah, prove that's in the game right now. Prove that Peter's rage is in Venom, I guess.
With Harry, all of these emotions the two have grown.
Yeah, he should totally feel abandoned when his dad's doing nothing but trying to cure him.
The past few days
that's
are allowed
truly
to run
abandoned,
rampant,
right, guys?
taking out anyone who stands in the Peter and Harry, and the mutual feeling of abandonment calls the symbiote to bond fully with Harry. All of these emotions the two have grown in the past few days are allowed to run rampant, taking out anyone who stands in their way. And then 3 moments I love during this rampage narratively is 1 when Norman brings up Peter over the comm.
Harry, stop! I know it's useless, but we've never been closer to a cure. I know we'll find one. And so does Peter.
And 2, the dialogue during the Kraven boss fight, and I also like how it shows the parallel between the two during the fight, and how both of their bodies betrayed them, and how they both don't want to die not accomplishing their goals.
We were separated because of you.
Is that so?
Kronos says, all this nuanced shit about the symbiote he made up in his mind is undone by the fact it's revealed the symbiote is simply evil, simply an evil monster who wants to take over the planet and has always been. Exactly.
As long as I dreamt of a perfect death, drenched in fire and blood, will you give it to me?
You destroyed our world, hurt our friends.
Come, let your vengeance feast upon my flesh. Yes,
this boss fight sucks, by the way.
You will be my final hunt, and I shall be your first.
You can literally beat this boss fight by spamming square and L1.
You want death? Then give up.
I want it to be worthy of me! Do you know what it's like to have your body betray you? Weakness will not claim me! If I am to die soon, I will die roaring!
And 3, when the symbiote takes that ideal that it learned from Peter and was just about to do to Kraven, and it finally kills Kraven. But after this, Harry comes back into some control, which is when he goes to his mother's grave. And the symbiote uses this to twist both Harry and Peter's desires of healing the world and keeping everyone safe. And yet, I still don't think the symbiote is all pure evil, because to an extent...
Okay, sure. It's not pure evil, but it wants to enslave the world.
It's not wrong. Making everyone a symbiote does Peter's desires of healing the world and keeping everyone safe. And yet, I still don't think the symbiote is all pure evil, because to an extent, it's not wrong. Making everyone a symbiote does keep them safer, but it comes at the cost of them losing themselves. But something that I find interesting about this is the element of control. In the first game and this game, Peter tried to control everything, and he constantly was a helicopter parent around MJ because of his fear of his loved ones dying. And in this game, as I went over earlier, he's trying to get rid of help and do everything himself because of that very same fear. And the symbiote literally slowly takes control over its hosts and gives them that gift of its power and literally puts them in a hive mind. And where do you think the symbiote learned that from?
That is so dumb.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
What do we even say?
So it's Peter who's pro-slavery. That's
it's
wild.
Peter who's pro-slavery. First of all, you're basing this on a fear or a character flaw that he overcame in the first game. So how the fuck does this support what you're saying? That's part one for why this is a problem. Part two, when enslaving the entire world, right? They're willing to kill people who get in their way, like innocent people as well. In fact, they literally cause destruction throughout the city. They literally attack Oscorp security just doing their job. At the end, he says it will kill them and everyone or whatever. And earlier, the symbiote tried to kill someone he loved. So can you explain how that's a trait of Peter's, that he wants to kill his own loved ones?
Yeah, exactly.
This is so dumb.
Those are traits that's pure evil.
That is just pure copium, what I just heard there.
Also, once again, I actually want to bring this up. Peter is not a pro over control like that at all, because one of the reasons he's against Sable, it's in the dialogue. If you interact with Sable before they become enemies to you, he doesn't like them because he thinks they're fascists.
Yes, so he would be against that.
Peter's flat out anti-fascism. This hive mind shit is literally just the definition of fascism. So we didn't get that from Peter.
And it's funny, he talks about, you know, oh, well, this hive mind stuff that was done to control everything, which he doesn't use in the story to win.
Also, the idea of control, the symbiote tries to control way before Peter. It just controls anyone it tries to latch onto.
Yes.
Like, what about that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I want to control over Dr. Connors' anatomy, try to fucking grab his arm and won't let him go. Form of dominance and control right there. That was the first scene we see of it, canonically.
When it cared about, it almost lost everything. And some may say, well, the symbiote was sent here with a rock meant to take over the world. It's evil.
Yes, literally yes.
And that's its
quite
goal, but I really
yes.
don't think that's the case.
I don't think that's the case, even though that's what they literally show in the... They show a whole vision when he touches the rock. Like,
the meteorite is literally there as a device to initially take over the world.
Yeah, it's like it was designed and manufactured that way, with a specific purpose in mind.
That is literally its one and only function we know of in the game, is that it is there to spread the goo and take over the world.
Wanted to go through with that, because if the symbiote was just pure evil and this really was its final end goal initially,
why would it come with the meteorite then if it didn't want to do that?
Right.
We have no clue if the symbiote even wanted to go through with that, because if the symbiote was just pure evil and this really was its final end goal initially, then why doesn't it try to latch itself onto Norman or Dr. Connor? Why doesn't it try to make Harry press Dr. Connors
good points. It's almost like the story
sucks more problems.
Shit.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. This is ridiculously stupid. That's not a defense. That's just literally
more problems.
issues. Like, yeah, why doesn't it latch on to anybody else who could be helpful to it taking over the world? Why would it even leave Harry when Harry wouldn't know where the fucking meteorite is?
Then why doesn't it try to...
It could be there for... We don't know if Null exists. It could be there for any purpose. Wow, isn't that great writing? This thing could be here for any purpose whatsoever.
No, we don't. And we actually do know Null is here, because we literally see that we have Null's language, like, scribbled across the research station.
It's part of the visions. It's pure
Yes,
evil.
it's a part of the visions. And the meteorite, the thing it came with, this device thing it went to Earth with, its only functionality is to take over the world. What else could it be there for? Why did it come with the meteorite then?
Exactly.
Try to latch itself onto Norman or Dr.
You have
Connor.
to prove in the game that it didn't want to do it. And that's not ever in the game. Remember when it was on Peter? It forced Peter to dream about that meteorite?
Yes.
Like, what about that? It's clearly trying to tempt him to get it again.
Yeah.
Doesn't it try to make Harry press Dr. Connors on where the meteorite is? The symbiote would absolutely know that they know where the meteorite is, which is why I think the symbiote takes the things it's learned from Peter, like saving people, the element of control, the concepts and nuance about killing people that I went over earlier, the obsessions Peter has, etc., and paired it with both Harry and Peter's vision to
Oh my
heal the
god,
world
I
and
don't
save
care.
people
You did
in
not
it.
prove this is in the game. You need to show that this is even implied in the game. We have no hint that the symbiote took traits from Peter and Harry, and that's why it wants to take over the world. There's nothing even hinting on that. As far as we know, what was told about the symbiote is when Harry literally says it wants to kill you, wants to kill all of us. In, like, the ending. That is, like, the only thing we get for, like, a hint of what its intention could be, outside of its hosts.
Of the symbiote learnings from its host and stuff be explored a bit more clearly in the story? Absolutely 100%.
So it could be explored more clearly. You mean established in the first place?
Oh, it should be. Yeah, it should be downright told, because, like, here's the thing: the fact that this is a debate is bad writing.
Yeah.
This is automatically
You should
bad.
just explain
Even if
that.
because here's the thing: even if Colin's right, because I do believe I heard somewhere that Evan Flarka's video. One of the developers or something in Insomniac confirmed, yeah, that was the intention of the symbiote. It was this, right? The thing is, even if that's true, the fact that most of us don't think this is telling of how dumb the writing is. It is so bad we didn't understand what they were trying to tell us with Venom. Like, no one got it. Because it communicated it so poorly.
The entire point of story presentation is for your audience to understand it. That's the entire point.
Yeah, exactly. We should immediately get it. Especially something as important as the symbiote's motivation.
Well, maybe the symbiote changed it before Peter abandoned. Changed what?
100%. But do I think there's enough for me to make this interpretation? Yes,
No.
I do.
Stark starts
But
an
moving
NPC,
on
just
to
ignore him.
when Harry and Peter are talking at his house, we get this.
You must get tired making the world a better place every single day. But I can help.
I would have helped you, dumbass.
I know, right?
All you have to do is let me.
This isn't you.
Wrong.
Already wrong.
Peter, I didn't know you were a crybaby piece of shit. I would have helped you. I would have helped you, dumbass.
This is the real me. I finally have the power to realize our vision.
Oh my god.
Are you giving up on me?
Harry,
He's gonna play the
I
whole
need
thing.
to get that thing off you.
Do not call us a thing.
Ooh.
Whoa. Don't misgender the symbiote. Don't fuck up its pronouns.
We are.
Ew, I hate this so
Even
much.
with the power that Harry now has, Peter is still denying Uncle Terry the vision that they shared. And I really like how they get pissed when Peter calls them a thing, because Harry hates being treated like something.
He called me a thing. He
A
called
thing
me
doesn't
a boy.
That has nothing to do with Harry being like helpless. Why?
No, comic legend. He called him a boy.
He called him a boy. Yeah, dude, this is some Last Jedi defense level shit. This is the video, dude.
Helpless and to be saved, and the symbiote is an intelligent life that has its own desires, thoughts, and feelings. And I also really like this line of dialogue as well.
Show him what he's missing.
I like to read this as Harry and the symbiote showing him how strong this could make his loved ones and how it can protect them. And I also read it as the symbiote being mad at Peter for abandoning it when it gave him.
I gave you everything you ever wanted, and you threw us away.
And I also really like this scene with Harry and his dad as well.
Why?
Please.
The scene sucks.
Just give me back my son.
Look at that image. That is so stupid.
We are your son. Look at us.
Where even after he's...
We are healthy. Strong.
This is
what you wanted. Isn't it?
The next scene with Peter and Miles is them being shown by Uncle Terry, and Uncle Terry trying to convince Peter and Miles what it can do for them.
Why would you try to convince them when you can just give them a symbiote?
What does this have to do with Venom being good anyways? Join the dark side, Spider-Man. I'm Venom.
This doesn't work. Just use the symbiote.
Harry, what are you?
We are healed. Finally free. We can give that gift to everyone. But we need you with us, Pete.
I'm sorry, so why does he need to show him the location of the meteorite to establish this? He already showed earlier that he's going to infect other people. He already said that. So why does he have to show him the location of the meteorite for this?
Themes.
Heal the world. Together.
But it's desperately trying to get through to Peter because Peter is still the symbiote's ideal host, and Uncle Terry still cares about him and wants him with them. And this is a moment where the symbiote starts to get fed up with Miles' shit, but I'll go over that a bit more in a bit. Then we get the boss fight with Peter, where all of Uncle Terry's emotions come out as Peter desperately tries to get through to Harry.
Wait, you're telling me it's an accident that he showed the location of one of the most vital things to his plan that he doesn't want his enemies knowing? That's just an accident? Did we forget that he can control what is shown?
Also, when did the symbiote just gain the ability to just do these crazy vision shit anyways?
It just did, I guess.
Please, remember everything we've been through. Did you forget about
Ultimate Spider-Man has ruined Venom's like image. I'm sick of these tendrils.
4 years? But we had each other. You came over every single day after school. Even slept over after your mom got sick.
We couldn't feel like that.
When you lost her, that day on the football field, I was there. Always have been.
Until we got sick again.
First phase of the boss with Peter, but when you're Miles and he has those wings, it's genuinely awful. I don't want to fight him. It's just lame.
Feel like that to us.
Oh, it didn't feel like that. Okay.
Why do you want him?
Your mom saw us like this.
We make each other better. She always says, "You want to join us?" We know it.
God, why is literally each and every second being shown?
Why do you keep fighting us?
You're not giving me a choice!
We know what's best for you. For everyone. I gave you everything you ever wanted.
Can I be honest? I feel like the music in this final boss is just a little too overdramatic. I don't like it.
Replaced us with Miles. He poisoned you against us. Even
Honestly, I like the final boss theme for Venom and Spider-Man 3.
I'll save you!
We've never been good enough for you. Or Dad.
You mean the one that just sounds like Scorpion's theme?
With your head, Harry! You're my best friend!
I don't know what Scorpion's theme is, so...
Don't you trust us?
I'll show you.
I trust you, Harry!
Just a quick thing. I'm just feeling tired. I think I'll take a nap and then, or I'll just go to sleep and then wake up for Disagreement Day tomorrow. But yeah,
Awesome.
thanks for having me on.
For sure, man.
I'll see you guys later.
Goodbye.
What's your thoughts on Colin before you leave, bro?
Give me my thoughts on Colin.
Yeah, man. Go, Jack.
He's a kid at job, obviously. Have a good one.
All right, good night. Have a good one.
See you later, Jack Kettner.
All right, finish line.
What a swell guy.
Yeah.
That thing you're wearing!
Take a shot every time Peter says I'm sorry.
Stop showing us the stupid game's cutscenes. It's not gonna make me like it more.
It'll be over soon.
By the way, why is this symbiote shit just stop working like that? Like, I guess it stopped.
What you do to me, I'm never gonna heal the world with you. Not like this.
After this, Uncle Terry starts to lose hope in Peter, and when Uncle Terry sees Miles, which is what sparks that one final thing in the symbiote's head that it can try to do to finally get rid of the final thing that will stop.
We're holding Pete back.
I'm not gonna let Pete down, Harry.
He'll understand. This is his dream too.
Which is why the symbiote tries to kill Miles, as opposed to Peter, who they want to keep alive because he's still the perfect host for the symbiote, and it doesn't want to give up on that. And at this point, the symbiote has
Miles
full
is the
control
perfect
over-
host for the symbiote.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Miles has more power. He has more powers than Peter does. Wouldn't it prefer Miles? He is younger. He has more powers.
Don't people defend Peter losing that fight by saying Miles was bitten by a different spider or some shit? Or Miles being stronger than him? Or less nerfed?
Well, yeah, it's like, look at this shit.
So if that's true, then why isn't he the perfect host?
Over Harry. Harry is no longer there, and with the symbiote being unwilling to change...
Wait, Harry is no longer there? So you mean the symbiote has a mind of its own? Thank you.
Yeah, what do you mean Harry's no longer there? I thought it was always, like, unison.
Yeah.
And give up this control, it loses to the two people who are. And so, after going through the story again, I still do have one issue with Uncle Terry as a character, and Harry. I don't really think it's enough for me to call Uncle Terry genuinely bad, because there is so much to love here for me. The only problems that I genuinely have with the way he was handled was literally just the time we spend with both characters.
The time we spend!
We spend a lot of time with Harry, that's not the issue.
No, this is the cop-out.
We spend the entirety of Act 1 with Harry.
This is the cop-out.
Yeah, this is the cop-out.
Spend time more.
Bullshit.
Spend more time. That's my cop-out. Spend more time.
It is a cop-out. It's the most pathetic little non-problem ever, just to make yourself feel like you're being, like, fair and critical when you're just being a biased, like, fat ass.
Biased shill.
I don't even agree. If we're talking about purely how much time, they had a lot of time with Harry.
They just spent it very poorly.
Yeah, it was just shitly done. The reason why we even feel this way is because of how badly written it is. We had a lot of time with Harry. We had a whole ass flashbacks with him.
You have
the
8
entirety
hours
of Act
of
1 was
story, and
Peter
it
and that fucking... The whole first act was about Peter and Harry's relationship. Act 2 uses him less, but he's still fairly in the game. And Act 3, he's the main fucking villain.
Yeah.
And also the other things that I went over earlier about, like, you know, wanting the symbiote stuff to be, like, better explained and laid out more clearly, the stuff that I went over earlier. I think if Harry's build-up had more time to this downfall, not only will we have had more time of Peter being a dickhead to him, but we could have had more time with Peter in the symbiote as well. We could have had more interactions between Miles and Harry as well, which could have made for some more interesting plot beats. But also, when Harry and the symbiote become Uncle Terry, it would have been nice to see some more of them trying to show Peter that
stupid that I always feel like people don't understand. Like, people like the game was rushed. That's why it's as long as the first game. The first game's length is enough to tell the symbiote story. You just got to be good at writing. Because I'm sorry, if you still can't tell the black suit storyline in fucking 7 hours or so, you're just bad at storytelling. It's like, that's a lot of time.
Season 1 is 4 hours.
Well, yeah, and the Venom stuff is like, what, fucking an hour
1
at
hour.
most? Including Venom there? Yeah, it's like 1 hour. It's like 4 episodes.
Yeah.
The symbiote can be a solution for when things go bad, to try and sway Peter back in a stronger way. Like, imagine how dope it would have been to face off against people like Electro, Vulture, Rhino, and Sandman as symbiote versions of themselves, like
Oh my
Web
God,
of
shut
Shadows.
up.
We could have even
You're an
reformed
idiot.
a couple of them
No
in
one
the
wants that.
process, but instead they killed 4 of Spider-Man's villains, 3 of which being off-screen. And now, do I think it's an actual problem in the story that those villains die off-screen? I don't think it's a problem with the actual
course not.
story, but in a meta-textual way, I do think it's something that bothers me, and I think they should have not done. But what I was just talking about specifically showcases a part of something that I think is an actual problem with the story, and that's just the missed potential in making Venom great. Because right now, I only think he's just pretty good, and it really sucks to me because I know Insomniac wanted to do more with the story and the game as a whole, but they were rushed by Sony to put the game
Mysterio's
out
better
quicker.
than
But
this.
moving on from Venom, sorry, Uncle Terry, we still got one more character to talk about here, and that's Kraven. Kraven is
Speak for yourself, Liam. What does that mean?
What?
He is speaking for himself.
absolutely fucking fantastic in this game, and he is the catalyst of literally everything that happens in the plot. As we move along,
talking
the plot
about
of the
nobody
game.
cares for symbiote versions of character. Well,
That's a
I'll be more
hyperbole.
clear. People who actually care about good writing, respect to the source material, and are actual fans of Spider-Man would not give a fuck about Electro and all of them being symbiote versions, because not all of us are MCU-brained fucking Neanderthals that only care about hype moments and aura. We actually care about storytelling.
Nothing is stopping
consistency,
this game from
interesting
being
writing.
longer to actually tell a more coherent story. It could have been the same length as GTA 5. That's a great point.
I don't agree. I'm gonna say it again. The length is fine. The game is long enough. It was just bad at telling it.
Yeah, he's just saying nothing was stopping it.
No, there was a lot stopping it, like Sony. I'm fine with saying there was a lot stopping the length being longer. I don't think it needs to be longer. It's just that they're really stupid and they wrote a really bad story and they shoved too much shit in the story.
The
There's
game.
2
We learn that
protagonists
Kraven
with
is
2
looking
completely
for
different storylines. There's like 3 important villains to tell a story with, and they all have to share screen time. There's like 40 different side characters that need some purpose in the story. There's like 2 different like entire like worlds being told with like Miles and Peter as well. There's just too much in the game. They should have just cut the stuff that was stupid and didn't matter and focused on the black suit, Peter, Venom, all that stuff that we're here for.
For an equal
And make
to
Miles
Karen,
directly,
which is
like,
why
a
he
part
doesn't
of
go
that
after the
story.
2 Spider-Men, because they don't kill. But he grows more and more disappointed with the hunt until...
MJ, I'm on my way.
What are you? The spider is mine.
And I like that Kraven's ideology is the parallel opposite to both Peter and Miles, where they believe that all people have good in them, how people are complicated and can change. Kraven sees people as prey and predator, as subhuman pretty much.
His name is Kurt Connors. He's a good man.
There are no good men.
That is so good. Isn't that good, SK? They succeed at basic storytelling 101. Have the villain parallel the hero.
True.
That's such great
Luke's
storytelling.
the hunter.
Dude, Kraven is so good. He parallels the hero. I've never seen this before.
Wow. Keemstar the
So
hunter.
well done. This is Keemstar the Hunter.
Good prey.
And I like this note that we find that dives into Kraven's philosophy, that he was born into. It's time to pray. My mother opened every
I'm
hunt
skipping
with
your
duty
awful
for pace
narration.
prepared. Tonight I will pray for what I hope is the last time. Now the hunt begins. If I do not return, all the better. He doesn't even view his own life as what would be considered human, and so, in not being able to continue on, he makes it his mission to continue on the ancestral tradition, and he wants to break Peter in order to break Peter's code, in order to get him to continue this ideology.
I'm assured that material is unbreakable.
I mean, I'll always say this, Kraven's fine. He's just kind of, they don't really do much with him, and he's barely developed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has an ideology, and
he's consistent with it.
He's evil, I guess. Yeah.
That's good, I guess.
Anything.
They don't do the explorer's ideology really? No.
We also
he just
see
has
through
it.
the audio logs from the bases how this destroys not only him, but his entire family as well, and both Peter and Miles prove Kraven right too. For a moment, Miles was almost willing to kill Martin Lee, and after Miles doesn't go through with the deed, he uses Miles to break Peter. And I think a neat detail is that Kraven sees Miles not acting like how Spider-Man would during this scene, and so when Kraven has reached a point where he is tired of wasting time with unworthy foes, he pits them against each other. But why I think this element of Kraven thinking predators force the weak to grow strong, and this ideology shaping the world, the reason I think this is so interesting in the narrative is that Kraven, in these two moments, he was proven right, but what he doesn't realize, or maybe doesn't want to accept, is that the humanity of these characters is what bettered them as people and got them through this. And like I explained earlier in the video with other characters like Peter, Miles, MJ, and Martin Lee, when they were able to let go of their obsessions, destroying their lives, and grow as people due to the help of those around them, Kraven, the symbiote, and Harry let their obsessions consume them. And well, we know how that turned out for them. And outside of Kraven's depth as a character, and how he's perfectly placed in this story to reflect on other characters' writing, Kraven is also just an enjoyable presence on screen every single time. Even if I didn't think that he had good writing in this game, I still would have liked a lot of the moments that we have with him in this game, because he's just so entertaining. But fortunately, he's both fantastically written and utilized in this game's story, and he's entertaining. Phenomenal villain. And just for some final criticisms I have for the story, there's a couple.
So let's get this straight. He's a phenomenal villain because he has an ideology, he acts on the ideology, and he dies. That is his whole story.
That's not an explanation for why it's so good, but okay.
He's not awful. I'm not gonna say Kraven sucks, sure. He's not a great villain. I feel like Kraven gets a little overhyped to cope with the fact Venom is obviously awful. That's what Cullen's doing here. He's phenomenal, guys. 10 out of 10 villain. He's like a 6. He's fine. Yeah. He has an ideology. Do they explore it? No. Do they really get into depth of how he feels about it? No. Does he have that much of a relationship with the heroes? Not really. Barely anything. Like a singular boss fight.
Do they challenge it? No.
Nope.
Yeah, there's not much here.
Couple things that I don't think
also,
are
Kraven's an idiot. He tries to use Miles to make Peter break the ideology. Kill Miles.
Yeah.
The narrative, due to the fact that I think it can just be reasonably explained through good faith. And those things are, number one, why doesn't Peter give the anti-venom symbiote to Harry when he dies? My defense for this literally is just that the story never establishes that Peter can just do that. And I think the fact that...
Okay. But why can't he? That's the question. You see, with the symbiote, if you can transfer that to other people, why can't you do the same with anti-venom?
It's also the fact that the only reason the symbiote wouldn't get off of Peter and back on Harry was because it has its own sentience. The anti-venom doesn't have its own sentience, so why can't you just demand it to go on another person?
Star, if you didn't skip the letter, you wouldn't be saying this. We read the letter when we made the stream.
That doesn't matter. Well, here's the thing. Why do I have to?
Because we've already been through this.
We already know the letter. Like, I know that there's a letter that talks about that he has a family tradition. I know why he has the ideology. It doesn't mean to explore it. Yeah. And another thing is, like, also, I'm sorry. Yeah, and also, I'm sorry if I have to read like some letter and shit just to understand the main villain. That's a shit main villain.
What kind of presentation is that? How is that engaging presentation?
Dude, just imagine instead of Jason Todd's backstory of being tortured by Joker was shown on screen, you have to just read an audio biography about it.
Did you read it?
Yeah, did you read it? It's like, no, I want to play the game.
The fact that Peter doesn't try makes me think he can't, but if I were to write this differently, I would have had MJ or something ask Peter if he can do it, and he says he can't, or Peter tries and he can't, something like that.
No,
the second thing is, just like with Spider-Man PS4, I just would like to know where the Avengers are at, or the Fantastic Four. Again, I think you can just good faith say, yeah, they're probably busy with something.
Not
Because
during a
even when we see
worldwide
note from
invasion with aliens. There's no justifying that, especially when they establish in the game itself Doctor Strange is back from a trip, meaning he's in New York.
Threat.
Yeah, exactly.
Which, yeah, that's another funny thing too. Venom has no plan for if the Avengers show up.
Also, like Venom's presence would obviously have like the government and any higher ups like try and contact the Avengers and shit, because this is a problem that they can't handle.
Exactly.
Wong, it tells us that they are gone and they just got back from the ball. So this.
Yeah, back. That means they're not gone. They came back from being gone. They're in New York now. They just got back. That's how, like, you know, the magic stick thing that teleports people or whatever, the portal thing. The reason why, like, it teleports away from Miles' hand is because they realize it's missing. The only reason they would know that is because they went back to the fucking Sanctum Sanctorum. They're home now. It's back.
Exactly.
They're back home.
So
They're
this kind of
in New
tells
York.
us that they are out doing things.
It
and
says
aren't always
literally
in New York, but we
verbatim
don't really
the
have anything for
opposite.
the Avengers or Fantastic Four. All we have is good faith that they're just off doing something important, and I would like some more world building with that. The third thing I would have liked to see is how the aftermath of Devil's Breath is affecting Oscorp. This is something I wish the DLC for Spider-Man PS4 touched on, or even Miles Morales.
It did.
But I think
the
that
DLC
could have
actually
been
did touch upon it. He just wants to ignore it. The DLC literally does touch upon the fact that with Oscorp and shit, like, it's clearly not as prevalent as it was in the first game. It wasn't much, but they did touch upon it lightly.
And
like, what do you think the Project Olympus stuff is for? It's because they're doing hush-hush military deals behind the government's back because, you know, they got to make business somehow because public business is failing for them.
Also, there's more they need to be doing as far as establishing the consequences in the sequel, because we literally see, like, there are some consequences we can assume. Now we just can't, because the sequel shows Norman is just out there, even though there's a video.
Does Norman not have to deal with lawsuits?
Yeah, there's a video out there against him that apparently just didn't stop him.
Yeah, are we just not going to talk about that? Because like,
and Peter apparently didn't have a plan to investigate Oscorp or do anything further to try to get him arrested.
Yeah, after all the shit he pulled, yeah.
Ridiculous.
He doesn't even seem to be trying to bring Norman in at all.
Yeah, that's really bad.
Interesting piece of drama the story could have used if it was
He probably just forgot? Get out of here. No, stop. I'm not responding.
Wait, who probably just forgot what?
Starkstar said he probably just forgot when we asked all these questions about why nothing was done to Norman.
I don't think Peter's gonna forget the fact that Norman is the one who made the thing that killed his mom.
Yeah. It's like...
That's not something you forget.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Explored more in the main narrative. All we really have is like anti-Oscorp rallies outside of his building and like graffiti in the city. But yeah, outside of like a couple other nitpicks, I don't really have any other issues with the story that I haven't already gone over. When I said at the beginning of this video that Spider-Man 2's story was conflicting for me, I was telling the truth. Even when writing the script for this video, my opinion was changing constantly as I was trying to analyze what I interpreted from the story and what it was trying to do and how
he automatically assumed the story was
and
good
my
the moment
opinion
he tried
even
to play
now
the story
could change after making this video. But overall, I give this game's story a solid 8 out of 10. Fuck you, League Entertainment.
That's still funny, I'll give him that. That's still funny.
But yeah, I think a lot of the criticism levied at this game and its story have been really bad, and I just can't...
Oh, you meant calling about the DLCs? Well, it's his job to review it then.
Agree with a lot of it, and I didn't technically do a lot of defending in this video, but I just wanted to get my interpretation of
your thumbnail is in defensive.
The story out and criticize what I think it should be criticized for.
You criticized nothing. What did he criticize besides like the most minuscule shit? Oh, they could have done more time for this.
They could have had more time for this. They could have had more time for this. They could have had more time. More time.
That's baby shit. Honestly, under his own standard, if the criticism is literally they could have done more, like it could have been a little bit longer, there should have been more of it. That's like a 9 or a 10, flat out. That's how dumb it looks that he's like his criticism, because he has literally just nothing.
Yeah.
Hope you all enjoyed this video, and yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the end. This was bad. This was shit. This game
Horrible
story is a 2
reviewer.
out of 10. I agree with that rating. This is 2. Or honestly, this is close to a 1. I'm not gonna lie.
I hate this story.
This was a shit show. Shit show. But yeah, those were like really bad defenses. Holy shit. It's like
Yes, but it's a Sony exclusive game, so hear me out. It's
so much of
actually
his-
not bad.
So much of his editing just feels lacking in purpose. Like, if I wasn't watching SK, I would have clicked off the Colin vid in 5 minutes. Yeah, I can see why people would click off this.
Well, because he says nothing like actually worth thinking about. He was really boring.
Exactly. Like, this didn't have anything new to say about the game that we couldn't pick up on before. Like, this is
Guys,
embarrassing.
Peter went through things.
He went through things. This happened. This plotline happened. Cry moments. If anything, this just pointed out more issues to us. If anything this succeeded in, it just pointed out more issues.
Just reaffirms how shit because there's no good from this stuff.
Yeah. Oh, you did not do your job. This is the type of video Evan Flarka would make. I mean, judging by what I've seen from it, those two are kind of similar. Where they're trying to find stuff in Venom that's so good, but it's just like you can tell they're scratching for shit.
Yeah, they don't really have anything because there is nothing to say. Venom is fucking boring.
Mm-hmm. Those clips are also killer. It was so long. Yeah, that was just horrible for pacing. How do you explain how a story is good? Just asking. I mean, I think there's, I understand more difficulty in trying to understand why something is good because it's easier to point out when there's dirt on a plate versus when a plate is clean. But like, I guess one way to think about it is talk about how it avoids these problems. Don't necessarily say, well, it avoided problems, but more so just talk about how it did. Just to go off a section in my Iron Man video, because I have the script ready. What I talk about is where Tony Stark was at first, and I discuss why he changes. I discuss the context of, his background in life, and why he is where he is at first, and then I discuss why his experiences would change him, how they directly counter his beliefs, and why it would, why they would shift.
All cause and effect has a justification in the story. That is like the easiest way to explain it.
You want to focus on that.
If there's a cause and effect, there better be a justification for that cause and or effect.
Mm-hmm.
That is like one of the big things.
Yeah.
Character writing, complexity, delving deep into the character and all that. I think that's important too. I think you need to just talk about, you need to like point out that there's a lot going for the character and a lot to chew on.
Mm-hmm. You need to point
You can't
out,
say
like,
they just
what
go
is-
through things.
What is like meaningful about these events? What are their defining moments? And why do those
Why
defining
didn't you
moments
guys
work?
talk
What was
about
the
this
build-up
with
for it?
Colin before cutting ties? Very simply, we
What?
were planning a debate. Colin pushed out.
Yeah, we literally showed that in the live stream. We literally said, yes, we're gonna have this Spider-Man 2 debate. Colin is the one that said I don't want to do it. And also,
why are
we
you
did
making
talk about it with
disingenuous
him. That's
arguments to defend this trash game? How about that?
Yeah,
Why are you doing that?
And it's like we literally have the City Hall as the White House debate. I posted that. That is us debating him on the game. What are you talking about? It's like, oh, well, why are you talking about this before? It's like, I don't... We did. But Necromorph, just to kind of, add on to this, right? We are planning some streams to talk about some good stuff. Like, we have streams planned on the 90s series Spectacular. Maybe we'll do Daredevil as well. I know Batnick said he wanted to do some Daredevil. We'll probably get around to talking about some comic stories as well, just like breaking them down on stream. There's quite a bit that we'd be interested in breaking down, like in a positive sense. Man, about this video specifically, I mean, we did. Like, I don't understand this. Like, this video's about the game too. It's like, it's not much different. I was the guy from day one asking y'all to debate this game with Colin, but I guess Colin didn't want to get embarrassed. Well, I mean, there's other ways to, Colin has ended up embarrassing himself, like his debate with Kronos. Shut up, let me finish. Streams for Ironheart? No. Just no.
At least for me, no.
No, thank you.
I refuse to do streams about shit I genuinely don't give a fuck about. That's my take.
So naively believe everything a thumbnail of a YouTube video tells you, got it. Well, no, I think it's kind of scummy to just lie about what your video is going to be, and then make money off that shit. That's kind of just scummy right there.
Well, I feel like he's just saying it's not a defense because he knows that, like, he didn't really put in the effort to defend it. He didn't address it properly, like a lot of things.
Yeah, it's like when I tried to defend the whole Spider Society chase, I'm literally like, okay, I'm going to break down each and every shot to explain why I think the actions make sense, and talk about broad issues people have as well. Like, the attempt was to break down each and every part of the scene to establish why I think it makes sense. He can't even do that with anything. Or like how I literally have a section in my video explaining why each and every spider person in Spider-Verse that agrees with the canon, why it makes sense for them to agree with it. Like, I have a whole section for that. He barely has shit in his video. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna go back to what Necromorph said about praising things. I think if you want help praising things, Necromorph, just imagine Liam, an alternate version of Liam in your ear saying, why would he change? Why would this change? Why does this happen? Just imagine him just barking like it's Joker 2. And if you can defend it, then, you know, you can base your praises off that. And I also think, another thing, oh, do you plan on doing an analysis review of Andor? Not really. It's not that, like, I don't like Andor or anything. I think it's pretty good so far. But I'm just not that passionate about Andor to make a whole video about it. But, you know, I'll definitely talk about it in the streams. Do you plan on doing, or sorry, I wrote it.
Comic Legend should make a story rewrite about Spider-Man 2 PS5.
We'll make one
that'd be wild.
Necromorph is gonna love it.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not gonna act like, oh, stretch. I'm not gonna act like I'm some peak writer or anything, so I could probably be dog shit too. So I don't know.
Don't pretend some of you have made videos before that don't have clickbait titles or thumbnails. So I could tell you when I've done that. I've done that for April Fools, on the day where you're meant to do that stuff. But otherwise, if I go through my catalog, no, not really.
I can go through League of Entertainment and see what I think is clickbait or not.
And the difference between, like, I also want to mention, right, there's a difference between lying about what the video is going to be versus exaggerating what the video is going to be.
Hey, Dumb and Dumber were the worst Andor critics.
I mean, that's not clickbait.
One of the worst Andor reviews.
That was one of the worst Andor reviews.
The dumbest Spider-Verse debate.
It was one of the dumbest Spider-Verse debates.
SK is bad at Left 4 Dead 2. That's definitely not a lie.
Okay, that's clickbait. Because I did exactly what they deserved. I gave them exactly what they deserved.
You shot the witch, dumbass.
You killed Ted.
Daredevil Born Again sucks.
Oh, that's true.
One of the worst Man of Steel defenses.
Those were some
the
of the worst
smelliest
defenses.
Paulson debate yet.
That was really
the best
smelly.
the best Resident Evil 2 scene. Fallout show fails at Fallout. The worst Return of the Jedi review. Why It Sucks by Cosmonaut. The worst Resident Evil 2 review. The worst Arkham take. A response to Adam Smith. Enjoyment versus quality. Yeah, I don't think that many of them are clickbait.
So like Yoko Cypher, I don't know, it just doesn't seem true what you just said. SK, when are you going to become a school teacher? I mean, Kronos is already a school teacher himself, and he's been doing a pretty good job. So I think, okay with relying on him. But I need to talk about more DC stuff, even animated ones. Definitely, yeah, like Under the Red Hood is an example. Or Mask of the Phantasm. That would be fun to talk about on a stream.
Mask of the Phantasm.
Phantasm. Necromorph says, I did play Assassin's Creed 3, and it's great. I mean, I think we all know the real reason you played it.
Based Assassin's Creed 3 is peak.
Oh yeah, I should probably hint at this because I've thought about it for some time. But you know what? I might as well put this at the end to tease it. Let me just grab it real quick. Somewhere in the files. Where is it? Not here. Where did you put it? Is it higher? Oh, there it is. Okay, give me a moment. Alright, I'm gonna screenshot this, and I'm gonna show it on the thing.
Not anticipating Spider-Man 3, I'm not. Nah, I don't give a shit.
I don't really care.
I lost faith in this franchise. Ever since the second game came out, I don't really care anymore.
This will be, not the next one, not even like the upcoming one, but this will be one of the videos I've got planned. Marvel Spider-Man 2, the worst Insomniac story. Definitely gonna be fun. SK, a possible team up with Spider-Dunk. Yes, for sure, as long as he doesn't, endorse certain things against creators.
As long as he's not
pro
pro-harassment because someone ruined his precious Spider-Man comics.
Yeah, I saw he had a really iffy take. Maybe he just worded himself poorly, I don't know. But I would like to have a talk with him about that before I have a double team with him.
Spider-Dunk is stupid.
Let me edit that video. PJ wants blood. He wants blood. Hello. Let's see, do we have any last minute questions? Because afterwards I'm gonna grab dinner. Good job, Kronos. Make sure your students are intelligent. I'll let them know you said that. In fact, I'm gonna screenshot that. Two out of 10. Fuck you, Colin. Do you like MCU Spider-Man? No. I can't take any more. I'm surrounded by morons. I'm out. Treating me like I'm the idiot when I'm the only one with common sense here. It'd be nice if you had, like, a good point. I don't know. Oh, shoot. Music is out. Give me a moment. I don't know why it does that, but it does that. Awesome. Fixed. Kronos is a crap teacher. Really? That's how you feel, Necromorph? Why don't you say it to his face? I think you're just saying that because you performed poorly and didn't do any due diligence whatsoever. It would be funny if Colin made a response to your Spider-Man 2 review. Yeah, he's not gonna do that. He's definitely not gonna do that. We all know why he's not doing that. I mean, he refused to respond to Jack, just utterly discrediting him, so. When are you gonna tell Comic Legend? Colin said Spider-Man 2 PS5 is a better story than Spider-Man 2 the movie. Colin literally said that. To be fair, I don't know if he still stands by that. I actually think he said otherwise. Or I don't know. Why didn't the symbiote just give Harry a second suit if he can just infect other people with symbiotes? What do you mean second suit? This is only 2 hours short of the breakdown stream from last year. That's true. Well, after the breakdown, we were just so tired. We're just like, all right, we're done. No more. We're done. No, he said that?
Honestly, this was a fun little resurgence, but I'm so tired of Spider-Man 2 again, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that makes sense. It was a whole lot of fun to have Jack on responding to this.
Yeah, that's like the only reason I even came is because Jack Kepner, and that would be funny.
Alrighty. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Definitely gonna have some fun on Disagreement Day tomorrow. You guys need to have more positive reviews. Streams don't count. I mean, who made you the boss of what we review and what we don't? Why are you the dictator of it?
You know how fucking hard it would probably be to make a positive review on something, make it a structured video, making sure your arguments are as clear and concise as possible, while also trying to do something harder than criticize. Because explaining why something's good will always be way harder than explaining why something's bad.
Yeah.
The description of explaining why a machine works is that it functions. That's all you need to really say.
Yeah. Bye. Alright, goodbye everyone. Hope you do something productive afterwards.